Hello and welcome to Silverstone for round 3 of the Caterham Motorsport season of 2022. You can see that we've already got cars on the grid here. We've got Roadsport there ready to go. We've got all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder with us this weekend. But as I say, first of 20-minute races for this for the Roadsport grid. A splendid sight they make there. You can see a windscreen wiper going there on the left-hand side. Just a little bit of inclement weather we've had this morning. We've had 2 days of fantastic weather. We've been baked by 30-degree heat yesterday, and this morning we've woken up and it's a little bit less. It's got a lot more grey cloud, and the temperature's about half it was. But you can see the Silverstone circuit looking absolutely brilliant out there at the moment, with plenty of construction going on, ready for the Grand Prix in a couple of weeks' time. You can see on the cameras here we have got spits of rain, so that windscreen wiper we saw on that grid, it is very changeable out there at the moment. Really, it's a nightmare for the drivers trying to work out exactly how they want to, what tyres they want to be on, especially for this Roadsport grid. So Roadsport is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These are the academy drivers from last year, all combined into a one grid. So they have some experience, but they are still not at the higher levels of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, but they certainly will be looking to put on a great show. And the action we got over the race weekend, we've got 4 races today. We've got a bit of a gap after this Roadsport race, but then we'll be heading into 3 back-to-back races later on this afternoon for all the other championships. And then tomorrow we're also joined by the Academy for their second ever on-track race. We saw the board being presented to the drivers, so it won't be long before they're sent off on their green flag lap. 31 cars. You can see Lyndon Arnold there on screen at the moment, but as they go around their green flag lap, I will let you know what that grid, the starting order is. So we've actually got Paul Woodman, Lovecars Paul Woodman on pole position. I think that's his first ever pole, so a great place for him to be. I'm sure he'd be very happy about that. We've got Joe Priday, another person he's on the second on the grid, and he is absolutely put his car in a good position. I'm not sure he would have expected. Jody Lee's new in this time, so in that blue car we can see Jody is I believe a motorcycle racer from the past, and he's new into this Roadsport grid, so to insert himself in 3rd place on the grid, that's a great start to his year. William James up there in 4th. Then we've got Jeff Newman, sort of 2nd place in the championship, coming in here this weekend. And then we've got Mark Januszewski, a great position in 6th. Theo Theato 7th. Benja Headley in 8th. Mark Kendall, a little bit lower down than he would normally expect to be in 9th, along with Charlie Lower. So he had a lap time disallowed in qualifying. I'm wondering whether that is one of the reasons he's in 10th place. Philip Clark is 11th. And then Freddie Chiddick's another championship contender down there in 12th place on the grid. 13th on David Rook. 14th is James Cook. 15th Gareth Lucas. Tom Noakes is in 16th. Julian Roebuck 17th. Mark Williams is in 18th. Mark Jones well off the pace there in 19th. 20th is Robert Domain. Aaron Stevens in 21st. 22nd Giles Perry. 23rd is Simon Patel. Lyndon Arnold is 24th. 25th is Louise Deason. 26th Paul Castle. 27th James Moon. Ian Summers in 28th. Charles Vincent 29th. Ray Radford, nice to see him back after a nasty looking accident at Snetterton, but he's there in 30th, and Alan Bateman in 31st. And it's taken me half the lap to get through all those drivers' names, and now we're looking at them coming over the new wing start-finish straight as they're heading up and through there. So yeah, we're on the full Grand Prix track, as you'll have seen, and therefore we've got 3.6 miles of this to cover off. Roadsport races are 20 minutes long, so there's not going to be a huge number of laps here, but there's plenty of corners, plenty of action. You can see the sheer width of this track. Obviously it's a Grand Prix track, and therefore it's designed for the F1 circuits, for the F1 cars, and it's going to be, it's a very wide car, so the drivers will head 6 wide into some of these bends, and due to the length of the straights, we also have a massive amount of slipstreaming. So slipstreaming is obviously a massive part of Caterham Motorsport, and around Silverstone circuit you get masses of slipstreaming. They've got plenty of long straights for that all to happen. You can see that the marshals are now relining, or the drivers are relining up on all the grid, trying to find their grid spots back again after their sort of outlap, and they'll now know what the conditions are, whether it is raining out there. So hopefully they've made the right choice on the car setup. They do tweak the tyres that they go out on, and they've got a choice in Roadsport for their rear anti-roll bar setting as well. So hopefully they've made the right choices. So we've got Paul Woodman there on the front row of the grid alongside Joe Priday. Paul Woodman in that white-nosed car, but it's also got sort of part red, and he's got a Dayglow yellow helmet, so it's quite easy to spot him in the 7 car on the right. And then we've got Joe Priday, the number 84, the dark colours there on the left. And then you can see through the gap, we've also got Jody Lees in the blue coloured car, the number 85, and William James, the number 11, with the pink roll cage cover. So he's going to be easy to spot early on. But with drivers slightly out of position, we see the green flag at the back of the grid, so we are getting ready to get this going. They'll get the 5-second board, and then we'll be looking for the lights to come on, and we'll see who can make the best start. The first of 20 minutes for the Roadsport Championship at Silverstone Grand Prix, round 3 of the Caterham Motorsport. They are underway, so who's made the best start? Has Woodman managed to convert his pole position? You can see the cars as they change gear, they're darting. It looks like it is actually Joe Priday taking the lead as they head through Copse for the first time. So a good start, an even start, and a less eventful start than we saw at Snetterton. That's always a good thing. See James Cook there dispatching off with his Welsh flagged liveried car. So they go side by side already through the early corners of Beckett's, but it looks like Joe Priday's gone off of the track and he's not managed to make that corner. He does join in front again, although he's on the grass. He's having an awful roller coaster moment. It's clearly slippy out there, and he found out early that it was a lot less grippy than it was on the previous lap, but he looks like he's going to recover back into the field, and he does so now. Jeff Newman already up from 5th place. He looks like he's now challenging for that lead, and is that Jody Lees that was temporarily in the lead. So his first Roadsport race, the motorcycle racer, has clearly got pace in this Roadsport and is off down in the lead currently as they head into Stowe for the first time. See the 31 car field here flowing through as Rob Domain going 3 wide. It clearly is. There's plenty of slipping action there going on. They are clearly right on the edge of what the tyres can cope with in these conditions, and they're trying to work out how much speed can they take. This is the first dry. This is the first dry qualifying, wet session that we've had for a while. They won't have the testing. They was all completely dry in the testing with 30-degree heat. But nevertheless, it's it was. Now this is the first time they've had that opportunity to try out that wet conditions. So here they go round up the Hamilton Straight and into the village and the loop. And so Jeff Newman has now got that lead ahead of the number 85 of Jody Lees. So Jody Lees holding on into that 2nd place with Paul Woodman there in 3rd place. And is that Januszewski up into the 3rd place, 4th place? Yes, I think that is. So as they head off down the Wellington Straight. Mark Kendall also making some good progress, some retrieval going on with the marshals picking up wings. We'll see plenty of that over the course of this weekend. We see Jeff Newman with a little bit of a gap there coming down the Wellington Straight and into Brooklands for the 2nd time. They'll know a bit more about the conditions as they're heading through now. So they'll have got a feel for roughly what grip it is. The Silverstone is such a big track that actually there can be different grip levels at different corners, and certainly if the rain persists or the drizzle persists, it will vary and change per lap. Another wing bit isolated in the middle of the track, and another marshal. Thank you ever so much to the marshals for that. That's the end. Looks like it's coming into Stowe down there as they head through Copse again. First lap complete. Woodman has dropped, hasn't he, down to about that 4th place, so from his pole position, but they'll quickly be learning how these conditions are and how do they generate pace there. Jeff Newman clearly has already worked some of that out. It's very slippy around this early part of Beckett's and Baggett's. We saw that last time out of Joe Priday losing out, but it looks like they've kept it to the track this time through. So again, excellent position to beat Joe Lees up there, but Jeff Newman is breaking away slightly, and that will have an impact when he, if the drivers behind keep fighting. They're going 3 wide as they come down here on the Hanger Straight for the 2nd time, and it is Paul Woodman that is going to take into that 2nd place. Freddie Chiddix is up from his 12th place on the grid, so he's already ready to that. We've got sideways action there as we go around Stowe. It's incredibly slippy. That was Jody Lees finding out that yes, there isn't a lot of grip out there. We often see the karting line being used by the drivers when we start getting in these wet conditions. But Paul Woodman is now back up into that second place with Januszewski in a third place, and then that's William James with the pink roll cage there in fourth. Freddie Chiddick's all the way up now into that fifth place, so he's made good early progress and he'll be looking to make more of that. He's come in here in third, or a bit lower down the championship order than he maybe will have wanted, but nevertheless he is now in a good position. He's looking up the inside there as they go into Abbey. It's in the dry, that's a very, well, depending on the wind direction, that's flat out into Abbey. A little bit tight behind as well. Everyone working out where they can try and make these moves, but you can see the windscreen wipers on these road sport cars all sort of furiously working. It doesn't actually do a great deal when you're up at racing speed. Oftentimes the windscreen just get drain drops on the inside as well, so it can be pretty tricky to visibility, especially in the road sport cars. When we get up to 270, where they have to start removing the windscreen, interesting enough, you get more visibility. I've got a spin at the back there. I didn't see who that was. It was a red car I saw dropping off to the far, so that's number 45, and that was David Rook, and it looks like that might be Theo Theato's car. He's one of the orange cars, so I wonder whether that is Theo Theato at the back there. But yeah, they had a bit of a coming together there going through that the Lincoln Road down onto the Wellington Straight, and they got speared to the inside of the track there. William James and Mark Januszewski still going side by side, but Jeff Newman has got that healthy gap, although it looks like Paul Woodman's quite keen to try and come across that gap to him. And then we've got Freddie Chiddick now inserted himself into that third place. Januszewski still going side by side with him though, so he retakes that third place as we go into Copse, and William James is absolutely there ready to pick up the pieces. So a frantic opening, as you normally expect. One of the cars out there a little bit wide as we went through Copse. Again, we've got, that's Theo, so we saw him have that incident, and now he is embedded. It looks like the gravel on the outside of Lufford. We've got Paul Woodman. He's lost it on going. He's going across the track. This is a dangerous position. Mark Januszewski had to avoid him. He managed it. Great control there. This is coming through the Beckett's S's. You can see how much more heavily the rain is coming down now. You can see on the camera there's rain. You can see that he had nothing to do. He had to take his hands off the wheels and just hope for the best. He is fully on the brakes. That would have been a scary moment for him and all the other drivers as he was heading across there. It's one of the slippiest parts of this track, the entrance to that Beckett's S is in the wet dry, and we've already seen a couple of drivers succumb to that, but that gives Jeff Newman a very substantial lead, as we've still got the Theo Theato's car there just being it looks like the outfield out of Luffield. Freddie Chiddick's though inserting himself up there into that second place now with William James third, and there's Charlie Lower. So Charlie Lower, coming from 10th on the grid, has made it now up into that lead group, and therefore he'll be protecting his championship lead. He's quite substantially in the lead before we take into account of drop scores, so he's had a great start to the season, and I spoke to him yesterday and he was very keen to obviously continue that result. So a little bit more of a lottery here at Silverstone, especially in qualifying, but during the race, generally speaking, the faster drivers do make their way up to the top, and you can see that Freddie Chiddick and Charlie Lowe have managed to do that. But they have currently lost track of Jeff Newman, who is coming off a couple of back-to-back wins in Snetterton. He did the double there, didn't he? As we see a little bit of contact there with William James front of his nose, just rubbing on the rear of Freddie Chiddick's car, and Kendall is now fully putting himself back where we expect him to see him, which is in that lead group. You can see that substantial gap, and as these battles continue fiercely for that second, third and fourth, fifth and sixth, yes, because the yellow flag's just on the left of our screen there as they head down into Brooklands. That is for the Theo Theato car as they're trying to recover that, and it looks like that will be Jody Lees with a loose rear wing, maybe soon to depart his car as well. See the cars having to work out where that grip is. Charlie Lower there, just the rear end was stepping out at him. There will come a time at which the outside of the track becomes grippier than the inside of the track as that wing continues to hold on that car there. But Jeff Newman will be pleased in his mirrors to see that. But he is the first person to come across these conditions every single time through. He's the first person to figure out whether it's been raining heavier, and it certainly looked like last time into the S's we're just about to come into that they were. It was slippier there than anywhere else in this track, so I'm sure he's got a little bit of caution as we go in. Freddie Chiddick's up the inside. Charlie Lower now ahead of William James as they go through that and then into the Beckett's left-hander. Freddie Chiddick now looks like he's got the measure of the conditions. You can see he's just balancing the car on the throttle there as he heads through and out onto the hanger straight again with 11.5 minutes of the race to go. Certainly that gap is now at that level where it doesn't look like it's going to come back, so there we think that at this stage they were probably hoping to see a mistake rather than anything else. It's certainly possible. In the background I can see that Charlie, so it's Lucas is there ready to come up there. As you see going down into the Vale then. This threesome have had side-by-side action on pretty much all the corners. Freddie Chiddick's back down the inside. That's going to be slippy in these conditions. The outside of the track will be starting to become that grippier position. Out my commentary window, it doesn't look like it's raining particularly hard this end, but I can still see spots of rain on the cameras down that south end of the circuit, and that's certainly adding to the spice of this race at the moment. The first of 2 road sport races this weekend. 20 minutes is the length of this race, and we are just about approaching half distance, which is the length of the Silverstone, that you don't get too many laps around here. We will see some 30-minute races later on for the 310s and 270s, but the road sport, which is the second step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, it is a 20-minute race weekend for them, so we'll see them back again racing tomorrow. Looks like Chiddicks and Charlie Lower look like they are the ones moving slightly away from William James there. Then you've got Kendall just behind him. Januszewski's still in that battle after the scare earlier on, and then Gareth Lucas is in that 7th place. In fact, Gareth Lucas is ahead of Januszewski now, and then comes the Lees car, Jolie Lees. We've still got a yellow flag down there as we go through that Brooklands left-handers in front of the BRDC grandstand, where you can see the some spectators there all watching the action. Great place. Charlie Lower losing the rear of the car. He's definitely balancing the throttle there quite a lot. And as they get the green flag as they come through. But Jeff Newman still out in front there. With Charlie Lower now into that 2nd place, not quite as they went across the line. So Freddie Chiddick still, according to the timing screens, was ahead, but as they go into Copse for the first time, he has now made that move, and he is there. Chiddick, though, on the exit gets back again, so it's all changing. All 3 phases of the corner on the brakes and into the corner and then out the corner. We're seeing differences of position. We've got more cars off that. Theo Theato was on the outside, but we've got another car there on the outside. So that's number 22 of Lewis Deason out there. And obviously with the car out in the gravel, that's an uncomfortable place to be for another driver. They wouldn't be covered by yellows as we saw that last time, but I think it does show the conditions are tricky. So hopefully that's all good now as we watch the battle for second coming down here. And it's definitely split a little bit now. So Freddie Chiddick's in front of William James and Charlie Lower there, sort of making that consistent sort of battle for second place there. Not all of them are going to get a podium if Jeff Newman continues his way. You can see the yellow flags there around by Vale as well. But Freddie Chiddick and William James is sort of still ahead of Charlie Lower as these conditions continue to change, and as a driver every time it's a bit of an adventure, and you've got to hope that the same grip level is the same hope that the grip level is the same as it was before, or you've seen more rain on your windscreen, then you adjust according to that. And we see Theato's car being rescued from that gravel trap, asking for it to be lowered again. So there's a little bit of a clean-up job to happen. Have we got a safety car? Is everyone... It looked like Jeff Newman had closed up. So yeah, we have got a safety car. You can see it's noted on the screen now. So to recover those 2 cars, and I think because Lewis Deason ended up out there as well, they've thrown the safety car. So it is the first chance for us to see the safety car this weekend. It's not an unusual sight to see a safety car in race meetings. It's the safest way for the marshals to collect and carry that. But yeah, so we will head on down there. So Jeff Newman is acting as the sort of default safety car whilst we wait until we get back to that start-finish straight. But you can see everyone else is lined up, a little bit of confusion there and spreading out, expecting it to be higher as they come down this Wellington straight. As they move on through in front of that straight. So Jeff Newman is still the safety car until such time as they pick up the real safety car, and be the first opportunity to see that safety car this weekend. As they come round a Luffield, you can see the whole grid. So yeah, still got Newman out in front there. For Lower is in second, and Chiddick is third, and then William James is in that 4th place. As come down, so Jeff Newman leading that field through. So Newman, Chiddick, James, I understand that Sam has got Benja Headley in the pits to talk to us. Over to you, Sam.
Yes, thank you, Chris. Yes, I'm here with Benja Headley. Benja, what happened?
Early bath for me. I going into Max Beckett's and someone slammed their brakes on when they saw someone spin. Didn't have time to react and went straight into the back of them, unfortunately.
Oh,
so
what a shame. It looks slippery out there, though.
It's all right. It's all right. It's worse than it is. There's plenty of grip. It was so much fun at the front. It was really tight racing, but some you win, some you lose.
Oh, sorry about that. Hopefully, good luck in the next one. Thank you. Back to you, Chris. Can't hear me.
Okay, as we just seeing Louise's car also now being collected by the truck and soon to be cleared away from the danger point there. So let's just go and reflect that order. So it's Newman ahead of Chiddix, ahead of James, then lower Kendall, Lucas, Janowski, Lees, Stevens, Jones, Castle, Priday, Cook, Dokes and Roebuck then make up that top 15. But you can see everyone is back line astern as they head down the hangar straight under reduced pace as the safety car is out. And lost track of where Woodman is. So he's down in 20th position at the moment. So after his scary ride across the infield at the Beckett's S's, he is ended up down in 20th. So that's not ideal after his pole position. You can see the Mustang car out there. The first time we're seeing the Mustang safety car for us. But we've got that for the remainder of this year, and it's great to see that leading the field around. Certainly head off around the south side of the circuit. You can still see the windscreen wipers going frantically, trying to do their best to keep everything clear. We definitely not got torrential rain, but it's just enough that it keeps ebbing and flowing, that rain. So it looks like that it's going to be one of the features of this weekend, is just what are the conditions going to be. On the road sport cars, we run sort of the road tyres anyway. It's just a decision as to whether you go on high block tyres with big deep tread or whether you go with lower tread. But you can see around Beckett's again, that seems to where the rain is coming in quite heavily, and you can see that yes, that ebbing and flowing of the rain is most pronounced down at that Beckett's S's. This is on the inside of that, so we expect to see some rain also on this section of the track, because the two parts of the track are not that far away as it winds its way back. You can see the spectators out there on the bank all enjoying the action, trying to get a feel for what the conditions are and what is out there. And you can see the rain sort of is there consistently, but not enough that they're all running for shelter, so they're not legging it back into the tents for a bit of protection. But you can see there are some umbrellas out there, and the sensible spectators are down at the BRDC grandstand there and keeping themselves nice and sheltered with a view just where we are on track now. That's the view that the grandstand has as they come down the Wellington Straight into the Brooklands left-hander. So I didn't see whether the lights were out on the safety car. Let's get prepared in case it is. So remember that Newman is currently in the lead of this race. Had a nice comfortable gap, but that will have gone now as we look to restart this race. He will be back. It is back to green flag. So Jeff Newman does start this first lap, but he has now got his main championship rivals, Chiddix, James and Lower, right on his tail. And in fact, Lower goes up the inside. You can see William James had a big wobble as he went through there. So again, grip levels look to have reduced again. And we've got Kendall, then Lucas, then Janowski. They were the kind of front group that we'd expect to see, and they look like they've had a big gap behind them. So where is the remainder of that field? What happened to them going through Copse? And have we seen another incident going through Copse? It does look like they are just flowing through, just weren't on the ball ready for that green flag, were they? Whereas this front group are absolutely ready. So feel a bit sorry for Jeff Newman there. He had a comfortable race winning gap, didn't he? But it's now with only 2 minutes to go. We're not going to be seeing, you can see this is probably the penultimate lap. I'm assuming they can get round to the start finish in this time in straight, but it's going to be quite tight as Chiddix pulls out as they're going down into Stowe Corner. What's the condition going to be like as they come round here? Jeff Newman up the inside, Freddie Chiddix on the outside, and Charlie Lower ready to pick up any pieces if they are left for him. William James just a little bit behind there, and Kendall, Lucas and Janowski all together as they head into Vale with 1 minute and 44 seconds left. There's not that long left in this race, whether it's one more lap or two. Chiddix still looking down the inside. Jeff Newman takes that outside line. It's going to be tight as they go through there. They still just about make it out, all facing in the right direction. There was not a lot of room there though, was there? So we see Charlie Lower there in the number 21, the blue and white car, third place, but leading the championship coming in here. Jeff Newman was second in that championship with Theo Theato actually in third, so that's been a bit of a disaster for him. We saw him in the gravel and having an issue down the Wellington Straight, so that's not going to help his championship at all. Gareth Lucas and William James also well up there in the championship, so they are also making good. As we see Newman, now it's the battle is for that second place again between Chiddix and Lower. It does look like Jeff Newman has got the pace this weekend, doesn't he? Every time there's a threat of moving away, it's Jeff Newman and his blue and yellow car there that it looks like that. I know he's out and doing racing this year, and he's enjoying that very much, and we saw him win the Academy Championship last year, and in fact he finished that 1 point ahead of Freddie Chiddix, who you can see them all weaving now to try and get that toe. Remember that in Caterham cars the toe can be very powerful, especially around a long circuit like Silverstone. I heard rumours of about 1.5 seconds to 2 seconds per lap if you get a super toe from a number of different drivers as we watch them coming through Brooklands with 30 seconds to go. It looks like we might get it. It looks like there's more rain down at Brooklands and still sideways. Jeff Newman gets the car back under control though, balances it, and it's now Chiddix, Lower and William James still looking to see what they can do. Pick up Lower's off wide onto the curb. That would have been slippy in this rain. Curbs are absolutely like ice when they get damp, and hopefully he's got that back under control. He has. It does look like he has still maintained that position as well as we do cross the line. So we are coming on to the last lap then. One more circuit of the 3.6 mile Silverstone Grand Prix track, which has been an adventure every single time they've come round. It's been not had a single lap where it's been the same. Chiddix now up the inside, which will turn into the outside around the first part of Beckett's. Newman is going to hold on there. Can he keep the lead? He does look like he's got the momentum. He's pushing through the slippy bit. He's gone wide. Is he going to go off into the grass? He does go onto the grass. Has he got? He's got back onto the circuit just in front. That was always tight. He might lose a wing after that. Chiddix there snipped a wing, and they've got Charlie Lower also sliding sideways. The conditions have definitely deteriorated in these last couple of corners. Charlie Lower there, a little bit of his wing hanging off there as well. That got awfully complex in that first bit of the Beckett's S's. Like I say, that's the slippiest part of this track as Freddie Chiddix comes down in the lead of this race currently, but Jeff Newman looks like he wants to come down to take that place back. William James on the outside as they go into Stowe. He loses that wing, so that will be detached. There's no longer a problem. It's gone to the outside into a place of safety, but the wing no longer an issue. They've still got half of this circuit to go, and you can see the rain is really coming down very hard now, and it's about who can make the best of these conditions. They've not had these conditions all race weekend, so they are now, every single time they turn into these corners, I can't tell you how complicated it is for the drivers. Newman is around the outside. That was going to get incredibly tight. He avoided the clip, but he's got a wing that's sort of hanging off there, and hopefully it won't get collected, as you don't want to get that stuck under his wheel as he heads off up the Lewis Hamilton straight now over the wing start-finish straight, the start-finish straight that they'll be using for the Formula 1. But it's William James up the inside of Jeff Newman. Charlie Lower is alongside him as well. The outside of Abbey should be grippy, but the people on the inside are going to have a very lacking grip, and will they slide off into it? Jeff Newman now on the less optimal part of the track as they head off into the loop, and it looks like he has been a bit mugged on this restart. There's nothing he could have done about that condition into Beckett's, but he had to push on, and it looked like that has cost him as he still fights with Charlie Lower for that third place. Meanwhile, Chiddix is out front and looking like he's got a fairly comfortable gap as he heads off down the Wellington Straight. William James off wide, Charlie Lower at the inside of Jeff Newman. They've still got a bit more left turning to do, so Jeff Newman's going to have to get in into that slipstream and see what he can do, see whether he can rescue a podium position. They're all weaving to get that toe, and Chiddix out front trying to throw it, but it does look like Chiddix has got the gap he needs to make this his first win of the weekend, but there's still plenty of corners to go. He's still got the left of Brooklands, which is not easy. You can see the cars all sliding around, and William James there in that second place currently. Can he hold on? There's still time before you get to the line. They are using that wider, faster outside karting line as they come in with this last corner exiting now through the Woodcote, and then they will be crossing the line for the end of the first 20-minute race that we had from Roadsport. They're back tomorrow for more of the same. You can see the rain pouring down now, but Chiddix takes that win. Looks like William James is going to come across in second place, and Charlie Lower in third place with then in fact showing Jeff Newman. No, it's showing Jeff Newman in that, but I think Charlie Lower's transponder must be just misfired, because he definitely looked like he came across in that third place. We'll wait for him to be reinserted back. Janowski, Lucas. We have got in fact 21. Charlie Lower has got a track limits infringement. That is why he has been dropped down the order. He's had 5 seconds added to his race score, so he crossed the line in third place, but actually has been dropped down through the order in sixth place. I saw that happen to Jeff Newman a bit earlier in the year, so he has now suffered from that. So what looked like a third place over the line is actually going to be a sixth place in the results. But there is Freddie Chiddix as he heads around in this now very, very damp and wet Silverstone onto the Hangar Straight. You can see the tyre marks and in the left of the screen you can see the rain absolutely pouring down. But as coming down here onto, so Freddie's coming down here, and just a confirmation that is a 5-second penalty for Charlie Lower on the results. But William James, what a result for him, managing to convert a good qualification spot, and was fully involved in that battle, wasn't he? So he gets that second place, and Jeff Newman, bit of a consolation to get that third place, even though he was fourth over the line. But I know he will be disappointed because he had all the work done, and in fact, that restart, he had that problem as well. So Johannes Weski is going to be awarded that fourth place. Fifth place for Gareth Lucas, and then Charlie Lowe in that sixth place. Then we have Stevens, Lees. So Lees coming from that third place on the grid down. It's dropped to eighth place, but still a respectable finish, I'd say, for your first ever Caterham race. Jones, Cook, Kendall, Woodman, Castle, Noakes is your, I think, top 15. And then we have Williams, Clark, Roebuck, Domain, Radford, Patel, Perry making us in 21st. Then we've got Moon, Priday, Arnold, Vincent, Bateman is in 26th. And then Summers was the last finisher, and then we had the three drivers. So just confirmation of those provisional results then on screen now. You can see Chiddix does take that win. William James, Jeff Newman, Januszewski in fourth, Lucas in fifth, Lower is sixth, Stevens seventh, Lees is eighth, Jones ninth, and Cook is in 10th. You can also see on there that Jeff Newman's got the fastest lap, so he gained another point for that. Kendall is in 11th, Paul Woodman after his scary ride in 12th, Castle 13th, Noakes 14th, Williams 15th, Clark 16th, Roebuck 17th, Domain is in 18th, Radford 19th, and Patel is in 20th. 21st is Perry, then we've got Moon down in 22nd, Priday dropping all the way back down through the field to 23rd at the end of that race, so he's got more work to do tomorrow. Arnold, Vincent, Bateman, Summers, Deason, Headley and Rook were the three at the end there who didn't make it across the line. So as I say, there's an extra point for Jeff Newman for his fastest lap, and again that is equivalent of taking another place on the in the results, so he will be happy to have taken that away. And sometimes when you have a bad day and you still end up in third, that is a good result. As you see them all getting sent down and into the pit lane for the completion and conclusion of this first 20-minute race for the road sport cars. Very, very tricky conditions, and really pleased to see that they've had a really successful race there. And we certainly saw some incidents and issues at Snetterton and at Brands Hatch, which they'll be pleased to have seen a much more controlled race in conditions that, really were very tricky indeed to manage through for all these drivers. You can see how wet now the camera screen is as we're looking out across that Beckett's complex. You can see a lot of the grandstands getting ready for the Grand Prix in a few weeks' time, and again, another marshal there looking to pick up any pieces as they go down. As we come down through. Plenty of other action for you in the Caterham action. But yeah. There is our winner, Freddie Chiddix, going to say hello to his family, friends and family there, all ready to congratulate him in that first place there. See Snappy John there taking that photo. They'll certainly want to get out the wet. So well done to Freddie for managing that complicated situation, starting well down the order, wasn't he, in that grid? So he must be pretty pleased to get there. A big smile on his face.
Really well deserved. Great effort.
There's Jeff Newman giving him congratulations. Sam is available for us to talk to. Just over to you, Sam.
Thank you, Chris. Yes, Freddie. Wow, I bet this was quite unexpected for you.
I hope for it. Last year I had something similar, 15th on the grid, and got to second then. So to be able to come all the way to the front today was just brilliant. And I like the wet conditions, so hopefully that helped a bit.
Yeah, it obviously does work in your favour, doesn't it?
Yeah, brilliant race. I thought that Jeff had got away before that safety car came. We had a big battle behind, and then as soon as that came, I knew I had a chance for the win.
Excellent. Well, congratulations on the win.
Cheers.
Right, so let's have a chat with William James next, who's in second place. William, congratulations on the second position.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, over the moon with that one. Yeah, fantastic race. Really challenging, difficult conditions. I was up with the guys, and it was epic race. Really, really.
It's great to see the smile on your face. It looked very tricky at moments around that circuit.
Yeah, it was, and I think it was, obviously the safety car came out and threw the cat amongst the pigeons a bit. But yeah, it was brilliant. Super happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Right, let's have a quick word with Jeff. Here he is. Hello, Jeff. Congratulations on the podium position.
Yeah.
Is it what you were hoping for this afternoon?
Yeah, I mean, it's always nice to be on the podium, but we had a really good race. At the first phase of the race, I was well ahead. Safety car mixed things up again, which was pretty exciting. And then just to throw more into the mix, we had the rain, which was fantastic. So yeah, a bit bemused as to why I was here. I guess the guy in front of me got a penalty of some description. But yeah, a third's a third. I'm happy.
Excellent. Well, congratulations. Thank you, Jeff. So we'll have a few of the podiums. They'll present the trophies very shortly. So I'll hand over to you, Chris.
Thank you, Sam. Yeah, nice to hear from the drivers. Does look like we're going to be able to have some podiums in a short while, but the conditions, you can see they've really settled in, haven't they? So the rain is there for the rest of the race weekend potentially today. I know that the percentage chances of rain was increasing as we went through to lunchtime, and then maybe starts fading as we come into the tail end of this day. But as far as what other action we've got, we've just seen the first Caterham Roadsport race, but there is a bit of a gap now until the next Caterham action. So it's about 3 hours before we start with our next one. So you must keep that stream going in the background. You can listen in, wait for my voice to start coming back on. But we've got the 310s scheduled at about 4 o'clock-ish. But everything's running early, so we expect to see that might come on, significantly early in that. So do keep an eye on your stream throughout the day. And then we've also got a race for the 270Rs and the 7 Championship UK races, the first of their 3 this weekend, the national level Caterham race. You can see all the drivers with all their stories out there in Park Furby. It's always an exciting place to be. There's a lot of energy there. There's a lot of adrenaline, obviously, and some people are having good days and other people bad days. Joe Priday congratulating Chiddix there, but he didn't have such a good race himself. But yes, I think it looks like we are getting ready for those presentations, as it's all the drivers there sort of ready to congratulate their fellow comrades as they're looking there. But yep, so plenty of Caterham action today, and we've also obviously back tomorrow as well for 5 more. We've even joined by the Academy, so we've got the Academy with us tomorrow. But there is Jeff Newman. He's get ready. So that is William James getting his second place trophy over there. So well done to William James on his second place. And I think we'll get to see. Yeah, Jeff's already got his, so there's Freddie Chilich receiving his first place trophy. So congratulations, Freddie, for managing difficult conditions. Commiserations to Jeff for losing out, and well done to William James for hanging on in there and picking up the pieces as they fell to him. So it's about 3 hours until our next Caterham action of the weekend. So you can definitely have some lunch, go and get a cup of tea and all those kind of things. But we will be back with you in about 4 o'clock-ish for the next lot of Caterham actions. We just see Chiddix there, ready to spray his winning champagne. Oh, he's just not a good look. You were very exposed at that point. He's definitely got away with that. Yeah. Maybe it's actually fully smashed. So let's hope he doesn't give himself a puncture. Let's look out for that in race number 2. But well done to all of our drivers for getting through that, and well done. We will look forward to welcoming you back. We will see you in about 3 hours' time for the next race, 310R. Can't wait to see you then.
Well, good afternoon and welcome to a beautiful Silverstone. Wait a minute, it's not. Did you put your barbecues away yesterday? Because the weather has changed somewhat here today. As you can see, we've even got standing water. It is the 2022 British Endurance Championship. My name is Chris Dawes, and I'm going to have the absolute delight of taking these guys round this 2-hour endurance race here on the full Silverstone GP circuit. We're over in the old pit lane, if you will, and that's where they'll be starting from, taking them into Copse Corner for the first corner. So it's they've been released from the pit lane. They're making their way round, and they'll put themselves onto the grid. They'll still only get the one green flag lap, we've been informed, which is interesting because it was raining earlier, but not quite as much as this, to be honest. Oh no! And we've even got somebody else that is already struggling. That's the 92 car, which is Sasha Kakad at the wheel of that Simpson Motorsport Mercedes. And unless I'm very much mistaken, that is our pole sitter car. It is indeed the 92. That shows you just how tricky it is out there. Sasha will be kicking himself about that one because he's delighted to be back out here in this car. Hugo's off sort of doing TCR Championship, I think it is. And he's just delighted to be able to jump in the car with him this weekend. But he's not so happy with the standing water, which... Look at the state, look at it. I mean, the amount coming off there is quite incredible. I'll tell you what I'm going to do. I'm delighted to say I'm going to introduce the team as we go. David Smith is down in the pit lane, and we'll grab interviews as and when appropriate. But I'm delighted to say I'm joined in the commentary box here during the course of this race from someone who knows this from a driver's perspective. He's at the moment an ex Caterham racer, but I still reckon he'll be back out there at some point as well. But it is Chris Cheesy Hutchison. Cheesy, welcome to the commentary box, and some sights that probably make you glad you're in here rather than out there.
Yeah, this looks like similar conditions to I had last year. Good afternoon, everybody. Boats might be more appropriate right now rather than race cars, but conditions that I'm sure that a number of the drivers will be fairly used to. I mean, Silverstone, what a venue to be at. They've just come off 30 degrees of
Yeah.
full-on tropical conditions yesterday, and what have they woken up to today? Well, it was drizzled this morning, wasn't it? Inclement conditions, but now it's properly grotty.
On that note, actually, let's flip this on its head. Is that we're talking about the standing water out there being quite extreme, but this morning was a big problem for them. And now I'm speaking to you as a racing driver. Everybody tells me that worse is neither one thing or the other. Either be dry or be chucking it down. Don't be in the middle, which is what it was this morning.
Yeah, the greasy conditions, that means that you can gain momentum around some corners, which then you've got to deal with that extra speed, which is why the greasy conditions cause you a lot of problems. But the standing water gets to a point where even the Goodyear wet tyres here are not going to be able to cope with the sheer amount of water on track, and you can see how slow the drivers are all making their way around. You can see how much water is there under, and that's what causes the aquaplaning. That pressure of the water and the tyres unable to deal with it just mean that they will lose track, and in fact they will actually lose contact with the surface of the. You can see the rivers coming across the circuit as they head off down the Wellington Straight.
Well, and of course how quickly the tyre tracks actually disappear again afterwards. I mean, this is, and look how poor the vision that they're going to have. The view is not going to be great unless you are that lead car.
Yeah, the opening laps are going to be interesting indeed, but we've got a 2-hour endurance race today. They don't want to do anything stupid or take any big risks on that opening lap, as much as they might be tempted to do, and I'm sure we'll see one of the two of the drivers pushing the envelope, but no, with the conditions that we've got now, you saw even on that formation lap, we did see that spin from the 92 here, so yeah, that's going to be a bit of a confidence sapper, isn't it?
It really is. I tell you what, one of the things that's disappointing is that we're hearing there is a rumour that one of the cars that was the 21 car, the Venture Innovations, Matty George was out in that Mercedes AMG GT4. The belief is that he's posted the fastest ever GT4 lap around the GP circuit. We're yet to have that officially ratified, but that's incredible, and then a shame we're not going to see it this afternoon.
Yeah, conditions and the Goodyear tyres obviously absolutely on it to get that kind of accolade. But yeah, no, you're not going to see those times. Certainly very different tyres are we strapped onto these right now, and they all taken up their place. I believe it's a rolling start for these guys. So actually, in some ways, that'll be good in that they'll all have some momentum already. But no doubt the spray will be a pretty impressive sight to see.
Yeah, I mean, I think back to when my dad and I used to come here and watch the British Grand Prix year after year. I think we did something like 10 years in a row. And when they go down the Hanger Straight, the rooster tails coming off of the back of the cars down that stretch is incredible in Formula One cars. These are going to be impressive as well.
Yeah, we've got GT3 machinery on the grid. They have got a substantial amount of downforce. They are going to be chucking up significant volumes of water into the air. And as you know already, as a spectator, if those rooster tails hit you, it's like buckets of water landing on your head. And I've spent many a Grand Prix absolutely soaked to the bone, but you wouldn't have it any other way. It's spectacular.
Now, interestingly, I think that we just saw earlier that there was a few cars at the end of the pit lane. We've had notification from race control that the pit lane is now closed. So I got the impression we may have a couple of cars that are going to have to start from the pit lane. In these conditions, though, that's possibly not a disadvantage.
Not a disadvantage. It gives you extra time as well to work on the car. So if they were scrabbling to get setup changes done ahead of these conditions, where, say, this morning it was very greasy, but it was certainly not wet like we're seeing now. So if they were doing setup changes, then that gives them extra time. And it's in an endurance race, it's not so critical. If you are at the back at the beginning of this race, it doesn't mean you're going to still be there by the time the clock or the flag comes down.
Yeah, and there we saw just on the left of your screen there, you'll have seen it looks like there is a couple of, I think they would both look like TCR cars, I think, out of the corner of my eye. By the way, the car that's poking out sort of at a weird jaunty angle there, the BMW Z4, we need to keep an eye on that one. The 55 ING Sport car, 3-car team, Ian Lawson, Kevin Clark and Ryan Lindsay in that one, but they are driving around a gearbox problem yesterday, and I think they only managed 2 laps in practice yesterday, and in qualifying today, 4th gear the whole time.
Yeah, that's not an ideal position to be in, and that's going to be worrying when we get to the pit stops as well. Can they get that car up and running again? I guess in conditions like this, maybe 4th gear is quite an ideal gear to have if you have any of them. But no, I'm sure that they'll be looking to see whether they can sort out those maladies.
What's the stress on the engine when they go down Hanger Straight, things like that? It's incredible. So we move off on the green flag lap behind the safety car. I am informed it's just going to be the one green flag lap here. Unless that has changed. Yeah, no, just had it confirmed from race control. It is indeed just the one green flag lap. Let's take you through the grid then. We said 92, the Simpson Motorsport car, the Mercedes, got the pole position with 160 Rob Boston racing alongside him. 19 Racelab and Stanbridge Motorsport 41, the pair of Lamborghinis side by side on row 2. Row 3, AF Corsa 23 Ferrari and Veluga Racing number 51, and make it a third Ferrari in that batch. It's the 144 R&R performance cars with ING Sport, the BMW Z4 number 55 alongside them. Where did I get to? Row 5 is 32 SG Racing 21 Venture Innovations and 6th row 60 EDF Motorsports and 50 T7 Motorsport. Row 7 sees the second of the Race Lab cars, which is not Lee Frost that's behind the wheel of that one. It's Ewan Hankey with that one. Sadly, we've got their teammates pulled out of this one. 7 Veluga Racing, the Porsche alongside them. 87 Sheared Autosports Audi and the 44 car of CTR Alpha Tune in the Seat TCR car. On to the 9th row, 33 Infinity Financial Racing by Team Brit and 66 Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport. Then it's the full Team Brit, team number 68 and 22 EDF Motorsports on the 10th row. Row 11, 36 the Team Hard Janetta and Motus One number 94. And row 12 is 14 RVR U-Car Racing, the Porsche alongside them will be 35 Breakall Racing in the Mercedes, and then all alone on the 13th row the Jaguar 88 Nubam Racing. So a 25 car grid for this 2-hour endurance race. And it's going to be even more endurance race, isn't it, with these conditions, Cheesy?
Yeah, the sheer concentration needed around this for 2 hours, and with all the strategy going on as well. But yeah, these drivers are going to earning their keep today for sure. And and given that the conditions are changing, and looking at our commentary window now, we're not talking the heavy rain that we were seeing a little while back. We might well see that change of conditions, and then you've got the whole strategy call around tyres.
That's a good point. These things will shift absolute litres of the rainwater on the circuit if it is able to stop, and we're not sure what the sit's going to be here for this as they make their way on to the Wellington Straight. You can see they're starting to get into their corridors already, the 2x2 to lead them off on this start. there's a phrase that I annoy people by saying too much, but it kind of rings true even more with these conditions. You can't win the race on the first corner, but you sure as heck can lose it.
Yeah, and you can use it a lot of places, especially at the beginning with the number of cars we've got on this grid. 6 classes on, I believe, in the championship.
Yeah.
So, yeah. Whilst not all of those places matter, you have to get past them all, and in conditions like this, that's not always an easy thing to do.
It isn't. So our pole sitter with the sister Mercedes 160 Rob Boston racing alongside him. They're going to bring us to the line. They're in control of this restart. The safety car lights were out. It will have ducked into the pits already as we go through the last sequence of corners. Just look at that spray. It's incredible. But here we go towards the lights, and the race is about to get underway. The red 92 car alongside us, it just booms past our own commentary box. Such a loud noise. And away we go. So 2 hours of Brit car endurance racing underway. The pair of Mercedes sit side by side for as long as they dare. I thought for a second we were even going 3 wide further back. They're threatening 3 wide. I said 4. Make that 4 wide in these conditions. Cheesy, we said they were going to go steady on corner 1.
Yeah, it looks like they're looking like they're going to shove it out there wide already. But yeah, the grip is actually at the outside of the track normally around the Silverstone circuit, especially when we get to this kind of condition. So you'll see them. They will be avoiding those apexes. So it's not necessarily they have drifted wide, but everyone is filtering through Maggers and Beckett's here. Some going wide than others. You'll have drivers who do have more Silverstone track knowledge than others, and you'll see that they will start making progress early on.
Yeah, so our leader is already starting to stretch his legs, and it's Sasha Kakad at the wheel of that 92 car at the moment, whereas the 160 Rob Boston Racing, he says, trying to grab his paperwork. Wayne Mars is starting that one. The pro Tom Jackson will be taking that over. Still so much trying to sort out further back there. The Veluga Racing Porsche, the last time I saw them was over in Hockenheim. It's good to see them out here with a Porsche. That said, I was about to say about the spray looking bad. That looks like that's reduced from what we saw when they first went out in pits already.
I think it probably has, but equally, when you're sat in a car, you will not have it a little bit wide there. It's like ice on those curbs out there, and once you get out there, they just drag you off further. He just managed to keep it inside of the gravel there, but he did manage to do that successfully, which is a good news at this early stage.
Well, interestingly, he was able to accelerate past the Lamborghini. That's James Little at the wheel of the number 7 Veluga Racing Porsche. And it actually works. You need to be careful because I don't think it's looked down on too fondly from the officials if they keep doing that.
No, in conditions like this they do have a little bit more leeway to, especially in these early laps, but yeah, you don't want to continue to do that, otherwise the marshals will call you in. But that spray, yes, maybe it's reduced slightly, but you can see that as a driver sat in these seats, especially if you're having any misting problems, which also comes up sometimes, you will literally see nothing. You are looking at the peripheral vision, trying to work out where you are on track, and 3 wide now coming out to Wellington. We've still got a left-hand corner to get through. Let's hold our breaths.
Interesting watch. Either that's a problem there for the 144 Ferrari, the R&L Performance. Chris Goddard, the car owner behind the wheel at the moment, handing that over to a certain Bradley Ellis for the second part of this race. And that just got passed by a number of TCR cars there. So I accept that they're going to tiptoe round, but I have a horrible feeling there's a slight issue during the course, on that section of the circuit. So are we going to see him come towards the pits? We'll keep an eye on that. But Christopher Compton Goddard, as many will recognise him, with his familiar livery, didn't look good. Now, we see the Rob Boston Mercedes under pressure from a car that I alerted you all to being aware of having gearbox problems. I'm not smelling gearbox problems right there.
No, it certainly looks like he's up to pace and not struggling for traction. So yeah, you can imagine he's going up through those gears quite nicely. Interesting with the class-based structure, we might see some different classes sort of benefit from these conditions compared to when it dries out. So it's something else to watch for as this race develops.
Well, we've got so the BMW there, the BMW Z4, Kevin Clark that's starting that 55 ING Sport run car. That is sat there in 3rd place overall, buzzing around like an annoying hornet all over the back of the Rob Boston Racing 160 Mercedes. Wayne Mars at the wheel of that one. I love the fact that the team here for Britcar did a media piece that said Mars attacks. You just had to, didn't you? But he's the one being attacked this time.
Yeah, sometimes they write themselves, don't they? We're still seeing huge quantities of water being thrown up by these large, wet tyres that we've got going on the Goodyears out there. So there's still, plenty of spray. Even though the rain maybe has abated, especially at our end of the track, doesn't necessarily mean it's stopped at the other end. But we've got action going around Luffield. to try and. In fact, it's not Lufford, is it? That's the Village and the Loop and the earlier part of the lap, but still side by side. They've been side by side for a couple of corners now.
Yeah, and even though it's going to be the outside, you were making the comment that the outside line can have the more grip, so where normally you'd stay off the marbles. Wow, that's some elbows out racing from the 160 Rob Boston Racing Mercedes there. Determined not to let it completely be easy, and in fact, brilliant job, he's kept hold of that. I was convinced he'd lost that because I started saying that you normally avoid the marbles, the bits of rubber off of your tyres when it's dry, but when it's wet, that's what gives you that difference between the track surface so that you can shift the water.
The outside of that corner, normally that's a flat out little kink in most race cars in dry conditions. You don't really think about it too much, but side by side in the wet, it's actually quite a tight bend, and he ran out of space. He was on those curbs, and then you've got no choice but to come off the throttle.
Yeah, and it was a fair shout. The Rob Boston Racing, Wayne Mars was not prepared to give that one up whatsoever. We're getting things like alerts to say make sure rain lights are on.
Yeah, no, and that's needed, isn't it? And it's something for the drivers to think about. There's lots going on in the cockpit. You're trying to look forward a little bit wide out there. Is he going to go onto the grass? Well, they're both on the grass, so definitely pushing. It's an incredibly slippy part of the track. That is the first part. You get a little river coming across, and there is, I don't know whether it's a difference in tarmac, but it just really doesn't grip there at all.
Well, into the pits already, judging from TSL, has come the number 7 Veluga Racing Porsche. We saw that car moving its way through the order earlier. James Little was at the wheel of that one. It's not flashing down the order yet, so we'll need to wait and see, but it was in 6th place when it came into the pits. I don't know whether our pit reporter, David Smith, he's down there, and he may be able to let us know if there's any kind of issues. Problem is, if the car's a bit too far down, with these conditions in particular, we may sort of like lose him a little bit. But it does look like that car's gone in, and what's that? That's the end of the second lap. That is not good news.
No, it obviously depends on that. I'm not sure the pit lane or the pit rules, so it might be they're trying to get one done early.
No, a good perfect segue, thank you for that one, because I haven't said about that, is that there is a window basically 20 minutes in and before the last 20 minutes, and they have to make 2 mandatory pit stops. They can choose whether they're refueling, and you hear rumours like the Ferraris are going to refuel both times. If they're refueling, the drivers have to jump out. Most cars apart from one, the 55 BMW there's got 3. Oh, and the 35 Mercedes, that has spun round. Where was that car running when it had its moment? We'll have to keep an eye on that one. Yeah, the 35 was down in 21st. So that's the Breakall Racing, and it's kept itself going into the gravel. I'm not convinced he's going to be able to get out of that one.
It's a strange one. He looked like he had opportunity to get on the brakes and stop that car from rolling, but he continued to roll right into the gravel, and that is deep gravel today. Even the wet's not going to save him at the point. You can see the marshals ready to push him out.
Yellow flags waving there. Now, are we tempting to go towards a safety car, which will be bad news for Simpson Motorsport car, because it's built up a 4.5 second lead. Second place has gone the way of the ING Sport BMW. He's been threatening that for a couple of laps, hasn't he, to be fair? So Rob Boston Racing 160 drops down a place, but that 30, what did we say it was, the 35 car, wasn't it? Grant Dalton at the wheel of that Breakall Racing Mercedes GT4 car. Hopefully they'll be able to get it out. Safety car is, as we suspected, out.
Yeah, when you've got marshals there, sort of they might allow that to be exposed for a short period, but trying to push that car, if it didn't move immediately, they want to move those marshals into a position of safety, and thereby safety car neutralises the race and gets that situation.
Yeah, and the problem is that if one car can lose it, so can others, and invariably, and again, you probably found this easy, is that they tend to be magnets for other cars.
Yeah, I mean, sometimes it's just about the distraction. You see the yellow flag, and then you almost get distracted by seeing the cars on the outside, but equally, they've gone off for a reason, whether it's extra water, there's a river going across, whatever it happens to be, other cars are going to hit that same issue.
Very true. Well, that's on to the, I think it was the 3rd lap that suddenly the 35 car has lost it. Your race leader is still at the moment the 92 Simpson Motorsport car, piloted by Sasha Kakad at the start of this. That's down at Stowe Corner. That car is in the kitty litter. So that's a fast approach down to it.
It's a fast corner, and it's also a significant runoff period. Yeah, we are seeing on our screens now a car is in the pits, as we called out.
Yeah, the number 7 car sadly got, well, I think he got up to 6th overall, bearing in mind that started 14th on the grid and got up to 7th, has now gone tumbling down to 24th. Very busy trying to see whether they can get that car back out again.
Yeah, I mean, there's still plenty of time in this race, but obviously any time spent in the pits is going to compromise your position, but it's still worth doing it with a 2-hour race. Other people will hit issues, no doubt, as we see just going off onto the Wellington Straight. There's not that much reduced speed going on at the moment, is there, for a safety car, but they're still waiting to get around to the start-finish straight to pick up that safety car.
Yeah, that's a key point, because that margin was still like 4.5 seconds between the 92 car in the lead and the white BMW Z4 of ING Sport, with, as I say, Kevin Clark at the wheel of the second place car at the moment. Rob Boston Racing Mercedes still in third position. Fourth is then actually the Class C leading car, number 51. That's Carl Cavers at the wheel of that Veluga Racing Ferrari. So they're actually sat in a Ferrari for that Veluga Racing, whilst their sister Porsche is in the pits having some kind of issues resolved. Other class leaders, in sixth place overall is the Class D leader, which is the Team Hard Ginetta, car number 36, and that's Ray Harris behind the wheel of that Ginetta G55 at the moment. What other class leaders we got? Trying to interpret that. The 19 car, which is Class B. I couldn't see that on the screen then. I need to get my eyes checked. Is the Blackhorn Lamborghini Super Trofeo, Claude Beauvais at the wheel of that 19 at the moment. Class F being led by number 14 RVR UK Racing. The Porsche number 14, that's Mark McAleer that's behind the wheel at the moment. That's Dad. So Mark and Jake McAleer driving that Porsche 997 together at the moment, and I've commentated on them numerous times in the Porsche Championship. Good to see they're still in a Porsche and tackling together father-son. We've got quite a few family teams out there, father, sons, brothers, etc., and I like that.
Yeah, you quite often see that in GT racing in particular, where you've got the opportunity for multiple drivers. I know a number of father-son pairings that are certainly in development as they go, but yeah, it's nice to see that, isn't it?
Yeah, it's. I can imagine it's more fun than driving against each other to some extent, to be honest with you. But some will probably disagree with me on that.
And they'll still be competitive towards lap times for sure. You know it.
Yeah, yes, absolutely, without question. Yeah, I mean, we've got the 88 car, which is the Thompson twins. They're called, even though they're not twins, they're brothers. But Callum and Adam Thompson, brothers in the Jaguar F-Type. We've already talked about Mark and Jake McAleer, father-son. We've also got in car 33, the Aston Martin, a lovely sort of pale yellow Aston Martin, very different, stands out. Dale Abbott is the son, Mark Abbott is the dad. Jake and James Little in the number 7 Porsche that we know is in the pits at the moment, sadly, the Veluga Racing Porsche. Jake Little's the son, James Little the dad. 32, Mark and Peter Cunningham in the Porsche 997 SG Racing Run car. Mark is the son and Peter is the dad, and I think that's the family members in this. Apologies if you've gone on. I'm not bothered, but I was.
It's, I mean, British Endurance Champion. This is going for, say, title of British Endurance Champion, and nice to keep that in the family, isn't it? As we see the recovery truck there heading down to that Stowe corner, where clearly marshal power alone is not enough. They do need some of that vehicle power to drag that out. It's amazing how quickly the cars can get embedded, and these cars do run incredibly low, obviously, to the ground. I was watching them scrape along as they were just trying to get into the pit lane. It didn't even look like there was a sort of a gradient change in the pit lane, but they were still clipping their splitters, so incredibly low to the ground. And this gravel, even in the wet, where normally you've got more of a chance to get out, because he dropped in backwards, it kind of bedded him down straight away.
Yeah, we've got to hope that front splitter doesn't suddenly start scooping up that gravel. That's not what they're going to want.
The marshals will warn the driver to make sure he drives offline and brakes offline before rejoining that surface, because there's a lot of trouble that can be caused by stones in radiators and all sorts, especially in endurance racing. That becomes a big issue.
Yeah, absolutely. So the amazing marshals and recovery crews doing a fabulous job, and that's a great job there. He's able to actually assist them by the looks of it, and they're out of the gravel without any issue at the front there. And James Little, I believe, is with David Smith down in the pits.
You've just come in. Just tell us what happened, because it was a promising start.
The start was interesting. I couldn't see the lights at all. There's so much spray from these cars. But we had a great start. P1 in class and climbing through the other faster cars as well. Loving the wet conditions, actually. But a water pump belt has snapped, so that's game over for us, unfortunately.
That's such a shame. I mean, what were the conditions like? It looked pretty rough out there.
It's not too bad, apart from the spray and the lack of visibility. You know, the grip is the grip. You're on wet tyres anyway, so you're driving with that. But it's the visibility. It's quite a problem.
Great, thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you, David. That's absolute heartbreak there. I mean, what did I say? I'm pretty sure I saw that they'd snuck up from 14th on the grid to 6th overall, which I'm pretty sure would have been a class lead for them. Yeah, I think it would have been. They would have been ahead of the Team Hard Ginetta. And that's put them out even at this early stage.
Yeah, it's such a disappointment. And so after all that testing yesterday, in fact today they've had warm-up and qualifying today, and just to build up immediately in the first sort of 10 minutes to have that problem. But saying there's no problem out there apart from the fact you can't see. Well, seeing's quite an important part of being a driver, and it is a bit disconcerting when you can't see. But I would say that where we were talking about the rain is slightly abated. You can see that even now with conditions out on track, we haven't got the rivers coming across that we were seeing on their green flag and formation laps. So whilst there's no way we can call it a drying line yet, we can certainly say it's headed that way at this point in time.
Yeah, of course the issue is with them circulating at this speed, they're not shifting it off the tarmac as quick as we were earlier, but I don't think they're too worried. And I thought for a second one car was going to zig while the other was zagging there, and that looked a bit worrying for a second, but thankfully we got away with it. That was I think that's the SG Racing car number 32, the yellow and black Cunningham's Porsche. So Simpson Motorsport will be looking to try and extend that lead back out again as quickly as they can. 4.5 seconds was the margin before the safety car come out. I mean, from a driver's perspective, how do you deal with that frustration?
You just have to get used to it. It's it's happened to all a lot of drivers. You know, you get that lead, you spend all that time building it. Especially in endurance racing, you kind of get to use it. But I'm more to the sprint racing, and it is very disappointing. But you must switch off. You must turn back into that race mode, and you can go from the psychology of I must be under control and hitting my marks every single time. Now you've got to get your elbows out. You've got other people around you. Their job is then to muck your line up, and so you really do need to be able to switch back into race mode quickly.
Yeah, absolutely. 41 Stanbridge Motorsport Lamborghini there was just in shot. They're going to hope to move on up through the order. They're currently sitting second within their class, so they'll be trying all they can as the safety car makes its way in towards the pits this time round. By the looks of it, I'm pretty sure I spotted that the lights were off. Yes, indeed. So exit stage right for that's very nice of me, even indicated to say he was turning right there. So it now comes to the 92. Sasha Kakad has the field back under his control. He's not hanging about. Look at the rooster tail kick up there as he comes down the start-finish straight, determined to pull away as quickly as possible. The BMW Z4 ING Sport, the 55 car, Kevin Clark at the wheel, not even front lights on anymore, let alone rain lights at the back. So I don't know how that's going to be looked at, but he's done it again. Fair play. Sasha Kakad's just monstered it again.
He looks like he's got the pace, doesn't he? And the car in second place there did have some momentum and had to get past Rob Boston Racing the first section of this race, if you like. And he will be getting his pedal to the metal now to see whether he can do anything about the Simpson Motorsport out in front at the moment. It's looking like that gap is developing already.
It certainly is. I mean, saying that, he did a lot as they go down the hangar straight in towards Stowe. In fact, the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes is under pressure now from the Valuga Racing Ferrari, that 51 car that sat there loitering well and truly with intent. Carl Caver's at the wheel of that car at the moment. Lewis Plato will take it over. Is he looking towards the inside as they get down towards Club? No, he just thinks better of it, tucks himself back into the line there. Has anybody told him it's a 2-hour race?
Yeah, that's certainly the impression. I guess you've got to make these positions while you can and while you've got that benefit. Just interesting to think about setup as well. Some of the cars might have gone for a more intermediate setup or a wet setup, and that might be see sort of a car like a Rob Boston Racing. If they're set up lower to the ground, they may be suffering more from aquaplaning than other cars. Good
point, very good point. I mean, the reality is we all saw weather reports, but it was changing by the day. It was changing this morning. It wasn't making it clear, the percentage at times was very low whether we were going to see rain at all. Then it was, but how much is it? Now we're here, and this is what they've got to play with. Is you're right that some of them could have had that ride height, it's easy for me to say, a little bit too low, and they're going to have to look at it. A car that had an issue on that restart was the 87 E-Class car, the Sheared Autosport. the number 87 car, Jonathan Beeson, at the wheel of that Audi TCR. That's tumbled down 9 positions on that restart. And again, they just got to shake it off, regroup, and get themselves going as we look at the car that was in the gravel. Now, the way they're looking in that engine bay, I'm suddenly thinking cause or effect.
Yeah, it's hard, exactly that. And we did say, I said at the time, it was strange to see him just drop off the edge of the tarmac into the gravel when he had opportunity to stop it. So maybe there is something else going on there. You can see the gravel still coming out from underneath the car, and it is important in endurance racing to make sure all that has gone before you do set off. But like you say, they're not in any particular hurry. They didn't look like there was the last minute just quick changes. It looked like they were sort of taking more time over that.
The car that's just moved up through the order a little bit is Ian Goff at the wheel of the 98 Race Lab Porsche Cayman. Well, interestingly, that said that I've got it down here as 2 different cars, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, it is a Porsche GT4 Cayman Club Sport car. That's just jumped up 2 places, getting past 36 and 94. The Team Harjanetta and the Motus One Cupra TCR. The pit window is now open, so any of these cars can choose to come in, and we'll be able to see. Can you click that race control message there for me, sir, please? Thank you. The bad news for this 35 car, as I understand it, is that it will have come in prior to that window, so this doesn't count.
Yeah, that one didn't count, so we're on to, he's going to have to come in, is it twice more already, so his race is going to be significantly impacted regardless, and maybe that's why we saw the lack of real energy going into that pit stop.
Yeah, the pit stops that they have to make within this, it's a very large pit window, so they can do what they want. The honest answer, they could even choose to stop more than twice if they really wanted to. I'm not sure why you necessarily would want to, but it's got to last minimum 2 minutes from pit in to pit out. And I was just trying to see the message that I got. Beam to beam is timed at 30.2.
Yeah, so again, another skill for the whole team to have to take into account when do you release the driver, and making sure that they will have timed that during testing, and they'll have an idea of how long exactly they need to leave before they, the time between the beams, if you like. But equally, in wet conditions and changeable conditions, that adjusts, doesn't it? So you'd think it'll take slightly longer in those conditions, so they're probably less likely to get a penalty, but it's something to keep an eye out for later.
Talking about something to keep an eye out for, there was a car that I was just looking at on the timing screen, the 144, Christopher Compton Goddard, in the R&R Performance Ferrari 458 Challenge car. Do you remember I said earlier that it suddenly got passed by about half a dozen cars, including TCR cars? That safety car seems to have helped it, that it's managed to clear its throat, whatever the problem was, because he just moved up 2 places last time round, up into 15th overall, 3rd, so a bit of silverware within the C-class as it stands. And I'm sure he's going to look to try and go even higher, although I think the next C-class is sat 5th overall, so quite a way, but with, over an hour and a half left to go, 2 pit stops, we know that there's still a chance. Talking about conditions, Cheesy, is that look at on the time screen, Simpson Motorsport, our pole sitter and race leader, purples across the sectors last time and a new fastest lap.
And you can see that the rain has absolutely started coming down, so I'm guessing that
the other way
driest.
now.
It absolutely will. that lap might stick. I can hear in my earphones as well the rain landing on our cameramen out there in these wet conditions as they head off around. But yeah, we're headed back to the kind of conditions we saw on those green flag laps, and it's amazing how quickly that can change. You can see immediately the spray becomes thicker, and the drivers coming through this Magnus Beckers having to ease off again. So where they've worked out where the track conditions were and which way they're heading, they have to quickly identify that we've gone south again now, and it's wet as you like. And
I think that is probably going to be the way the whole 2 hours is going to go. Even if we have that, I and many of the drivers would hope that it just clears up and it gets better. You just don't know. We've got those windows, and are we going to have the Formula One-esque situation where they're going to be looking at the weather reports to the level that they're kind of going, right, at which point shall we pit stop?
I mean, in Club Motorsport, we tend to look at just, looking at all the apps, and we look at, get a selection of apps and just check what the radars are.
But they're all different.
They all tell you a different story. And this morning they very much told a different story, and whether these teams have the setup to go and, get a bit more radar up there or get a bit more spotter, I'm not sure. But nevertheless, it's all useful information, especially when it comes to setup. But having, no definitive definitive answer to what the weather's going to be. It's always a tricky time for the drivers and teams.
It really is. I think I just saw at the corner of my eye a car coming into the pits again, and it looked like the 35 Mercedes could still have an issue. I noticed as well a car that dropped down the order a little bit was the 36 Team Hard Ginetta, that from memory was leading class at that time, dropped down 5 places, so presumably had a bit of a moment but carried on. We're looking there at the 51 Veluga Racing Ferrari. Crikey, I'll be in trouble for saying that in some corners of the world, won't I? But Carl Cavers at the wheel of that Veluga Racing Porsche. That is your Class C leading car, 4th overall on the road. And in fairness, you've got to look, and he's got that Class C by the scruff of the neck, because I'm trying to look into the background. Where's the yellow Porsche? There it is in the background. The SG Racing 32 car, Mark Cunningham at the wheel. That's second in Class C.
Yeah, so they're still running, not nose to tail on track, but they're certainly running, nose to tail on the timing boards. But as you can see, he's got quite a significant gap now, and both of them will be running in a position on track though where they can see and they can mark, get their braking point and their marks, and that's sometimes quite a comfortable place to be, depending on, you might see a push later on by the Porsche to see whether he can catch up as they approach those pit stops, and when those pit stops are going to be, I guess for everyone at the moment is that decision, and will a fresh pair of wets help at this point if they do swap the tyres, or actually do they want to pause and wait and see what these conditions are going to do?
Into the pits has just come the Class E leading car. That's the Motus One Cupra TCR, car number 94. He says looking down. That was the number change, wasn't it? What was that? That was originally down as 28 on our programme. Brad Thurston and Matt Sherrington. So Brad Thurston has brought that car in. Now that the pit window's open, you're kind of there thinking, well, hopefully that's a routine stop. Also into the pits is the Team Hard Ginetta, number 36. That kept tumbling down through the order on the last lap again, so I think they've been nursing an issue. So it's within the pit window, damage limitation, but what are they hiding at the moment?
Yeah, we'll figure that one out as the race goes on. I think we're just looking at Class D leader here, the number 98 car, the Race Lab Porsche Cayman GT4, as he makes his way around the loop and back out onto the Wellington straight. But yeah, this is the Class lead of D. And say in these conditions, some of the class differences or differences of speed are less pronounced, and it can be down a bit more to driver skill and a little bit more down to the sort of style of car. And I know that in sometimes really torrential conditions, you even get front-wheel drive cars able to significantly outperform. As we're back down in the pits there, I think that's the number 94 car there. And that is the Class E car, Motus One Cupra TCR.
That was the one that was leading Class E when they've come in. Now that does look like a standard pit stop, doesn't it? The TCR. I love this with the Brit Car Endurance Championship. It's got those 6 classes. Classes A for those built to GT3 specification and invited cars of similar performance. Class B is modern GT2, Super Trofeo, 488 Challenges and Porsche 992 Cup specifications, non-homologated cars as well. Class C is built to 458 Challenge and Porsche 991 specification and non-homologated cars with a particular BEPI score. Class D, GT4. Class E, TCR Endurance class. So that's great that there's somewhere for these endurance cars to be able to go. Also, they can be run into WSC and TCR 2022.
That was the number 51 car. I think that's Class C leader spinning there. That's a Veluga Racing Ferrari.
Good spot, and that means that the Class C lead is together. Wow, that is incredible. So it must have only been a quick spin, but it's enough to throw him into the clutches of second place, and this is going to then be the old switcheroo to the other side. There we go, the 32 car, SG Racing, makes that move, signed, sealed and delivered. He didn't need inviting twice, did he, Mark Cunningham?
No, the Ferrari's just stuck sideways through Stowe, so he obviously lost it, but not necessarily a complete rotation, as we caught him just rejoining, but he had to not quite enough of a gap to maintain that lead in front, but the 32 certainly pushed that into the veil and made that move stick nicely.
Yeah, very good job, and I think that's what you need to do if the opportunity presents itself, because there was a bit too much daylight. What was the daylight between when it went through? Just over 5.5 seconds it was. So actually that was quite a reasonable stop that he was there to get it all collected back up again. But if he was able to pull out 5.5 seconds previously, shake it off, let it go, get rid of any red mist or anything else and start reeling it back in.
At the moment though, you can see he's regathering himself together. See the 2 TCR cars, they go side by side as we go into Abbey, that is, on the right hander, the 94 and the 66. So that is we saw some pit stops already happening. So some of these cars will have stopped and others won't, and it's about recovering back through and those relative speeds. But yeah, so 5.5 seconds stopped in a spin will feel like forever as a driver, I tell you that for nothing.
I can imagine. I really can imagine. And our pole sitter is in, so the Simpson Motorsport 92 car, Sasha Kakad jumps out of the car, goes for a run. Easy cut, Tiger. But, of course, he does have to get out of the way so that they can refuel. So they are going for a refuel straight away. Interesting. I know that there was rumours that the Ferraris may well be going for, refueling. Look at that rain. You can see it there, can't you? That does not look pleasant for anybody. But that doesn't mean that Sasha Kakad's not getting back in at this stage. He may well do, but you have to get out of the car if you're refueling.
I understand that some cars will be a single driver as well. I'm not sure if that is the case at the moment, but I think there is a stipulation you can be a single driver in this championship. You can correct me if I'm wrong on that, but yeah, he has chosen to relinquish that lead, and the ING Sport BMW Z4 is now leading the race. But yeah, he will be, obviously now taking the opportunity to refuel, and whilst the conditions are as they are, you're not going to have the drawback of weight on the dry conditions. You want as little weight in as possible, especially if you're going to split stints down. But in the wet, it doesn't matter so much. In fact, sometimes weight can be good when you get aquaplaning.
Which, with the increased rain that we could see on the cameras here on the mics, and Cheesy was reporting there, is that you can see that it has changed the dynamic. And this is what I love about this mixed grid of cars, is that you get strengths and weaknesses not just at different parts of the circuit, but in different weather conditions as well. In reality, look at this. The Aston Martin is about to dive up the inside of the EDF Motorsport Seat TCR. Job done. That isn't necessarily for class, because the 22 is class E, second place in the E class at the moment, and the Aston Martin, the Infinity Financial Racing by Team Brit Aston Martin, is second in Class D. So those two are both second in their respective classes.
Rotation number 41, that is. That's the Stanbridge Motorsport Lamborghini. He was second in class. I think that's
it's difficult to see, isn't it?
But nevertheless, he's another Stowe rotation. So Stowe's obviously causing a problem. A little bit of a backfire there as he tries to respark. It's a Ferrari.
Now, is that the 51? I think it is the Veluga Racing Ferrari. It is. Now, I'm hopeful that flames licking out of the back of the Stanbridge Motorsport Lamborghini. Now, that surprised me that they're struggling to get that one started. Water gremlins. He's now got to try and get this across the grass. There's very wet.
Looks like it's that one to hang a straight. That's an awfully long way away from the barrier there. And if you get the car, in fact, that's Wellington Straight, I think, in there yet. It's Wellington Straight. So he's spun coming out of the left-hand kink and just spun it all the way to the inside of the tracker.
Kept turning, basically.
And if you've run the car backwards and if you don't get on the clutch quick enough, then it puts fuel in all the wrong places, which is why you often see those flames coming out the back of the car, and then it takes a little while for that car to refire up.
I've just noticed we're looking again at the 33 Aston Martin, about to be passed by the 44 CTR Alpha Tune Seat, which means 2 cars ahead of him now is the 22 that it had just overtaken, and is now 2 places further back. That goes to show just how tricky this is. 1 step forward, 2 steps back.
It can be as simple as clipping a curb, touching a white line in the wrong place. It will, you'll lose all your momentum because you have to come out of the throttle, or you have to let the car run wide, and that can be enough to lose you places.
Into the pits has come the 51 Veluga Racing Ferrari, the 458 Challenge. Carl Cavers, I wonder if he's going to hand that over to Lewis Plato, a very fast pro indeed. Although fairness, Carl Cavers is a very, very rapid am as well. So it'd be interesting to see if the dynamic... and there's another element that I love about these championships, is that you get dynamic changes when they hand over to other drivers.
It's the average pace of the car you're looking for over this whole 2-hour period. It's not about one driver, being quick, and you've got to have 2 well-suited drivers in these cars, and it does make a difference. And again, some of the experience levels of the drivers will change as the race goes on, and then we'll see different cars having the speed.
I mean, the incident for the 51 Carl Cavers in the Veluga Racing Ferrari is a big deal. They sat tied at the top of the overall championship standings with the 144 car of Chris Goddard, and was previously Charlie Hollings, but it's Bradley Ellis this weekend that's piloting that car with him. But that car was doing well because was ahead of the 144 that sat running third in Class C at the moment, both of them in the same class. but that 51 is just going to have to try to keep itself ahead of 144.
Yeah, Bradley Ellis, what a substitute racer to have coming into your car. You know, he knows this track like the back of his hand. You know, he's raced many a time in Brit car as well as GTs and all the other kind of you know, championships out there. Very well versed and experienced driver, and good to see him making this appearance in the British Endurance Championship.
I see the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport 66 Opel Astra TCR trying all the tricks of the trade, flashing his lights at the 33 Aston Martin. Who's behind the wheel, did I say, of the 33 car? Dale Abbott at the moment behind the wheel of that car. Flashing his lights, trying to put him off, but I'm not convinced it's going to work.
It's funny to see the scale of the TCR cars. You know, when they're next to something like the Aston, it's in isolation they don't look so sizable. But look how, you know, it's quite a chunky car, isn't it? And certainly in these conditions, it's able to really put pressure onto the Aston.
It is. I wondered whether Aston was about to dive towards the pits, but it was just a slightly wide run there as it went towards Brooklands. So he got away with it, and it was probably down to that fact that you were saying with regards to the marbles that are on the circuit. It actually got a little bit more grip. I don't think he went off. He went near enough. The 92 race leader pitted, has gone back out again, and we've got down in the pits with Sasha Kakad.
Pretty rough out there in the weather.
Yeah, well, I suppose Britain for you, isn't it? But yeah, no, it's very, very changeable. It's starting to dry up a bit now. As you can see, the cars are getting faster and faster. But yeah, it was okay.
You had the luxury of being at the front, so there's slightly less spray.
Indeed, that was a really nice experience. So yeah, it's obviously much easier than if you're sat in the middle of the pack, just looking at everybody else's spray.
Now, Hugo's just taken over. Is everything going okay?
Actually, we've got an issue with the gearbox where it won't actually downshift. So in the last few laps, I was having to use the clutch occasionally just to get it to go down. So we just master reset the car, and hopefully that's solved it. But we'll see. We'll find out in a few minutes.
Okay, great. Thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thank you, David, and thank you, Sasha Kakad. Whoa, interesting that one then, Cheesy. Everything looked like it was plain sailing. He had not just the start, but the restart after the safety car, and he looked like he had everything under control, as long as we ignore the warm-up lap when he span it, of course. But it's not all plain sailing, but a complete Control-Alt-Delete, he's hoping it's done the job.
Nice to see the same IT support systems of turn it off and on again is well in effect in motorsport as well. Yes, especially when it's something you don't understand. But yeah, having to use the clutch though, so not the end of the world. It's you know, they will be used to going back to that clutch. Certainly through their junior formula, as they've brought themselves to this level, they would have had to use a clutch at some point. So not the end of the world.
We're looking again there at the 33 Infinity Financial Racing by Team Brit, the Aston Martin GT4 did run wide just as we threw down to the interview there. I think that was going through the sort of Maggots-Beckett's complex, I believe.
It was, yeah.
Yeah. It sort of wrestled itself back onto the tarmac, but it means that I think it's the 66 car that has managed to get past it now, the Opel Astra TCR that was flashing its lights and trying every trick. Well, it worked.
Yeah, I mentioned how slippy it was down there, and I've been watching the cars through that first bit of maggots going through there, and it is as slippy as ever. You can see every single car drifting wide, but the Aston just made it to the grass, and at that point you've got to abandon and go for the bit of tarmac that's just a little bit beyond it, which is what he did, and then rejoin that track. But it's this corner here where the cars really are struggling to get it turned, and when you're sat there in the driver's seat, you turn for the wheel. If you've got your speed wrong by a mile an hour, or if someone's dragged a bit of water from a different part of the track, it automatically affects that. We've got a little gaggle of cars here, a little disagreement outside of as they go through Woodcote there as to who, again, Woodcote normally not a corner for most race cars, but in these conditions, side by side, you certainly get your attention.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to check which one that is. Yeah, it's the 36. That is the Team Hard Ginetta, which actually sit third in the championship, only 1 point but behind the leading two. 83 for the lead two, 82 for that 36 car. We saw it sort of quite high up the order in the early stages, but whatever issue befell it and then came in for a pit, it's tumbled down. So I don't think it's racing with those cars, but in an endurance race, you just got to go for it no matter what.
Yeah, you can't often tell a lot of cars around you. Again,
True.
Another car drifting off wide there. the Maggot's right-hander. So again, it sounds again from my earphones and looking at these pictures like we've got another cloudburst that's arrived at the circuit. Certainly the puddles are getting bigger and the spray's getting larger. So again, more changeable conditions for these drivers to have to cope with. And you can see the absolute spray of the Ferrari there getting thrown up, and the sort of running water on the outside. That's what you want to watch for, is the running water and rivers coming across the track where it leaches off of the grass, and you know, they act like natural springs and sponges, but they release their water and often into rivers coming across the track, and it can really throw the car if you've got the wrong angle on the steering wheel or the throttle's just a little bit too open and you hit one of those. You can easily spin it, which we've been seeing today.
Yeah, it's and with the fact that that is changing, and all it takes is a car to go off and drag some gravel. I mean, look at that. That's actually interestingly a different colour line, shall we call it. I'm not going to call it drying, that would be ridiculous, but it's definitely a different colour.
It's a bit like when you mow your lawn, isn't it? There's different colours depending on these cars have dragged the water a little bit, but it's, you know, as you mentioned earlier, these massive tyres and the downforce that these cars and the wings that they have does cause that rooster tail, whereas you might not see it in some non-downforce cars. They do drag the water, and I heard stats about how much water these kind of wheel tyres will throw away, and it's incredible amount of litres per second that they are displacing. So it's no surprise that we're seeing those sort of different colours as we see the wheel tracks of the cars as they go down.
Yes, the 144 Ferrari, the R&R Performance Ferrari, Chris Goddard behind the wheel at the moment. He's battling with the number 50 Aston Martin. Absolutely beautiful in that livery, isn't it? Black with that sort of dark purple. He now needs to be mindful. The blue flags would be sort of notifying him that the 55 car that is the race leader, let's not forget, after the pit stop for the Mercedes that led from the get-go, the 92 car. Where is that 92 car? It's down in 17th place at the moment. But 55 yet to do any stop.
Yeah, so we haven't seen him in the pits yet. So yes, he took that lead quite early on and has clearly decided to make hay while the sun doesn't shine, and is pulling away and into that nice gap out front. And clearly he thinks by being in that sort of following position, he's in by not having done the pit stop, he's going to give himself a better opportunity to move ahead and maybe leapfrog when he does come into those pits. So that'd be an interesting one to happen. We've got until, I think it's the last 20 minutes of the race is when you've got to finish all your pit stops. That's when the window shuts. So there's still quite a lot of action to come out on track, it has to be said.
Yeah, I mean, the thing out of interest, that we were looking at the 55 BMW that was leading the overall race. The fact that they haven't stopped, and yet they're the one car that's actually got 3 drivers. So that kind of puts itself more equal. That's a menacing looking car, isn't it? That 87.
Bit of a bonnet there, though. That's going to be costing him time, as the wind's going to get under there, and you certainly don't want that springing open. The rain is really coming down now. But yeah, that bonnet being loose, it's going to affect his performance and also be a worry for the teams. I wonder if they've just been into the pits or whether they're still due to come in.
Yeah, I hadn't quite clocked that last time. Well, does it tell us? We haven't got how many stops they've made, have we, on our TSL, sadly?
But that is the shared Autosport Audi RS3 LMS with a little bit of a bonnet poking there, and you can see in the slower parts of the track it's not such an issue, but as you say, it's a mean, aggressive looking car, isn't it? What a sight that makes as it heads around. He's got his window open as well, so maybe suffering some fogging issues early that he's now cleared by having that window open.
Unless he's going through a drive-through in a minute, I don't know, but it doesn't want to fog up. The 32 Porsche is dropped down 7 places. Now, I didn't clock whether that one was in the pits. Remember, that one was racing with the 51 Veluga Racing Ferrari earlier on, when the red Ferrari had that spin. Well, that's gone down 7 places. It's not saying outlap, so I've got a feeling that yellow Porsche had a pirouette somewhere on that last tour. 36, the pink and green, the famous Team Hard livery on that Ginetta, going great guns to try and move itself back up through the order as our leader with nothing on his windscreen at all.
Yeah, it looks easy as you like, doesn't it? That Team Hard car has some attitude coming out of the left field that time, though. Certainly looks like he is on the move and really pushing hard as he comes around club here, and following on from the TCR car just in front of him as they head off down to this really quite uncomfortable, slippy part of the track. And so you keep that in mind. You've got to pick and choose where you overtake, and some sometimes it's just as important for the car to know that you're overtaking as it is for you to want to make that overtake. But we've also got the second place car, I think that's Rob Boston Racing there, coming up behind them, so he's also got to deal with this back market traffic to try and get to his battle, which is out front and disappearing off down Hanger Straight.
Yeah, another annoying phrase that I have when I'm commentating is there's one thing worse than back markers, and that's battling back markers, because they're focusing understandably on their battle. And is the Team Hard going to follow through? Yes, absolutely, a fantastic job there, and that is for position. These two are 20th and 21st respectively on the road, both of them needing to sort of try and move up through the order, but the Ginetta has moved up now. I don't know, I could have told you who started that, but I'm not sure who is necessarily behind the wheel of that one now, because, as I say, they don't necessarily have to change. If they've got two drivers, one of them's going to do 2 stints and the other one.
Yeah, and there's Rob Boston. We saw he was right on the outside, or the Rob Boston Racing car was right on the outside of that Stowe corner as he was looking for that grip, and that is the fastest way around in these conditions, right at the outside by the white line, all the way around the outside is where you carry that speed. But yeah, that Ginetta certainly looking like it's on the move and thirsty for more.
Who's this? This is Rob. Oh no, it was our erstwhile leader, the 92 car, now trying to move its way up through the order. Got up to 12th position as the Simpsons Motorsport Mercedes, and is going to try and keep going higher. That was originally down as an invitation class, but that's been removed as invitation. It is legitimately there. Simpson Motorsport Mercedes GT3 kind of seems to be the car to have at the moment. Apparently they're like gold dust to even try and get these Mercedes in GT3 spec at the moment. They're very, very popular.
They're certainly performing well across different championships, and here is no in the British Endurance Championship. It's certainly doing a good showing, and he's made up 3 places on that last lap. We've already seen him make up 2 more places this lap through, so he's clearly on the move, and really this is the battle for the lead. We're just seeing it separated by a pit stop ultimately. So yeah, it's going to be interesting to see when those next pit stops happen, how that is all going to get itself sorted out on track.
Yeah, exactly right. Well, we've lost, I've noticed there's 4 cars that are in the pits and haven't come through. One of those is that 51 Veluga Racing Ferrari, and we've got Carl Cavers down in the pits now. We can find out more.
Hi there, I'm down here with Carl Cavers. Yeah, Carl, just tell us what's happened.
Well, a bit of surface water coming off Aintree, and it just spun us round, and the grass is obviously wet through. So we had good traction stopping initially on the tarmac, but as soon as we hit the grass, we just slid into the barrier. And it's affected the rear quarter, the rear arm's bent, and unfortunately it looks like something's pushing into the gearbox, so we just can't get back out.
It looked like it started quite well, but it's just not going to be.
No, it started really well. We were running 4th, keeping up with the GT3s. Everything seemed to be very steady, but it's very different out there, different corners, different lots of surface water, and it's puddling in different areas. So what you run in one lap can be completely different in a couple of laps' time. And I think that's just what caught us out, really.
Never mind. Better luck next time. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks very much.
Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, David. Cheesy, to be honest, that was he's been listening to you. That was pretty much what you were saying about the challenges they have, lap from lap being different, corner to corner being different.
Yeah, just I'd say if a car goes wide onto the grass and pulls a load of water back on, that's a new adventure for you, when even if the conditions don't look different. But yeah, the rivers move as the race goes on, and different heaviness of rain does cause that. And normally in sprint racing, you get used to it in the race, and it's not going to move too much. But in endurance racing, you definitely get that movement of surface water, which just affects you each time. And like I say, at such fine margins, you're obviously, as a driver, you need to push as hard as you can at all times. You can't just take it easy, otherwise you're nowhere. So you've got to balance that risk and reward.
One of the things that always amazes me in these conditions, and I probably shouldn't use this as an analogy, but I've experienced it to some extent when I try sim racing, is how these drivers are able to keep their tyres up to any kind of temperature in these conditions. But it's vital to.
It's so important to keep temperature in your tyres. I mean, obviously the wet tyres are designed to operate at lower temperatures. They have more grip in that early envelope. But if you lose temperature in a tyre, it's one of those catch-22 situations. Unless you're pushing, you're not getting the temperature, and then you're not getting the grip. So then you have to push less. So it's almost like you have to convince yourself that you can do it. It's a brain over, what you're feeling as a driver. You're getting all that feedback from the car, and it's telling you, I'm going as quick as I can. But actually, sometimes if you go a little bit quicker, you'll gain more temperature, and then it's a virtuous cycle then of going quicker each time. So it's a tough one for a driver to manage. And yes, it's about that you've got to risk it, and then you get the reward.
Risk it for a biscuit, as my dad used to say. But it is absolutely true. I mean, this is why it was our leader now. Just wow, not hanging about there, was he? I mean, he could have waited.
He could have done, but he had the momentum. He was on the outside of that corner, and like we say, the outside of the track is. You'll see that oftentimes if you do go to the apex, you're going to slide to the outside anyway. So as long as he was confident the other car had seen him, that was a reasonable. And in the wet, that's quite a standard thing to see.
No, still in the lead is that 55 BMW Z4. So good to see. They've been flat out. Yesterday they managed 2 laps as I saw that the 50 Aston Martin T7 Motorsport car had come into the pits, refueling, so drivers out. Beautiful livery on that. Love those colours. But the lead car 55 managed 2 laps in practice yesterday here at Silverstone. And then they spent qualifying in just 4th gear. And, I was having a chat with Ryan Lindsay, and he said, I hope we're going to be out, but we'll have to wait and see. We're going to be flat out now trying everything to get this gearbox sorted.
We said that pit stops are going to put it under pressure most likely, because that will be the only time really this time we've seen it stop and have to come off from a standing start. So let's see how that goes. But here's that 92 car that has made its pit stop and is got an nice and empty track now, hasn't he? He's made it through all the cars that were immediately in front of him. So he will be he's desperate for the other pit stops to start happening to see where he stands.
Yeah, and that's obviously where we get this interesting situation where we're calling it, the cars where they are at the moment, but we've got a lot to, for want of a better phrase in these conditions, wash out, wash through, and then understand. But what I love about these kind of races is that they don't know either, so they don't worry about it. They still will pick a fight wherever they are.
Ultimately, you have to race where you are and what you are and where you are on the track. If there's a car in front, then you will aim to get past them. If there's a car behind, you will obviously at this level have the team in your ear as well, letting you know what's going on, and so you know roughly what speed, what your target time is, what level they want you to be at, and where other cars are as far as speed out there on track. So you'll have some of that information coming in. But that bonnet looks like it has been stapled down. So whether he's been back in the pits to do it, but I think it was just a catch that had come undone. So I wonder whether they had been in the pits and just that undone itself. But there is that 50 now back out on circuit after its pit stop. So its windscreen wipers going furiously there, but heading out now back onto Hangar Straight.
As the erstwhile leader, the 92 cars ahead of them, just going into Stowe Corner. But there is it's a side by side. That's the 33 Aston Martin Infinity Financial Racing by Team Brit and the Team Hard Ginetta. They are actually running line astern. Absolutely, they are. That's 18th, 19th on the road, 5th and 6th in Class D as it stands at the moment. Oh, a big twitch there from that the Ginetta. The Team Hard Ginetta as he's now through the Vale in towards Club. I thought he was going to have a sneaky snifter up the inside there, but thought better of it, and has taken a very wide sweeping line this time. Tried to see if he can get the drag off, and he's got the power down a little bit earlier. What a fantastic move. That was probably being... but then he suddenly gets twitchy onto the wing, the Hamilton straight. But let's go back to before he did that. That was brilliant, set up like 2 corners before.
Well, he's got back in front now, coming into Abbey. He has won the war rather than each of those battles, which was good going backwards and forwards. But he pinched the line in outside Club. He managed to find some good grip on the inside of Club Corner there, but he pinched it, and that caused his rear end to step out. And luckily, that didn't happen when he was on the curb. He was still on tarmac at the point, and he just managed to reel it all back in, got the opposite lock dialed in, and he caught the car. And he's got a clean pair of heels now. Got to deal now with the Audi.
Wow, and it's caught up with that incredibly quick. So that Team Hard Ginetta, whatever issues it had earlier, and the fact that it was over 2 laps that we saw it tumbling down and then came into the pits, I do think it was a mechanical malady that was befalling it, but they seem to have cleared that one out and got sorted. The 87 Audi RS3, the shared Autosport car, I'm assuming that's the one that is now under huge pressure from the car with who's at the wheel of that 87, Jonathan Beeson, unless they've changed over. That's the problem now. We don't know who's in, do we? Thank you to Steve Wood, because he did get us the information of the start drivers, but that kind of comes undone somewhat now.
Yeah, it's hard. Trying to keep track of all these pit stops is tricky at the moment, but it looks like, yes, Rob Boston Racing, number 160, who was in second place, has now come into the pit. So is he going to make it out in front of the 92 Simpsons Motorsport and Mercedes GT3?
That's what I love now, is that we get to watch this sort of take shape to some extent, don't we? And is he going to make it out? In theory, the 92 should get past it, but has he been held up as he way through? And Daniel Brown's now jumping in to the, I think is that the 41 car that it'll be jumping into the Stanbridge Motorsport. It says looking down.
Yeah, it's on the screen now saying that is the Stanbridge Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan ST.
So this is now the pro driver. He went great guns. I'm trying to remember now. It was I commentated on him at Brands Hatch a couple of weeks ago in something else, something a little bit older from memory, but I can't remember exactly what. And he was up on the podium both races, I can tell you that much.
Yeah, so a peddler who knows his business and getting himself a fresh taste of what it's like in these conditions, because don't forget, all the new drivers coming in haven't had these conditions yet. They've been in this dry, so yeah, they've got a world of I'm sure they'll be watching if there's on boards or if they've just got feedback from the other drivers, but yeah, a whole new adventure for them now.
Yeah, and actually I've just realised I was making a mistake with the interpretation of which Audi. Oh no, it was right, the 87. That's just lost out 2 places to what will that be? They've lost out to 22 and 36, I think. There, it's all sort of shaking up somewhat now, isn't it? We've got cars coming out of the pits at the moment. Still in the pits is the Rob Boston Racing, which means I've lost the train of thought that I was originally going to go with then, so I'll let it go.
Yeah, I mean, one thing we can be sure of, though, is by the time we get down to 20 minutes to go, everything will have settled down and any other pit stops are, you know, so we go through this middle phase of a race where, you know, even teams aren't going to be necessarily aware of everything that's going on. It's quite hard to keep up, but he's got the 144 in now as well, so he's also making his first pit stop in the Ferrari 458 Challenge car.
And how interesting will this be when this goes out? We don't know whether we're going to get a driver change for this 144 Ferrari this time round, but it could be Bradley Ellis jumping into this, and this is where we have the dynamic. Now I do remember the point I was going to make.
Bradley Ellis jumping in there.
It did, didn't it? And it's tricky because you're now going out into conditions that you've not experienced yet, and you've got to spend that first lap or two settling into it. However, if you're one of these top level pros, the likelihood is they're going to adapt pretty much straight away.
As a club motorsport racer and getting instruction from people like Bradley, it's amazing how quickly they can get in a car and up to speed. Whereas for someone like me, it might take a session or two just to dial it in, you know, even longer sometimes. They will jump in, they can feel that grip level. As we see the rain absolutely tipping it down now. It's coming down in bucket loads, but they can immediately feel that grip. They've got all the experience. He knows this track, he knows every single bit of tarmac on this track, and knows how to deal with it. So they certainly get up to speed incredibly quickly. So I wouldn't expect to see too many slouchy laps from Bradley as he gets used to the conditions.
Slouchy laps and Bradley Ellis. Never heard that in the same sentence in my life. He'll be straight up there, won't he? It does always amaze me when you watch these these AMs and these pros. I mean, there's a great... Oh, we got a spin there from the McAleers, the number 14 car. And that's got settled and going again there, so no great issue there, but that is not what they'd have wanted. I'm trying to remember now. I think it was Mark McAleer that started. Yeah, Jake McAleer possibly has taken over if they've stopped as well. These guys know the Porsches well enough.
Yeah, they were down 21st position, so they're spinning a little bit lower maybe, although the gaps might be sufficient that they got away with it.
Oh, just looked very tentative through that section there, didn't he? You called the fact that the rain has come back again. That was a lot of standing water that he suddenly went to. Late corner, coming out of club onto the Hamilton straight, and that looked really uncertain there, didn't it, that car?
Yeah, we saw earlier on there was some fuel. We got the team hard sideways, and both of them hitting some standing water as they went through the link there, going into a loop and then into so absolutely standing water is back. Wow. You could tell as soon as that team hard car got sideways, and the car in front was also off the pace, but there would have been a new river appeared there. And I was just saying, the puddles that were on the inside of the start finish of the Hamilton straight, they've all now encroached all the way to the right hand side racing line, and you can see how wet it is here as we do go off down the Wellington straight, kicking up that spray again, and you can see those wheel tracks, whereas before it was just that sort of that mown lawn that we talked about, where you could see where the cars had been before.
Wow, I mean, that's just incredible. You saw, certainly two of them hit at the same time and go out of control. The 33 Aston Martin trying to find a non-grassy way back onto the circuit.
Interesting, that's the same part of the track as well, so it's clearly the rain has come down heavily there, although on our cameras we saw it everywhere, so maybe just this circuit has received another cloud bomb as we progress into, well, with half of this race nearly done.
Yeah, because of course that will be down the southern part of the circuit from us, or the bottom part of the circuit from our side. Yeah, nearly at half race distance now, and I'm still looking on the timings. I've got a suspicion, that the Rob Boston Racing 160 Mercedes may be just ahead of the Simpsons Motorsports car this time round, and of course that'll be Hugo Cook that is at the wheel of the 92 car this time, getting used to it. But I'm pretty sure that Rob Boston's Racing have done a fabulous job, almost putting in qualifying laps before they came in for their pit stop. Now, one of the cars that came in, we saw the blue R&R Performance Ferrari 458 Challenge, car 144. Chris Compton-Goddard's jumped out of that one, and he's down with David Smits in the pits.
Hi, I'm down here with Chris Goddard. You just got out the car. Just tell me, what was it like? I mean, you came in leading, but it's a challenge.
It's a real challenge, and we've got some technical issues with the car. We've just reset the car's gearbox because I was changing up, changing down. Car was going into neutral, going into 7th, so I lost full together, but we just heard on the radio all the gears are back, so hopefully Bradley can give us a decent run on the car, and hopefully we can get back into first. I think we've just, on the driver change, we just slipped into second. So
is that just a bit of water in the system?
We think it's an actuator or something in the gearbox. But we've got all the gears again now, so hopefully that will hold us to the end of the race. A bit of sympathetic driving by the co-driver. So
good luck. Thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you very much. I wonder whether Chris is going to jump in and do the final stint, or whether Bradley's going to do the rest. One car that's going to be hoping it can do the rest is the 87 Sheared Autosport Audi TCR car. That was running in 16th place. That's gone a long way from the circuit, Cheesy.
Yeah, that's down at Vale. Looks like that's the sort of new pit entrance to his right there, and it is a sizable gravel track down there, and he's made it nearly all the way. We saw earlier on they had that bonnet catch loose and maybe back through the pits, but at the moment, yeah, that's in a tricky position, and again, is that going to call a safety car to get that out of the way? The marshals weren't happy that they could get him up and moving, I don't think.
Yeah, I mean, it was probably tempting, thinking it was quite away from the circuit, but if one car's got there, so can another one, as we know. And I guess the problem there is that you're going to come that between Stowe to Club through that Vale section is very quick, isn't it? And he's just got there, and it's the same part again, not the same corners, but it's down that southern section that hit that standing water problem.
Yeah, we say he's got the rain down there, and also it's slightly downhill as well. There's not another gradient here at Silverstone, but that is one of the places where you sort of do notice this downhill. I mean, it's not like any particularly hilly track, but nevertheless it is downhill, so you do have to take that into account. And if there is a puddle of water there, like you say, one car's made it all the way to the barrier or near to the barrier, then another one can do that. As the marshals now got the machinery out there ready to pick him up, and we haven't yet seen the safety car, so I think they are going to drag him to a position of safety.
That would be great. Well, still leading is the 55 ING Sport BMW Z4, which staggers me that it's not made either of its stops, despite the fact that it's got three drivers to get into that car. Ahead of the 98 Race Lab Porsche Cayman, and of course Ewan Hankey's going to be jumping into that one. Ian Goff at the wheel. It was going to be Lee Frost. Ewan Hankey was supposed to be in with my good friend Lucky Carer. Lucky sadly's got a bad back, so get well soon, Lucky, because I know you've had a good couple of races in the British Endurance Championship, so hope to see you back soon.
Going round again, looks like he's gone past the pit entrance there, so another lap under the way for this number 55, the leading car of this race. Like you say, still got its stops still to make, and where this race will fold out because of that, it's hard to say at this point, but nevertheless we've got the two Class A's at the top. He's lost the rear end there as he's coming in again, just under braking, lost the rear end, and sheer amount of water at the moment is causing these cars to aquaplane.
Just listen to the lovely roar as well in the background. But Kevin Clark has now done over half of this race on his own, despite the fact he's got three. Oh, big twitch there. Was he? Yeah, he's wrestled it to keep it on the tarmac, but that looked like Toadie's wild ride through there then, didn't it?
See how gentle they're having to be with all the inputs on the brakes, under the acceleration. Even then it's not enough, and that's what happens when we we not only get that temperature gradient that we talked about in the tyres again,
no.
bringing back some of the gravel onto the track. That is, the car has been recovered back to the circuit. But you can see how much water there's piling off the bottom of that car, and he's in a tricky place there. He's going to pull to the inside. See all the gravel getting deposited there. He is off the racing line, but nevertheless you can see it was going out onto that racing line. But yeah, just that, so the temperature gradient in the tyres getting lost, but equally, yeah, once the water gets to a certain level and the aquaplaning happens, you just lose all grip. There's nothing you can do other than just go slowly, which is what we were seeing. You just have to sit it out, wait for the rain to abate, and then you can get back on it again.
Yeah, and certainly if you look at last lap time for our lead car, we're looking at again the 55 ING Sport, Kevin Clark. Best lap time for that car, 2:19.2. Last lap, 2:35.5. It is definitely not pretty out there.
No, and but equally you can only drive your car to the speed that the conditions allow, and whilst it may feel terribly slow in the driving seat, as we see again another twitch. The thing about aquaplaning is it doesn't really matter how slow you're going, it still causes you a problem, and it's a bit of a luck of the draw as to whether you hit the water in the wrong place. You can see just it's still like a powerboat right now, isn't it? Right back to as probably a bad conditions as we've seen throughout this whole race.
Yeah, I'd agree. I've always sort of wondered what it must be like from a driver's perspective when you aquaplane. I mean, I've done it a few times on the motorway in my road car, and you know, my bum's grabbing the driver's seat, and my heart rate's through the roof, and you're gripping the steering wheel and doing no good whatsoever. But when you're racing at those speeds,
where you've got the conditions, so yeah, puckering certainly comes into it, but where you've got the conditions and they've been consistent, you can expect and anticipate it, and you actually account for it when you're driving around a corner. It's when it happens when you're not expecting it, or the conditions suddenly get worse and you don't know where it's going to be, you cannot account for it. And then it's, again, even in a straight line, we're seeing that Lamborghini just struggling to even just stay in that straight line, and it's when you don't know it's coming up where it can be incredibly difficult, especially when other cars are involved. A lot of these cars are out there on their own at the moment. They'll be sort of easing off that throttle, but it's again, once you are aquaplaning, there's nothing you can do. You cannot apply throttle, you can't apply the brakes, you can't apply steering, you just have to wait it out, and it's almost a bit of luck as to whether you get it all back under control.
It's just so many of them. We just see like a dog wagging its tail, or the nodding dog that you put on your car dashboard or whatever. It just does look big. And that's the Rob Boston Racing second place car. This goes to show just how tricky it is. That is the second place car overall, which you could almost say may well be the lead for all we know at the moment, because the ING Sport BMW is yet to stop, but that's had a lovely pirouette. It looked like a relatively harmless and quick one, and he's got away with it, but you can't relax for a second.
It's a confidence sapper as well for a driver. Again, they'll have experience enough to know how to turn it back on again, but nevertheless, when it snaps on you like that and you're not expecting it, it certainly saps that confidence, and your brain, you have to convince it again to get back up to speed and realise that it was just a bit of aquaplaning. You log away where that bit of track was that caught you out, maybe push your braking points back a little bit, but you can see every single time they're trying to turn, put the accelerator down, put the brake down, these cars are twitching and complaining, their tyres are screaming enough, but they are pushing on through with 53 minutes of this race to go. Certainly it's at this stage, it's not worth having any kind of issue. You might as well dial it back, give yourself that opportunity to get to the tail end of this race, because who knows what's going to happen.
Absolutely, without question. I mean, the key area that we've seen so many of them struggling for is the left-hander at Farm. So you go along Hamilton Straight past the wing, the start-finish straight that the Formula One cars will use here in a month's time or a few weeks' time, whatever it is. Then you get a fast right-hander at the end, which is Abbey, and then a very fast, in theory, left-hander in Farm that suddenly isn't very fast.
You're leaning on those tyres ever so much. Another little big aquaplaning twitch. So we've got absolute twitches going on, but the Abbey corner and then into the right, you're leaning on those tyres ever so much, so as soon as they hit a bit of patch of water, then it changes the dynamics entirely.
Well, an interesting element that I was being reminded of is that the lead car, I was saying that, Kevin Clark, yet to pit in that 55 IMG Mercedes Z4, has done, nearly an hour and 8 minutes. I wonder whether he's just ignoring the pit boards and things like that. He's in now, actually, and I was about to say is that he's got a matter of minutes before he breaks the rules, because they can't do more than, I think it's 60% of the race per driver, and he has now just come in, so I think he knew what was coming then.
Yeah, I think the team would have been on his ear, and if they are worried about that gearbox at all, they wanted to delay that pit stop as late as possible. But also, if the driver's making good progress and is relative to the opposition making those ground, why change it? You know, at the stage, depends who. You know, you've got all the unknowns of a new driver now coming into that seat, and they've got some conditions to deal with now. But whilst the driver's dialed in, knows what those conditions are, keep them out there. They're making better ground potentially than the incoming driver would make, as we just watch them go around that sort of tricky part of the course there, where all the puddles are starting to appear with all this rain that is lashing down. Again, it's not visible outside our window, but as you look on the camera, you can definitely see these sheets of rain coming down as they head off down the Wellington Straight again towards the VRDC clubhouse down at the Brooklands corner. Kicking up their roosters as they go.
And that bit that we saw there with the Team Hard Ginetta twitching like mad again was that farm section, wasn't it? It just does appear to be the bogey section at the moment. This Porsche at the moment is absolutely flying. So the 98 Porsche, he says, looking
D-Class leader at the moment, Race Lab Cayman GT4 98.
Yeah, so that's why that's flying. That's probably got you and Hankey behind the wheel now.
Yeah, there's a name we all recognise.
It suddenly looked quick, didn't it?
Yeah, you can tell from the outside of a car the attitude of a race car, and sometimes you can see when the drivers are having to be a little bit more cautious, and then again, the water's piling out the top of the wheel arches there, as it's just got an awful lot of work to do. But you and Hankey, they're absolutely flying along.
I love looking at the rooster tail on the back of that, the way it was vortexing to the middle like a fighter jet going through the clouds. It was incredible to see. As the car that was in the lead for a big chunk of the race, 92, the Simpson Motorsport, sat third overall at the moment. Well, obviously we need to see where this BMW Z4 is going to come out in due course. In fact, it's still in the pits at the moment. This could be interesting.
Well, there was a 2-minute gap, and it was saying it's a 2-minute limit on the pit stops, I think we said, didn't we?
Yes.
They had to be, because it was going to be close. As like you say, he's coming round now, and that other the ING Sport car in the pits will be coming out at about the time he's coming round.
Although that's the 160 that's going to be close to him, the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes, and we're not sure actually. So maybe this Simpson Motorsport is not going to be that close.
They are still losing it in a straight line, and that's never a comfortable thing to see as he makes it way round. It'll dial itself out on the timing screens as they put another lap on next time through, but even in a straight line there, coming down into turn 1, he was still wobbling all over the place. And like I say, that if you're spinning in a straight line, you know that conditions are absolutely on the edge of what's possible.
Yeah, agreed. It's incredible. Drive-through penalty for the 160 car for pit stop infringement. Rob Boston Racing, the Mercedes, in second place on the road at the moment. Possibly was hoping to be challenging for the lead with the ING Sport BMW Z4. The likelihood is that they've gone a little bit too short.
Yeah, I mean, again, I guess how far do you push that? You know, you want to be as tight as you can. You don't want to be losing time in the pits. You can spend a whole lap trying to gain a second. It's so easy to lose that just by a slight lapse in that pit stop. But pushing it too far is going to cost you dear. And at the moment, if that does ping up on our race stewards, the 160's got it. That's going to cost them a lot of time.
We've got the official line from the race control.
Right on your wrist as well.
Yeah, it was. Very snazzy. I feel like Knight Rider now. Yeah, exactly. Ask your parents. So we need to see this. So the outlap now is being done by the BMW Z4. There is the 160 Rob Boston Racing. They'd have been hoping that was going to be challenging. In fairness, that's only just coming through Brooklands and now Luffield, isn't it? So they weren't going to be. Although that does surprise me.
Yeah, there's still a bit of a distance there. Like I say, well, let's see how this all unwinds. But he didn't choose to take that time. I wonder whether they're going to go and protest that. But you can see that Boston Racing is now showing as having crossed the line in the first place. It's just as everything's twisting itself through. We'll see what the gaps are to that second place. But nevertheless, regardless, we know that this car's got to come through the pits now. So he is going to lose that race, or the lead of the race at that point as he comes down against that Team Hard. Ginetta is around this slippy part of the track, and they're side by side. He's got a twitch on. He's still made it. He's kept it on the track though, and everything dialed itself out. But that was a bit ominous. That was a bit of Jaws music for the Ginetta there. But it was a little bit again, a bit clenched, but it's all good now.
Well, interestingly, actually, because the wording, and it might not be, the full details, the wording is it's a drive-through for pit stop infringement. Now, if it was too short, it's normally a stop-go for the number of seconds that you were short. So I wonder whether that car actually sped in the pits. Quite an incredibly slow speed limit for the pits, 40 kilometres per hour.
Yeah, and if you don't get the button on straight away and it clocks you, you've got to be down to that speed as you get across that line, and before they will check it all the way down the pits to your exit. It's one of the rules that is, there's no question marks over it. And if your limiter just fails, it can happen that you press for the button and it doesn't kick in as you expect it to. So it's a fairly easy thing to do, and it costs racing, and hopefully they happen to cost themselves a win because of it.
Well, interestingly, I've noticed on the timing screen as well, is up into second, so ahead of the BMW, has gone the Simpsons Motorsport Mercedes. Remember, that was the pole sitter, the leader until they pitted, and we thought that the ING Sport BMW, I say we, I'm dragging you down with me now, Cheesy, but we thought that actually that BMW was going to get out ahead of the Simpson Motorsport. Now, was that a longer pit stop because maybe back to the gearbox issue, we're not sure. I guess it's irrelevant, they're out, let's now watch to see how it goes. Now they're back into the race.
Yeah, look, when they're not running nose to tail on track, it's you have to monitor each and every lap time, and it's pretty tricky to do that. But nevertheless, they got the pace. We're going to see the Rob Austin have to come in. The gap last time through, we are seeing some sort of significant gaps, 41 seconds from first to second, and then another 17 back to this ING Sport. But it's not a lot, given that we've still got 45 minutes of the race to go. That's a significant portion of this race still remaining.
Yeah, I mean, we may be over half race distance, but it is still a significant amount of time, and still we've got pit stops to be made. In theory, for many of them, it might only be one more pit stop left to make. But I said earlier as well is that they don't have to limit; they have to make a minimum of 2 pit stops. There's probably no logic why they'd make any more. But you might want to, there might be a reason to be able to do more.
Well, the only other thing we might see is if they need to go onto slick tyres at some point, but that's not looking likely right now.
Well, let's find out what happened with regards to the BMW Z4. The 55 car was brought in by Kevin Clark, and he's down there with David Smith right now.
Kevin, you've just got out of car 55. You left it very late for the pit stop. Was that a tactic?
The track conditions, believe it or not, are changing quite a lot. So I wanted to make sure that they were as bad as they're going to be, and then I can relay that message. Trouble is, if I get out and I'm saying, yeah, it feels quite good going to that, and it's just got worse, it can be off on the first corner. So I was trying to weigh up the conditions, and the standing water is horrific. It was, close along the lines, the worst I've driven, but that's your job, that's what you got to do, get on with it. So like I say, I was just trying to drive to the conditions so I was relaying the messages across the radio where the track was deteriorating. It's just got a bit more standing water each time, trying to throw you off the track at every corner, every opportunity you were skitting around. So I was relaying those messages, and I said, when you're ready, call me. So I had the call at the last second.
Great, thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, thank you. Well, that confirms what we were suspecting, that it was very tricky out there. Kevin Clark done an incredible job there in the lead. The car's in third place. The car that isn't circulating at the moment is the 22 EDF Motorsport Seat TCR. Was running and just got up to 12th place, which is around 4th at the moment in that particular TCR class. In the gravel, have you worked out, Cheesy, where that is?
And it looked like that was again down at Vale, I think. I'm not 100% on that. I only saw a very brief shot, but I think that might be the Vale gravel. But equally, it was hard to tell from the angle. But his next competitor along was only 10 seconds back. He's been there. It is down at Vale, yes. Starting to spot my gravel traps.
Now that's a bit closer to the track, though, isn't it?
Yeah, he's a bit closer to the track, and he's also more buried, so the marshals won't be able to deal with him quite so well. You can see the vehicles they're going to get him. Less in the firing line, though, because the braking angle for the other corners, this is a little bit further through. He's lost the rear end as he's gone through that left-hander at the Vale before you go into Club, and then it clearly just got the tail end out. But yeah, not in the firing line, so a little bit less risk, I'd say.
Yeah, and when it's closed cockpit cars like this, that live snatches are more acceptable to do, as cars disappearing into their own plumes of spray along the Wellington Straight, including still localised yellows at the moment, which is good.
Wave double yellows, so drivers be prepared to stop, literally be prepared for anything, be prepared for marshals out on track and all sorts. So you have to be in a position whereby you are not showing any loss of control there, otherwise the stewards will certainly have strong words and it is an excludable offence. So yeah, it's absolutely, it's so important that marshals put their lives on the line for us, and it's up to us there to protect them by under wave yellows.
We saw the Audi TT that had got back onto the circuit after its gravelly moment down in this same gravel bed earlier, was about to be passed by 44, which was the CTR Alpha Tune Seat Cupra TCR. That's running 7th overall, second in the class. And again, we do get to see where it's working itself out, where the classes still are sort of finding them, even if there's a gap time-wise, they are running line astern on the timer screen.
That's right, yeah, we're starting to see those separation of classes as the conditions go on. There's a little bit of, nearly cleared it all, got rid of all the gravel from the front splitter. You can see it was about enough there to make a few sandcastles, wasn't there? So they're still trying to make sure that all the car is in a good position before they let him back onto the track. As we see just the recovery vehicle moving out of the way, and it will recover back to the track, and hopefully he will drive offline and deposit any stones or grit off that race. I can see how much, exactly.
Oh.
You can see there's a whole puddle. It's quite a shock sometimes as a driver coming round. It makes quite a clattering noise, and say in endurance racing you do regularly see radiators punctured. He is smack on the racing line right now. So that will be a gravelly moment, and we'll see windscreens smashed as well from things like that. So it is important that the drivers, when they first brake, this is where it will deposit most of its stones. It looked like he was moving to the outside though, so maybe he's still in a good position.
Yeah, so in the race, that's a good thing. Another thing that I love about endurance racing is that it is about dragging them back on. That has lost him 6 places and counting so far for the 22 car. That car was started by Richard Avery. Nick Hull jumped behind the wheel. Another pair of racers that I've commentated on many a time, normally in Porsches, but they're out there in a TCR car in this. And it's great. I mean, interesting though with these TCRs, the endurance TCRs, is that they do fettle them differently compared to the sprint TCR cars. We were out for the in Hockenheim for another endurance race. It's an international one, so I'm allowed to mention it in passing. And there was a team had got a brand new, I'm trying to remember now, I think that was an Audi, may have been the Seat, that they'd got TCR, but it was a sprint version, so they raced it in this one, accepting that it was going to be a struggle because it was in sprint format, and their next job when they left that circuit was to get it ready for, get it into endurance trim.
The car's got a different job to do in endurance racing as opposed to sprint racing. Sprint racing is all about that short term, get from A to B as quickly as you can. Endurance racing is very much more about managing situations, and you will, like you say, set up the car, and the componentry and all the kind of things that you'd have on that car can differ based on the different job you want it to do over the weekend, as we see. Number 80, is that 94 or 84 in there?
94.
That's the Motul Cupra CCR car, 4th in class as it came in.
And yeah, that's one that from vague recollection has been at one stage or another in the lead before the first round of pit stops in the lead. In the background of that picture you can also see the 98 Race Lab Porsche. Oh, the red arrows are in the sky as well. They're not bothered about low clouds then, are they? Fantastic. They're probably from one location to another. But yeah, just pushed back in the background there, you see the 98 Porsche. Now remember, we said it was looking crazy quick. Ewan Hankey was almost definitely behind the wheel. We don't know whether Ewan is staying there or whether Ian Goff's going to jump back in again. But that had got up to 4th place overall.
Yeah, and I
That's
think
a Class D car.
I think he might well be sitting in that car still, and we'll probably soon be able to tell if we see him out on the track. The thing. It's worth at this point monitoring the gaps between these front group, because we've got 13.5 seconds down to 23 seconds in 3rd place on the first 3 in A class, and it's worth monitoring that now because we are coming towards the tail end of this race, and it'll be interesting to see whether those gaps are varying or whether they've sort of settled in or even stretching out. And yeah, it'll be interesting to see in this tail end of the race.
Well, of course, the other thing is that I did spot that the Rob Boston Racing 160 car took its penalty. It did a drive through because I saw it then showing as outlap, and yet it's still 13.5 seconds clear of the 92 Simpsons Motorsports car and lapping quicker. Now, I think the conditions are improving because that car's just dropped down to a 225. Last time round was a 229.
Yeah, those puddles. There's still a lot of twitching even in a straight line happening, but it's not to the level it was. And as we heard from the drivers in their interviews, it was, you know, as bad as he had seen, and certainly on the screen it looked like it. When you just can't go in a straight line, you know that conditions are right on the edge of what is possible with a race tyre out there, especially as these will be proper wet weather Goodyear on these cars as they make their way round. But the number 21 there as he heads off down at the Wellington Straight again. Like you say, not so many puddles. They're definitely reducing, and out the window it still looks reasonable. But as the cars go down past the pit lane, you can still see the rooster tails absolutely whipping into the air.
That's all we can see from here, isn't it? Is the roosters. It is impressive, though. I noticed that the 98 Race Lab Porsche Cayman GT4 is back out onto the circuit. Dropped back down a few places. The first one was to its sister car, the Race Lab Lamborghini Super Trofeo, the 19 car. What a great day for Race Lab. Lucky Kerr always had this as a dream to have his own team, and he may not be racing sadly today, but the 19 is leading Class B, 4th overall, and will just drop down to second actually, the 98, being passed by Venture Innovations. Now, who's going to be at the wheel? I've got a feeling I can tell you who it is. That 21 car, I believe, has got Matty George behind the wheel now, because has jumped up into 7th overall, lead of Class D, and a personal best lap time.
Yes.
How do you do a personal best in these conditions?
I mean, yeah, exactly. So clearly, you know, the conditions are clearly getting there. Like we say, the drivers, I don't think they'd even mind saying it. There is a spread of talent in there, and oftentimes that is the design of these endurance championships. So you have sort of the pro-am situation going on. That's the whole point of them. We are seeing lots of green arrows pointing upwards, and obviously there's corresponding red arrows pointing downwards as positions do change across classes and across all the cars out here. And as the conditions change as well, it's about whether a driver sort of spots and notices how much more time. If they've just had a confidence sapper of a spin or something like that, it can be quite tricky to get your brain to get back up and get back to that racing limit again.
Yeah, that Race Lab 98 Porsche there, that it got up to 4th overall. The pit stop that it's just come out from has dropped it down to 9th place, second in class. The bad news for it is actually looks like there's a car between it and the Venture Innovations lead Class D car, the Mercedes GT4 leading the Porsche GT4 at the moment. It's all German domination there, of course, but doing great. But here is that 90. I mean, it just looks brighter as well, doesn't it now, in general?
Yeah, the lack of spray means that we can actually see most of the straights now rather than that, and you can see the puddles whilst they are still there. They're less, significant as far as where they are mostly on the track. We are again not a dry line, but a drying line.
And that is a move for overall positions on the road. The 98 Race Lab Porsche has just got past 66, the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport. That 66 car, Reese Lloyd or Max Coates, another very rapid pro as well. But that is a Class D, running second in Class D, third in Class E even. That now means, although the time is probably a good 40 seconds between the lead two Class D cars, but they are 7th and 8th respectively on the timing screens overall for Venture Innovations 21 and 98 Race Lab, the Porsche that we're looking at now. That we're still yet to really properly determine, but it looks like maybe Ewan Hankey has grabbed the scruff of the neck of that Porsche again and is going to bring that through to the close. I mean, we've got 14 minutes until the pit window closes, so we've got to see the 55 car to come in again. But I suppose it's not an issue because so have the two above it as well.
Exactly. Everything's sort of even at the moment. It is going to come down a little bit to those pit stops, which are time limited, and therefore we shouldn't see them having too much of an impact, assuming that refueling, if they've got to do anything like that left to do, doesn't take them outside of that window. I'm not sure whether it takes them longer than that or whether 2 minutes is sufficient to do both jobs. But nevertheless, there's a lot of variables in a pit stop, and they often see them change race results, don't we, as they go through. You can see that position just updating on the timing screen to reflect what we've just seen out on the track there as this 98 making its way through club.
And the 66 car that he passed has just come into the pits this time, so it was almost a futile. One that I have just noticed is the 32 Porsche SG Racing. I think that's the yellow and black Porsche from memory. Was leading Class C, has just lost 3 positions on that last tour, and looking at it, it's 6 seconds were lost on the first sector, so it must have had a spin there, because normally it would tell us it's on an outlap, so I'm not aware. There's the yellow and black Porsche in question, 32. Just looking at that to see if it looked a bit steady, but it's always an optical illusion as they come towards you. But that means that it's relinquished the lead of Class C back to that blue with the Italian sort of tricolor front to back Ferrari 458 challenge car. Chris Gompton-Goddard we heard from earlier, and of course he's jumped out and handed that over to a certain Bradley Ellis. Back into the lead, and he said that he was disappointed they'd lost the lead of that class. They've got it back again now.
Yep, and there's no visible, there is that car on circuit as he's going around the outside here. Luffield is grippy around the outside there, so you can probably see this position being taken. It's one of those surprising things from the outside. It doesn't look like that could possibly be the quicker line, but in these conditions, the outside of the track has so much more grip that even if you lose out some time because you're going a significantly longer around the circuit, you gain it all back because of the grip and the acceleration you get out of the corner, and that's what counts over the course of a lap. It's not about individual parts of speed, it's about how do you make that fastest all around the complete 3.6 miles. What was that strange thing? I think it was a mirage as he went over the top of the thing there, off into the Beckett's S's.
Very Ewan Hankey there, really just wringing the neck of that car, wringing it out in these conditions. Into the pits I've just seen out through our window. We don't get to see too much out of that, but the 32 Porsche that I said seemed to have lost some time earlier has come into the pits now. Every chance it's just a routine stop, but it relinquished the Class C lead to the 144 Ferrari. The 98 Porsche we're looking at, it's now separated by another car before it can get to the rear of 21, the Venture Innovations Mercedes that's leading Class D, because 21 has got past the 44 car. As it's not an issue, that car, because it's just coming out of the pits, my apologies, silly comment there. So they are line astern, but there's 32 seconds between them.
Yeah, we're coming down to the business end of this. We've got 11 minutes before the pit lane closes for any final stops that need to be made. It's worth pointing out as well, especially in conditions like this, that we're on a MotoGP compatible track, which means that actually a lot of the sort of stripy curbs that you'll see are actually incredibly flat and grippy, which is why you'll see people like Ewan Hankey absolutely leaning on them even in these wet conditions. Around other tracks, you will find that those the curbs are very much anything but grippy in the wet conditions, but MotoGP they put some grip stop or something on those curbs. It actually makes them usable even in conditions such as this.
Yeah, it's good to see Team Brit. Wonderful story with everything that goes on at Team Brit. They do a fantastic job racing the tour and the team to keep this one going as well, and it is brilliant to see them out there. Where are Team Brit? And we were talking about Ewan Hankey being out of the wheel. We can confirm he definitely is, because down in the pit lane we've got his teammate Ian Goff. He's going to have a word with David.
I'm here with Ian Goff. He's just got out 98. That was a pretty impressive stint. Apparently that's the first time you've been in the car.
Yeah, it's the first weekend for us in the Porsche Cayman in the brilliant British Endurance Championship, and we started from the pit lane. A bit of an admin error let us miss the start, so we had to start from the pit lane, and I think actually that worked in my favour. Never raced here before in this car, never driven with full wets on before, so it meant I got to start off the back where it's probably most safe and pick my way through. But the car gave me a lot of confidence. The team have done a great job. I've got a great driver with me, Ewan, as well, so everything was set up for a good run, and I was grateful that we could keep it clean. Did some great overtaking moves, I think, and it got us to the front of the pack.
For a first time in the car, I mean, these conditions are pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, I'll be honest, I've raced here in the Walter Hayes Trophy in Formula Ford in November, so it's the one thing I am used to, it is wet weather at Silverstone, so that helped, I think, and if you're quick in a Formula Ford, those cars move around a lot, and so I think that was a good preparation for what I experienced today. But put that to one side, I'm really pleased with my performance. I think we delivered on expectations and maybe a little bit more. And again, it just comes down to got a really stable base underneath me. Car was brilliant, confidence inspiring, and so we could just work into the lap times. And super happy with that.
Great, thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, David. I'm glad it confirmed it. I was convinced when I heard the name that it was Formula Ford racing, Goff, and now I know that it definitely was. I thought for a second there that meant that we got it wrong for that second stint, but look at you. He's just just pushing it to the limits. These pros, they tell you don't get a refund for only using half the circuit.
Yeah, you've paid for all the grey bits, so you might as well make full use of them. Yeah, absolutely.
Well, he's certainly pushing that one. And so that was one of the cars that started from the pit lane. They're running in 7th place overall now, 2nd in Class D, and closing at sort of about 2 seconds a lap on Venture Innovations, the 21 Mercedes AMG GT4 that's leading Class D. That is the GT4 cars, of course. Still big twitches there, so they've got to be totally alert.
Interesting though, we've got a 2:18 on the last lap for Rob Boston Racing, and that's only just off their best lap. In fact, that was their best lap last time, so I think conditions now are being right back to where we were before that first cloud burst, which, after the start where there were pretty poor conditions, it just improved through to, I guess, about where they are now until we saw the next bit of rain. But at the moment it's brighter outside our commentary box window, so yeah, maybe we're in for a little bit more of a drying line as we come into the finals. 27 minutes of this race to go, still plenty of time for positions to swap, action to change, and still pit stops left for some of the drivers out there.
Yeah, and notice our 2nd place and 4th place cars have both come into the pit for their final stop. So the 92 Simpsons Motorsport Mercedes, our pole sitter, that is now in. 4th place was the 19 Race Lab. That is your Class B leading Lamborghini Super Trofeo. That is in for its final stops, but of course we've still got those to be made around. They've only got 6.5 minutes left to get this final pit stop done, get potential driver change if any of them need to refuel, and it does appear that they're going very tactical with their fuel volumes on top. The 22 car has paused in there to make sure it managed to get round, and that's at Luffield. 19th place that car was running. That's the 2nd time that it's had a moment on opposite ends of the circuit, but got away without that being in the kitty litter.
Yeah, I wonder whether that's a sign that weather's coming in, but it doesn't look like it from that camera shot. Still got the roosters, but no, yeah, we've certainly seen a bit of action from the car. We've seen it in the pits as well, so there's its window still open and making sure they can see out the front. But as this race develops on, spins like that are becoming more crucial. You've got less time to recover from them, so you want to make sure you minimise all those issues. The team will have to be doing a bit of recalculation about what's best. As we see the 87, who we've also seen having a few adventures in this race, they're nicely catching up with the car in front as they head up the Lewis Hamilton straight.
Yeah, and that's interesting. I was waiting for that to turn because I thought that was the 44 car, so that wasn't necessarily for position, but it's just as important to try and unlap with pit stops yet to be made. Up into 2nd goes the 55 BMW, because this car we looked at has done its final stop just ahead of the Rob Boston Racing Mercedes, but there of course will be at least a lap within it, possibly 2. No, it must only be the 1. No, it'll probably be 2 laps when they come to the old. Hence Rob Boston Racing, the 160 Mercedes, flashing its lights, just making sure. That's a tricky one, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, a pit stop here, so 2-minute pit stop. They're doing sort of 2-minute 18, 2-minute 19 laps, so you're sat in the pits for the best part of that lap, and now, we've got the race leader coming up against one of his competitors who's actually just made more pit stops, and really they're still fighting each other, but the rules are he is in ahead, therefore blue flags. He should respect that, and at least he should pay homage to those blue flags, given that he isn't the race leader right now, but he is fighting him.
Yeah, it's an interesting one though, because of course a lot of championships it's actually the responsibility of the faster car behind to get the job done, and just that the car that's being lapped don't keep deviating and defending. So in reality that could and should mean that 92 car does not need to move off the racing line. The difficulty is, of course, they're now trying to put a lap on the 98 Porsche of Ewan Hankey, which is going to happen now. Rob Boston Racing dives into the pits. They may as well. They're going to get stuck there, get it out of the way, get it done. They then come out, and then it is the true fight for the rest of this race.
Yeah, so we need a 2-minute pit stop now for him in the pit stop, and he will then have, he'll come out and be somewhere around that 18 to 19 seconds ahead would be what we would expect to see there. But yeah, an interesting thing there, and see whether IMG Sport as well, they're going to go and take that lead around now that they are sort of, they've still got a pit stop to go though.
And that, judging from this, I can tell that Sasha Kakad's jumped back into the 92 car now. The Simpson Motorsport sat there in 3rd because Hugo Cook was just being caught on camera. I think we're going to hear from him very shortly. Sasha Kakad was the one that was lapping quicker in that car, although that might not be totally fair, because Hugo was doing it at the worst possible conditions, but Sasha Kakad is now at the wheel of the 92. Hugo Cook down there now watching his teammate to see whether he can fight from that third place as the cars around him take their pit stops already, and it's just going to be excited watching this one through. So David Smith has Hugo Cook from the 92 car. Let's find out how he got on.
Hugo, down here, just explain what's happened. I think you've had a bit of a delay.
In the first pit stop, we had a bit of a delay with. I'm not too sure what it was. I think it was we were slow with the fuel or something. I'm not sure, but that set us back a bit. Now we're just trying to be clawing back the lead. Well, the advantage with what they've got.
It's now coming down to sort of the final stops. So where are you set for the race at the moment?
We should be about 9 seconds off the lead, we hope. And yeah, I think P2 at the minute after all the pit stops happen. So we'll see how we do.
Great, thanks very much.
Thanks, David. Thanks, Hugo. I mean, that's quite incredible that they're able to work it out to that level, that degree. I mean, I say accuracy, we'll wait and find out, but that they think they'll be sort of 9 seconds behind the leader as here comes that 92 car, putting a lap on the 32 Porsche, or will be imminently the 17th place. Second in Class C is that yellow and black Porsche, of course. Indicates to say that they are moving out of the way. They know that they don't need to stay fighting. That's the Cunninghams. Peter the dad and Mark is the son. So Sasha Kakad is just going to be like Fred Flintstone, pedaling this thing as quick as he possibly can without knowing what he's racing ghosts at the moment, because until they come out they don't know exactly what they got to play with.
That's it. The team will giving him his marks and what they want him to do lap time wise, and it'll be up to him to try to mark that, and they will keeping him up to date, no doubt, with, like you say, where the ghosts of the cars are. As the pit stops wind out, then those cars will become reality at some point, and hopefully we'll see a nice climax to this race with some race cars on track together.
Well, I was about to say we're only just over 30 seconds left till the pit window closes, and I just noticed that the Rob Boston 160 BMW, Rob Boston Racing Mercedes, I couldn't get that more wrong if I tried, is on his out lap. And as I look to our window, and we can just see the pit in as they come in, and the ING Sport BMW Z4 snuck in right at the last knock-ins, doing their final driver change, and that's going to be Ryan Lindsay's going to be jumping into that one. Ian Lawson will have taken it over for the middle stint here. And so Ryan Lindsay, he's relieved, because I told him that the amendments on the programme said that he was no longer racing that car, and he was in his overalls and said, "Oh, they had told me."
Yeah, you don't want that news, do you?
No.
Sorry, you're not.
So
needed.
I ran.
yeah. But as see this, we are coming down to that crucial phase, like you say, just diving in at the last minute. You're kind of hopeful then that you don't have a spin or anything. If you're cutting it that fine, he literally had about 15-20 seconds left. Cutting it that fine does mean that you cannot have an issue on that last lap.
So this is the car that's now going to pick up the lead. The Rob Boston Racing is going to come through and go past the ING Sports BMW Z4. We couldn't see in the background the Simpsons Motorsport, the red and black 92 Mercedes yet, and we need to let them just cycle this one through to be able to have comparable lap times to see what we're going to see from these two cars.
Yeah, the timing screen's going to be our friend, I think, in the next lap or two, as it does settle itself in, and we'll get them across the start-finish line. Then we'll have a true position of how we're going to go into this final 20 minutes, and now we're going to start coming into sprint race format. You know, this is, you know exactly where you are relative to everyone else. You can see on the timing screens, and it is just what can you achieve in those final few laps, as we've still got those, you know, good conditions as we've seen all race. So, and it's been fairly consistent now, hasn't it, for quite a little period, so the drivers will all be used to the conditions now. It's not an adventure every single corner anymore. They have learned how to pedal these cars as quickly as they can in these conditions, and there's that nice wide line through Vale. You can see quite how wide you go, and as I say, as alien as that would look to some people out there, it is actually the quickest way of driving these cars on the circuit. And that was very deliberate, wasn't it? You could see that time round, it was deliberate. Now the ING Sport BMW Z4 is on its out lap. The Rob Boston Racing, now obviously we've got to hope that they didn't go short on the pit stop.
again, or should I say they've got to hope that they didn't, to be more precise. Simpson Motorsport believe that it could be about 9 seconds. I got a feeling at the moment we're looking more like 21 seconds. There's a song in there, 21 seconds, but I'm not going there. But it looks like it could be a little bit further, and that was interesting, wasn't it? We hadn't clocked that there was a bit of a delay in the pits, and that's just heartbreaking, isn't it?
Yeah, it's as a driver, you spend an awful lot of time. There is the 55 there, currently in the lead of this race. But yeah, you spend a lot of time trying to gain a little bit of time out on track, fighting for every single tenth. So obviously a pit stop's got so many variables, and just a bit of a delay on getting one of the fuel churns attached, or the air relief valve going, or whatever it happens to be, and suddenly it might take you another 20 laps to fight that time back again.
Incidentally, by the way, we were talking earlier about Ewan Hankey at the wheel of the 98 Race Lab Porsche Cayman GT4. That car has now taken over the lead of Class D again, because the Venture Innovations 21 car has come into the pits. In fact, up into second now in Class D goes the T7 Motorsport Aston Martin, number 50. Didn't see any penalty, but I did notice that one had a team manager call from memory. That's the black and purple Aston Martin that has jumped up there. Up into second does go the Simpson Motorsport. So Rob Boston Racing 160 is in the lead by 23.5 seconds. 92 Simpson Motorsport in second, and the Z4 BMW, there we see it, the number 55 car, ING Sport, tucks itself into third place at the moment, and I think it's next time round we'll get a better feel for seconds wise big turning left and a right hander is never what you ideally want, is it?
No, it happens more often than you think, though. It's sometimes if you get the drift right, you're actually constantly turning the wrong way through a corner. It feels great as a driver to do it, but in these conditions it certainly get your attention. But the sound of that car just getting its power down as well, what a glorious sound it was as it exited out of Luffield and headed down the start-finish straight.
So we're now rapidly approaching the final quarter of an hour, the final 15 minutes, or 16 it is at this precise moment, of this 2-hour race. And it is the 160 Rob Boston Racing in the lead. Needs to be mindful of the car behind, and he is, because he's just gone purple sector 1 to try and stretch his legs further at the front. That 160, either Wayne Mars or Tom Jackson, with it being a personal best, no disrespect, but I suspect that it's Tom Jackson, the pro, that is at the wheel of that car. Simpson Motorsport 92 in second, third 55 ING Sport in the BMW Z4. In fourth and leading Class B is the 19 Race Lab Lamborghini Super Trofeo. In fifth and leading Class D is the 98 Race Lab Porsche. What great job for the team. In sixth and leading Class E is number 60, the EDF Motorsports Cupra Leon car. And leading Class C currently is the 144, that blue R&R Performance Ferrari 458 Challenge that we saw Chris Compton-Goddard jump out of earlier, and that is 13th overall, but leading Class C. Have we covered? No, we should have a Class F leader, which is the RVR UK Racing car number 14. The Macaleers are leading Class F at the moment. So that is your current race leaders at the moment. Your leader overall is that 160 car. Jumping out has been Wayne Mars, and he's down with David.
I'm here with Wayne Mars. You've just got out of 160. Just tell me, it's going pretty well at the front at the moment.
It's all looking good at the moment, but you never know, do you? So we got fingers crossed it'll all keep going. So
the conditions seem to be changing. It's starting to dry. Is that going to change anything?
It's starting to dry, and we never changed our wets. So we're hoping that they're going to hold out. So as long as they hold out, it should be okay.
Good stuff. Thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, David. Wow, so that's interesting. Wayne Mars, somebody I'm used to seeing in Ferraris. He races alongside the likes of Chris Goddard and what have you, and it's great to see him out there in a Mercedes and at the top of this field. I'm used to seeing him at the top of fields, that's for sure. Interesting that they've gone with the same wets on. Now, what happens when wets get worn down? They become a bit slicker, and so they're hoping that the tyres are going to sort of evolve with this the race conditions here by the looks of it. But that 92 car there is trying desperately to reel it in, but the new personal best last time round by the 160 means that the lead was stretched ever so slightly. A new fastest of anybody. Sector 1 by the 160 car means trying to go for it even further. In fact, it is a second and a quarter quicker just in Sector 1 for the Rob Boston Racing at 160. Tom Jackson at the wheel of that car now, but Sasha Kakad in 92 there, just trying to keep everything steady, everything safe. Still got a good second place there because he's 33 seconds clear of the 55 BMW that you see there. That ING Sport BMW Z4 is sat in third position, and that will be Ryan Lindsay at the wheel of that car. Hence we're now also seeing personal bests. Actually, that's not fair, that's because we're seeing personal bests. These conditions are possibly to around about the best we've had for all of this race, and so we should see the times tumbling. We have a new fastest lap of the race last time round by the 160 Mercedes. It's dropped down to a 2:16 now. That's 3 seconds off what was the fastest lap previously. No, it isn't. I've just looked at the wrong column. It's a second and a bit, a second and change quicker than the fastest lap last time, but you get the idea. It is getting very quick indeed. So the 55 car, when you see it cross the line, we'll be able to see it is last time round did lap quicker than the 92 car. So it'll be interesting to see if he can reel that in to challenge for second place, or if there's just a little bit too much work to be done. But these times are absolutely plummeting, Cheesy. Look at it. We had a new fastest lap last time round by Rob Boston, and he's gone even quicker in Sector 1 again.
Yeah, and only sort of 11, 12 seconds, 13 seconds between second and third out there. So that ING Sport BMW Z4 is, like you say, will it be able to catch up? It was 2 or just a second and a half to second or half a second slower, faster that last time through. So yeah, it's certainly in the right direction, but with only 11 minutes to go, is it enough?
Yeah, it's tricky to say. It was 31.5 seconds between third and second, so it's a big margin to make up. But, I mean, what was that last time? That was a second and a half. So he's made up a second and a half. I mean, I think it's going to be too little too late.
And equally, I think the Simpson Motorsport in second place will know that they can be protective of that gap. They don't have to push it, and they can take it easy.
Someone who's not taking it easy, flashing his lights. I mean, how menacing does that Lamborghini Huracan Super Trofeo look? I'm assuming that's the one that Lucky Carer has pedalled rather rapidly himself in the past as well. And that is leading Class B by a very comfortable margin. Yeah, the 41 Stanbridge Motorsport is down in 11th, whereas this car is 4th overall, leading Class B just, I was about to say patiently picking his way past the back markers. That was probably the scariest sight for a back marker I think I've ever seen.
You wouldn't be surprised to see a villain or Batman getting out of that car, would you, as he's driving into the pits after that? Certainly got the attitude out there on track, hasn't it?
Now, I just noticed he went right over to the left. They're now starting to try to find the wet spots.
Yeah, cooling off your tyres again if they feel like they're, these tyres have a window of, operating temperature. There is the Class D lead currently on screen now. Is that Hankey in that Class D car? So he's doing well out there, and they've certainly moved back through. But yeah, certainly looking for the cooler parts of the track to get those tyres into their optimum window.
Yeah, exactly. And one that I suspect isn't going to do that is the lead one, the Rob Boston Racing, because they are attempting to sort of skim down those wet tyres. They've left them on deliberately. That I assume deliberately that could be an angle that they've gone with, but see whether they can make it last. But that Class D car leading the way, as we're saying, Class D from the pit lane start, 5th overall on the road. Incredible.
5th overall. What a performance by that car. Yeah, absolutely brilliant to see that. And here is the Class E leader. That's the number 60 EDF Motorsports Cooper competition car. Again, he is doing well as well. So he is currently 6th overall. So those class leaders all coming sort of in that 5th, 6th place on track there.
Well, yeah, 4th, 5th, 6th. Yeah, exactly. It's really impressive. And that's Ashley Woodman and Martin Byford in that Seat Cupra TCR car. And it's one of those ones that confuses us commentators, because from one side it's green and black, on the other side it's red and black. Thanks, guys.
Yeah, that is almost deliberate. It's like the old VAR days, isn't it, where they had the zip down the middle and having two different things. But yes, you're trying to work out the colour of it and describing the colour of it to a commentator ahead of time. Not easy, that's for sure.
Not.
Is that heat haze coming across the barriers there, maybe?
Could be. I mean, yeah, whereas it's sort of like just starting. I mean, there's been numerous times, even when on one half of the circuit it's been miserable, that you look out and the clouds are certainly a lighter colour. I wouldn't say that the sun's burning through, but it's certainly a lighter colour.
but with the ambient temperature we've got, things do twist around quite quickly. I don't think with 8 minutes to go we're going to have too much time left over to see anything drying out fully. But yeah, like you say, we're trying to get cool tyres though.
Jake and Mark McAleer sat there in the number 14 car, leading the way in Class F. These guys really know, this father and son team really know how to pilot these Porsches, and whether it's outright victories in the Porsche Championships that they've secured, Class Championship honours, one in one class, one in the other. I mean, what a year that must have been for them, and they're still going fantastically well here. Looking a lot safer now. Earlier on, that car we said looked very, very uncomfortable in the serious conditions, but now it's looking like it's settling back into itself, that there's not as much of an issue. I've just suddenly seen on there, I haven't seen it on my phone, I'll just have a quick look to see if I'd not. Yeah, car 41, pit stop infringement, drive-through penalty. Now that's the Stanbridge Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan that is running 11th overall, second in Class B. That's going to drop it back, I think. Well, yes, it is, because what did they say? 30.3 beam to beam. It was 20 seconds ahead of the third place in Class B, the 23 AF Corsa Ferrari. Now, I haven't talked about the 23 car. That's got an incredible pro driver, Johnny Motul, at the wheel. And it's with a very lovely, lovely guy, one of the nicest guys I've met in a paddock, William Tewiar. He taught me how to say that, because he said, say there we are, and it's then Tewiar. He started up a Zen Petroleum over in Ghana. He says he's the fastest West African on the circuit today. All right, that's his comments. And he set up Zen Petroleum over there, and he'd never been in the industry, no idea of it, and he's now the biggest business over there going, and he's got all fuel stations over there. Wonderful guy. He raced his first race earlier this year. He raced a Porsche first race. Today in a Ferrari second race.
Yeah, nice. And living your dream, racing cars around British.
With Johnny Motul as well.
Motul at your side. Yeah, brilliant. Yeah.
Very nervous though he was, I'll give him that. But fair shout. We're looking at the 55 car, which has had a fantastic day today, and Kevin Clark started that one, and he's down with David.
Kevin, down here with you in the pit lane. Obviously it's a close fight now for the lead, and conditions are changing a bit out there as well.
Yes, it is drying a little bit now, so that's quite nice, but now it's a case of just keeping it on the island. We haven't got the pace to run with the AMGs anyway, but we can try and stay on the tails of them so that if there's an issue, pick up the pieces.
Wonderful, thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Yeah, great to hear that. They're trying to do the best. It's still a big smile on his face there, even with I'm sure that he wishes he was up with the Mercedes GT3 cars, but he's enjoying himself up there. That 55 car has gone well. Almost one of the ones that we could really see the aquaplane in most at one stage amongst any of them. Now I'm just checking the 41 car. Yes, it's now taken its drive-through penalty, so the next time round we should see that shake itself out. But interestingly, the 66 Class E third place car, Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport, actually got up ahead of the 23 car last time round. So we'll have to wait and see how that works out. We've got a 5-second penalty track limits for the 56 car. Well, that's a bit further down through the order, isn't it, I think? So that doesn't affect our key fights at the top. I might be wrong, actually. I'm just trying to even see it. 50, it does say 56, doesn't it? I'm not sure where a 56 is.
I can't see a 56 either.
No, we don't have a car 50. I'm glad I wasn't going insane then. I was convinced that something was wrong. So we'll wait and see which one that is. Unless that is 66, which would be the Dragon Sport by Amigo Motorsport. That could be a 5-second penalty for 66, and we can't quite see it there.
And that is Class E, third in class, and just made up a place from the other pit lane infringement that we had to go through last time. So yeah, he might be dropping a bit back down through the order as well. I think you're right. I think it's our timing screen just a little bit out of focus, isn't it? I think it might be car 66.
Or our eyes. We're getting old, mate.
Definitely getting on at times. But we are down to the last 3.5 minutes of this race with 2 minute 15 or 2 minute 16 lap times. We are coming down to the sort of penultimate lap time, aren't we?
Yeah, it's getting very, very close indeed. I can't believe it. I've blinked and it's nearly gone. But Rob Boston Racing, the 160 car, Still, I mean, it's now backed off, I would say. In terms of lap times, it's shown off. Tom Jackson has enjoyed himself jumping into that car, stretched his legs at the front of the field, and just made sure that he broke the spirits as well as any potential toe of the cars behind.
Yeah, sometimes it is just about making your intentions known. Everyone knows that they can then settle back. If you give them a little bit of a sniff, they might well come searching you out. But at the moment, he put the hammer down. He got that fastest lap that we've seen today, or 2:16.0, and now he's about 1.8 seconds off of that. And the last time through, as that Lamborghini comes through again,
it's brilliant.
It looks absolutely spectacular in these conditions, doesn't it? Brilliant.
It does, and I love what Lamborghini have done with the shape of that car, with that scoop on the top at the back there as well. I mean, it just looks like a shark or something. There is your 144 car leading Class C as well. So Chris Compton Goddard. Now I don't think we can really tell whether. I suspect he's in the pits at the moment. It's Bradley Ellis behind the wheel of that car, and just another one that has just gone really well. And they haven't let the ups and downs of the pit stops affect them. They've just run their race and seen themselves sat relatively comfortable as it sits in the minute, leading Class C.
Yep, and here's the next leader down. This is Hankey in the 98 car, so that is the
Class
D lead.
Yeah.
And again, another driver that has just, as soon as he got in, you could see the attitude of during those really tricky conditions, and he sort of solidified his result. And he's just going around Beckett's and comfortable, and has been comfortable in that position for a while. I'm sure it hasn't felt always comfortable in the driving seat, but he's certainly solidified his position quite early. Yeah.
No, I'd agree. I kept looking closer. I thought there was some damage on the front there, but it wasn't in the end. It was just a bit of an optical illusion by the looks of it. But when you consider that car started from the pits, behind it, one place lower on the overall positions, is the number 60 EDF Motorsports car, the Cupra Leon Competizione, that is leading the way in that. The number 60 car, which it was started by Ashley Woodman, and Martin Byford has jumped in. Not sure which of them's going to be at the wheel this time round, but so far they are in the lead of that.
And we have just seen the lead. These are the leaders all coming across the line to start their final lap now, as we hold in this view down that start-finish straight. And yeah, these. So we are definitely onto the last lap now. We've had there's a bit of a very late move there into the gravel trap almost for the Team Brit car.
Yeah, thankfully, it was Cops there, which has got the biggest runoff in the world type thing. So the Team Brit car is able to get away with that one. No great issue there, thankfully, for the 68 car, 17th overall, 5th in Class D. There is your Class F leaders, the Macaleers, just still screaming on. But our overall race leader, there he is. He's just coming through club at the moment, about to come onto the Hamilton straight for the final time, looking at that, because yet only 10 seconds left to go. It's going to be comfortably. I mean, last time when they crossed the line, the margin was 41.5 seconds over the 92 Simpson Motorsport. Sure, they're going to be frustrated at the time they lost in the pits, but for me, at 41.5 seconds, I think that Rob Boston Racing have done enough that they would have been looking on for it already. And look, they're getting excited, the Rob Boston Racing crew. Still nervous though.
Yeah, of course. You're always nervous with even coming into these late stages. Anything can still happen. You've still got to have momentum to get over that line, and that won't happen for a number of corners yet. But they're definitely building the excitement down in the pits as we see him going off down the back straight for the final time. What a sight that is.
Yeah, under the bridge they go on the Wellington straight, and you see there's not even a rooster tail down anymore. Look at the beaming smile there of them. I think they're looking forward to celebrating this one.
Yeah, I think they will as they come round through Luffield for the last time. A well-controlled race, and very controlled from the beginning until the end, really, hasn't it?
It is. They've even had to serve a drive-through as well for a pit stop infringement. But they're coming through for the final time. They're going to come towards the checkered flag. Here we go. The flag now waves and greets the Mercedes of Rob Boston Racing. And it, of course, is Tom Jackson that takes that flag. Wayne Mars celebrating in the pits, I have no doubt. There he is. There's Wayne Mars just in the background behind his crew. And I love the fact that Wayne's made sure that it's the crew that are having the biggest celebration of the work they've done to get these cars through to the completion. We've also seen take the checkered flag the 6th place car, which is the Class E winner, the number 60 EDF Motorsport Cupra Leon Competizione. Do you like the Gaelic flair there? It's not good, is it? But they've taken a class victory. We now see a few exclamation marks coming up on the screen where penalties have been applied for track limits and the like. Across the line there to take the checkered flag in the background is the second place 92 car Simpson Motorsport, pole position, challenges but still coming home in second.
Yeah, it was close trying to think, but it's nice to see the teams out there, isn't it? It is a complete team sport, this, and really the efforts of all those mechanics and team personnel in the pits really make all this happen, and it's great to see them celebrating as well the British Endurance Championship win and aiming for that British Endurance Champion title at the end of the year.
Well, across the line goes our third place 55 car, the ING Sport. That will have been brought home by Ryan Lindsay to a great third position. They're all Class A cars. Fourth has already been taken. You saw the jet black menacing 19 Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Race Lab taking Class B honours. We're yet to see take the flag 98, Ewan Hankey in the 98 Porsche. That Race Lab Porsche will take Class D honours as long as it comes through. Sixth, number 60, EDF Motorsport winning Class E. C has been won by 144, so Chris Goddard and Bradley Ellis take honours in that class. And the Class F, has that been taken yet? Let me just check on the screen to see. Yeah, number 14 has taken the flag as well to secure Class F. So which one just 98 has now taken the flag.
Has come across the line now. I think it was nearly another lap behind, wasn't it? That's why it's taken him a little while to clear his name through. But we've got the little checkered flag next to his name on the time screen, show that he has been through and taken that the class victory.
Flashing lights in the background a second ago. There was the yellow and black Porsche SG Racing. That was the runner-up in Class C as they make the way. I love that the bridge that goes across to the hotel. So Rob Boston Racing take the victory in their Mercedes from the 92 Simpsons Motorsport car, margin of over 42 and a quarter seconds in the end. Third place 55 ING Sports BMW Z4, and fourth place goes to your Class D winner, number 19 Race Lab, this Lamborghini Super Trofeo. Race Lab also in fifth place and Class D honours in the 98 Porsche Cayman GT4. Sixth, number 60 EDF Motorsports, that Cupra Leon at TCR taking Class E honours ahead of 21 Venture Motorsport in their Mercedes GT4. 50 T7 Motorsport in the Aston Martin. 44 CTR Alpha Tune and the AF Corsa 23. So as our winner makes his way underneath the podium. I don't believe we're going to get the chance to actually see the podium itself during the course of this, because we've got Caterham Racing coming up next, which Cheesy will be commentating on. But Tom Jackson jumps out and he's absolutely delighted, and David trying to jump in to grab a very quick word as Wayne Mars gives him a big high five. The gloves, the helmet, Tom's eyes absolutely wide open. Well done, Wayne Mars in the background there. Tom Jackson gives it the number one, and helmet, balaclava's off, and now David Smith's going to grab a word with our winner.
Tom, congratulations. That was a tough fight out there, and the conditions were pretty tough.
Yeah, they weren't bad, but this man over here, get yourself over here. Obviously, this guy did most of the hard work, and to be honest, I think most of it was done in the pit lane. You know, the boys made some quick pit stops, and I think we jumped the guys in the pit stops really. But yeah, tricky conditions. You know, I was when I first went out, there's just standing water everywhere. It's kind of like wondering how the hell did this guy do it? But yeah, it got better and better. I think the rain started to stop. You know, the cars were out there taking some of the moisture, standing water out of the way, and you know, I can start to see some things at the end. So, but no, enjoyable race, and fair play to everyone on the British Endurance Championship grid. You know, the racing standards were really high. I had no incidents, and you know, fair play to everyone. And what a great day we come away with a win.
And as Tom said, you had to do all the hard work.
I always do the hard work. I just give you in the car in good position, that's all.
Well done. Back to you, Chris.
Well, thank you very much, David, and congratulations to our victors there. A fantastic job. Well, They've got to try and carry this one on then if they want to really challenge overall. They're sat 4th in the championship standings when they arrived here, only 3 points behind the leader. They move on to Donington Park, the national circuit in August, and then in October they're back at Donington Park, but this time on the GP circuit. Both of them 2-hour races, and they're going to be hoping to take some confidence from this performance and see whether they can add to that points haul and keep the trophies coming. Absolutely fantastic job by the guys as they now trying to find the podium. Thankfully, they knew their way around the circuit better than they do finding their way up towards the podium. But Wayne and Tom making their way back up there now. The 55 guy you see in the background there as well. And there's Sasha Kakad with Hugo Cook. Hugo Cook in the black overall. Sasha Kakad sat there. I've commented on some amazing machinery, Sasha. He really does love to jump in a variety of cars. And they're obviously going to be going up there for that second place. Probably a slightly bittersweet for them. And hopefully they will realise how fantastic job it is in that second place. And especially there was a few that were in the top echelons that haven't quite finished where they would want to.
As a racing driver, you always it's bittersweet, right? You know when you've done a good job, but equally, the reason you're out there is you want to win. Yeah. So sometimes second place can feel painful at the time, but ultimately it's sometimes you just got to know when you've done a good job.
Yeah, you enjoy it afterwards, but hopefully they'll enjoy it now. Let's have a word with them. Down to David.
Well done on the podium. It was a tough fight out there.
Yeah, it was pretty wet in the middle of my stint, and but it's I think we lost quite a lot in the pit stop, and I think we should have won, to be honest. But Sash did a good job securing the second, and yeah, that's it really.
Sasha, you were having to do all the driving in the really bad rain. It was tough, wasn't it?
Yeah, but at least when it's wet, it's properly wet. So that means the wet tyre works. But it's actually when it starts to get changeable that it starts to get really tricky, is where the fastest line is on the circuit, obviously. But yeah, we managed it as best we could. Unfortunately, we lost a lot of time in the pit stop, and we had a bit of a gear issue, which was continued to plague us through the race. But yeah, I mean, we're here, we're second. So yeah.
Thanks very much. Back to you, Chris.
Thanks, guys. Congratulations for that second place. You can see that they worked very, very hard on that, but they've got to take delight in the fact that despite all of those challenges, they haven't. They're no lower than second. I mean, it's a brilliant job.
If you come second on a bad day, that's a good day, isn't it? Really,
yeah.
But it takes a little time to reflect on it. But yeah, no, I'm sure they will receive their pots and trophies with pride.
Yeah, I think Sasha Kakad's experience there, you could still see the glint in his eye. He knew what a good job it still was. I think as they are making their way up towards the podium, I can see that we got the next race getting ready in the background there, which I think means you'll be taking that one in a second as well.
Indeed, yeah, we got the Caterhams ready to go off on their green flag as we're waiting for the podiums.
Okay, so that's... Okay, so wonderful entertainment by the Brit Car Endurance Championship. Cheesy, thank you so much for joining me today, mate. I appreciate it. I know you've got some more work to do now, but it's been great to have the driver's eye view, and thank you for that.
My pleasure.
And thank you to David Smith, that's been down in the pit lane doing all of that, and of course the whole media crew that have brought this production together. I'm now making my way to the Brit Car Endurance marquee, because I'm going to present them with all of their trophies for all their classes, and my word, they've earned that today with these conditions. So from myself, Chris Dawes, it's been a pleasure to join you for this, and I look forward to catching up with you all again very soon.
welcome back to Silverstone for round 3 of the Caterham Motorsport season 2022. You can see we have cars out on the circuit already, the 310R Championship, ready to go for the first 30-minute race. So they have 2 over the course of the race weekend. You can see that they're already a significant way around the track as they make their way on their green flag lap. You can see the conditions are greasy under wheel, a little bit wetter than we saw for the road sports earlier, but we can quickly run through the grid as just take you through what happened in qualifying this morning. A little bit topsy-turvy. Got James Wingfield is on the pole position, a great position for him to be, and a 1.3 seconds clear of the field. Jack Sales with a fixed car. He had an issue earlier in the season, and they've identified what the problem was, and he is in second place in his 35 car. Resurgent back to the top. We've got Alan Curtis there in the 43 is on the 3rd, and 4th is Tom Cockrell. And then in 5th place we have Carl Jones, Harry Landy in 6th, McConaughey 7th, and David Yates is 8th. And then on 9th place is Alan Cooper. And then we've got Cook, Hoffman and Cooper, the older Cooper. Baldwin, Eyre, Williams and Price make up to the top 16. 17th is Lopez Appleton. Harry George is in 17th, a bit low down there. Creswell 8th, and Lyle is in 20th. Cook is in 21st, Curtis 22nd, we've got David Morgan 23rd, and we've got 97 of Smith down in 24th. And then 25th, Payne. Clayfan is 26th, we've got Welch in 27th, and Curley makes up the 28th. 29th is Jones, we've got Gaunt, Metcalf and Steele. I'm still going with this mammoth grid here. We've got Fraser, Walters, Cooper and Gleish in 36th. And then we've got Herndine is 37th, making up 37 car grid as they make their way round. Looks like they've been given 2 green flag laps. The change of conditions, they was dry for their qualifying this morning, and therefore the race director giving them a second green flag lap in order that they can know the conditions. It does look like the timing screen from TSL, they've already started the time, which they will often do on the second green flag lap, so the actual race time will be slightly shorter than the 30 minutes they get allocated by the time they've stopped and start that race again. But as they make their way down the hanger straight for this second time, they can at least know the conditions out there now. They've seen them for that first lap through, and they'll be working out how does it feel out there, where are their braking points going to be. There's Lars Hoffman there, number 70 car. If you've been following along the season, he's been in a red and white car up until now, but he's the livery's slightly been tweaked into that blue and white, so he stands out a little bit more from Tom Cockrell. A little bit of topsy-turvy qualifying all the way through than we might normally expect on a track. It's such a long track around here, and the conditions are such that yeah, we had a number of drivers out of position from where we'd normally expect them to be, including Harry George, who's been right up there in the championship fights, and he's down in 18th place. Stephen Lyle in his final race for the 310R this weekend, but he's going to take the step up into the 420R, the 7 UK Championship, and he's sort of further down there in 20th position, so a lot further down than he might expect, but 20th position is only halfway through this field. Such is the popularity of this 310R car model that we have here. Ben Lowe, the 4th step of the Caterham Motorsport ladder, so it's only the 7 UK cars that are going quicker than them around this circuit this weekend. They're fully race-focused machinery. They don't have the windscreens that we saw on the road sports this morning, and they've not got the lights, so they're no longer road legal in this form, but it didn't take too long to strap the lights back on and get them back into road legal format. As we see all the cars filtering through, it's going to take a little while to get them all lined up back on the grid, seeing as such are the numbers. Here is Chris Fraser in the Dutch Barn Vodka or Dutch Barn liveried car. The number 10 car there was going round. The leaders are coming down. It's Jack Sales there in the number 35, the TN Accountancy car. He found an issue with his car at the beginning of this race meeting, and they'd been a little bit down on power, and they were trying to figure out why. They figured it out now, and immediately he comes to Silverstone and he places it on second place on the grid. But James Wingfield is out front on this grid, and he was 1.3 seconds out in front by the time of the end of qualifying, and that is a significant gap. But Silverstone is such a long track and so many tow opportunities. I guess James Wingfield just got that super lap. We are going back to back to back here. We've got the 310s to start with, but don't go anywhere. After the end of this race, we're going straight into the 7 Championship UK race 1 of 3 of the weekend, and then into the 270Rs as well to round off the day's action from Caterham. But you can see the drivers now coming down. A little bit of I guess it's heat haze on the barriers on the right-hand side that you can see there. We've had some pretty torrential rain in the period that we've not had Caterham action on the circuit, and it really has sort of started coming good again. And because there is that ambient heat and temperature we can see, you will see this track drying out. And whether it will get dry before the end of the race or the threat of rain, which is ever present all throughout the day, it could well come back. So setup choices will be being tricky for these drivers. And we'll see whether there's anyone who's made a particularly good choice. They have several changes they can make to the car, including, well, the major one being anti-roll bars and the tread depth that they have on their tyre. We don't have a different wet tyre compared to the dry tyre, but you can choose how big the tread blocks are. So you can see that the clock at the top of the screen is counting down there, and it's at 26 minutes as there looks like we're going to get the green flag at the back. The marshal just checking with one of the drivers who obviously had a slight issue there, but we're going to be a 26-minute race rather than the full 30 minutes as we're waiting for those final few cars. I can see Mike Gleish in the background there, just slowly getting himself lined up. Green flag is presented at the back of the field, so the next thing to look out for is the 5-second board. You can see drivers, a little bit of movement there from Kevin Cooper. He'll get that back under control as they're off and underway for the first of their two 30-minute races for this race weekend. Jack Sayles looks like he got the best start. James Wingfield bogged down off the start there, didn't he? He didn't get any traction from his car as he heads off around Copse, but he's dropped well down the order, and Jack Sayles absolutely made a blinding start there and flew off into the lead in that first corner as the rest of the field find out how much visibility they're going to get. It's certainly not full visibility as they head into this slippiest part of the track as we're going too wide. There is James Wingfield. He's managed to recover back in the second part of that phase, and it's Carl Jones there alongside him, so he's made a great start at the beginning of this race. And it's that Blair McConaughey there into 4th place, so again he's come up from 7th on the grid, so maybe one side of the grid was a little bit more competitive off the line than the other. I think that could well be the case as we watch these 37 cars flowing around the Beckett's S's, and they're heading out here through Chapel and out onto Hanger Straight for the first time. What a sight there is, the TN Accountancy. Jack Sayles in the number 35, the white car with the green roll cage, followed by Wingfield. A little bit of a twitch there. He locked up that front left as again, Ben Lopez Appleton there. Welcome back to the championship for him, and he's having a little bit of a squirmy moment in his DW Motorsport car. One of the drivers out there wide might have been David Yates, one of our championship contenders there, so he'll be looking for that. There's Harry Landy, has also come up through the field in these early phases. He was 6th place on the grid, and now he's just taken over 3rd place from Carl Jones with McConaughey behind him. And then there's Lars Hoffman. Carl Jones losing the rear end of that car. It really is sketchy at the moment, isn't it? It's tight as you like going through in these final corner onto the old start-finish straight. I should say the old one. It's the old one we were using last year on the international circuit, but it's obviously the new one for the wing circuit where we'll see the Formula 1 cars in a few weeks' time taking off there. But this is a concern of Caterham's, and what a sight they make as they flow on round. You can see the sheer width of this track, this Formula 1 focused track, and how narrow these Caterhams are. And they can use a number of different lines, especially in these tricky damp conditions. They're able to manoeuvre and push them, and they'll be searching out for where that grip is, and some of the more experienced drivers, and this field is full of them, will know how to attack that. We saw some issues for Roadsport earlier where they were trying to search out Blair McConaughey absolutely on the ragged edge of the grip and put a wheel onto that green, which is really not going to be grippy in these conditions. And there's Williams out there as well as we head off down the Wellington Straight into Brooklands, this left-hander. And again, this in corners of this, you're asking a lot of your car, and who's that? That is the number 75 car. Just having a look down the order for that one. That is Paul Herndeen. So he started at the rear there, and he's finding the conditions tricky, I would guess, but he's now lost touch with this pack as they head off around Luffield through Woodcote, and then to start the next lap. Jack Sayles maintains that lead throughout the whole of that, but Wingfield has recovered himself. He's looking solid in that 2nd place. Harry Landy 3rd. Lars Hoffman looks like he's going to have that 4th place by the time they exit Copse. There's Harry George, who we said had a bad qualifying, but it looks like he's now made his 4 places up on that lap to be in to the 14th position. Alan Curtis just ahead of him. So Alan Curtis, another driver who we've seen making great strides in the last couple of seasons. From complete beginner, he joined Roadsport. He's now in the 310R class and showing a really good showing as they go through that slippy part of the track through Maggots. It's incredibly slippy under underfoot there, and the drivers all taking it. We've got one car going sideways. That's Chris Welch in the red car there, making a rotation. Is everyone going to avoid him? It looks like it. Gets a little bit tight, doesn't it? But there's Chris Welch is just getting the car back under control, and off he goes. Jack Sales making full use of all the extra power he's got under his right foot now. He's no longer handicapped by that. He's back on form, and where we kind of expect him to see. Jack Sales is. He's raced in the top level of Caterham Motorsport and had podium finishes as far as in the championship. So he finished third in the 420R championship, was going for the championship lead many a time and won in that. So we fully expect to see him up there, and it's great that he's now got the car underneath him that allows him to show his skill out there. So we watch this field coming on around here through Club, and yeah, all these curves, white lines, and you want to avoid in these kind of conditions as Chris Fraser goes up onto those curbs, and whilst they are grippier than on some circuits, because we have MotoGP that drive around these circuits, and it's certainly still not a place you really want to be on a regular basis. And anytime you see the cars going onto that green AstroTurf, that's like ice. But certainly the spray that we were seeing even in the early laps, it's abated quite significantly already. We're only sort of 10 minutes into this race as a whole, so it does look like we are going to see a drying track throughout, and the window of my commentary box shows that we're not raining at the moment, and it's quite bright out there as we're waiting for the cars to appear down the bottom end of the Wellington Straight, and here they come. Jack Sales still out front, and Wingfield now fighting with Lyle and Harry Landy, so they're going 3 abreast. That's going to only help Jack Sales as he makes his way around. He's lost the rear of the car though, gathers it all up though. He's really hanging it out there. Jack Sales, in the junior levels, he was quite a well-renowned karter, and he's come up through the ranks. He joined the academy. James Wingfield absolutely sideways coming out of Lovefield there, and he absolutely put the block pass on Harry Landy. Harry Landy had to get out the throttle there immediately to make sure that he didn't get collected. James Wingfield maximising his grip there. It certainly wasn't the quickest rower in that corner, but at the moment he's still stayed ahead of Harry Landy. But Lyle showing his class. He's come all the way up from, where did he start? He started 20th on the grid, and he has made it all the way up to 2nd place. He has got the fastest lap as well to boot. Qualifying definitely didn't go his way, but he's certainly showing a clean pair of heels to the field at this point. He's made maximum use of that. Lyle, new into Caterham Motorsport last year, in fact new into car motorsport last year, done some karting in his past, in fact done a lot of karting in his past, but he certainly transitioned to car motorsport, and he's saying this will be his last 310R race, but he's going to be a great addition into the 420R, the 7 Championship UK cars in the near future. Lars Hoffman, there he is in sort of 5th place at the moment behind the Wingfield car, and Carl Jones dropping back a little bit, as is Blair McConaughey. I'm not sure if Blair's got some issues, but at the moment he's not showing the pace that we kind of expect to see from him. He's had he's been up on the podium every now and again, but he's in fact he had 3rd place last time at Snetterton, but his other results have been sort of 9th, 11th and 7th, so not quite where we expect him to see. He's the reigning 270R champion, and we know that the pace is there. He's just got to figure out how does he make it all come to the top in this class with these kind of class drivers as well. As Lyle has now caught fully up with Jack Sales, going up the inside of Abbey, so there is a change for the lead for the first time in this race. Jack Sales soaring away at the wheel there as he balances the car through these conditions. A wing hanging about out of the exit of, looks like through the middle of the Club, the exit of Vale into Club. See the understeer that Lyle had to put in there, but they are using that karting line, as we might call it. The outside of the circuit is where the grip is. Chris Welch continues his tricky start to this race as he's trying to get that car sparked back up again in DPR Run Motorsport, as he's just trying to get everything back into control, waiting for that car, I think, to make their way through. Here is that lead group, which is now growing to be 5 big, isn't it? So there's Chris Welch back under steam again, heading off down there. But Lyle now heads Sales, heads Wingfield, and then it's Landy and Wingfield again going. Wingfield using the sort of traditional racing line, but it does mean that he's losing grip in the middle part of the corner, where you see Lyle going to the outside, and he's gaining traction all the way around the outside there, but Wingfield's still able to put that block past on Landy, but Landy uses that outside line, gets the extra speed down the straight, up the inside as we go through Woodcote, Normally that's not a real corner, but in these conditions it certainly gets your attention, as the car likes to understeer off around that. So if you're going side by side, you've got to have confidence in the driver. There's a bit of contact there. That's Lars Hoffmann hitting the wing of James Wingfield. Wingfield seems to come off of that okay, but Lars Hoffmann was fully locked up trying to avoid that contact, and unfortunately it looked like he did drift to the outside. He's still up and running. I can see him there, but he's dropped behind Carl Jones and Blair McConaughey at this stage. But Wingfield, taking different lines. You can see Landy again using that wider line to see if he can carry that momentum around through the Beckett's S's. Wingfield is going to stick to his approach though, and you see that rear wing flapping away. Doesn't look like it's going to cause any problems for him at the moment. It might well depart his vehicle by the end of this race, but at the moment he's happy to just take it along for the ride. Jack Sales was temporarily back out in front, wasn't he? But he's now going to have that position retaken by Lyle. So Lyle's going to lead it into Stowe. It's going to go Wingfield just still following on behind Jack Sales, but he's got the outside line this time. As Jack Sales makes his way back through, losing the rear end a little bit as he was compromised because Wingfield was still there on his outside. They are now going to go side by side through the Vale. You can see the cars are squirming. Jack Sales dropped a wheel there onto the grass. He managed to hang it all back together again there and uses the grippy part on the outside of the track to get that speed back, but he's a bit compromised and a bit touched there from Harry Landy. Tickled his rear panel there, but off they go and back up this Hamilton straight again. You see there Blair McConaughey also behind. Is Harry George just behind him, so we said that Harry George would make his way through, and he is doing that. And he's got Lars Hoffmann. That's where Lars Hoffmann ended up after his contact. Carl Jones looking up that inside title line. Is that going to work for him as they head on through? But this field's still fairly together. We're seeing a couple of gaps. There's Ben Lopez Appleton, and there's Wes Payne in the sort of pearlescent car there. Also, there's the Dan Clay fan, and it looks like Chris Fraser there as they make their own battles through this field. Clay fan currently down to 21st, and we also saw Jeff Price there in 22nd. So that was the battle down there. But yeah, as we move on through, some distinct groups appearing. As we said, there's top four. Then we've got the following sort of three cars, including Lars Hoffmann. As we see Lyle round the outside of Brooklands again, able to carry that speed. Jack Sales back in that third place. Wingfield still attacking. The track conditions will switch at some point. If the drying out continues at this pace, the inside line will start becoming the quicker line again. But at this stage in the race, we're still seeing some spray kicked up, and it is still the outside line that is holding firm. Still 15 minutes of the race to go. That waggling wheel arch of James Wingfield there after the contact a little bit earlier. He's looking up the inside of the first turn, but not able to make it stick this time. So that would have compromised them both into there. And you see Jack Sales is right back on the case. The marshal bravely going to rescue that wing and the trudge back through the gravel. You can see it's relatively solid gravel now with all the rain we've had. So that's the one thing to keep in mind for the drivers if anyone does make it out there into the gravel. But you can see how slippy it is still around this complex area. In the dry, you can see the dynamics of the change of direction of these cars as they sweep from left to right. But today it's very tentative, and you can see how hard James Wingfield's having to work that steering wheel just to keep this car pointing in the right direction. They are on the absolute limit of grip at all times, and in these conditions it's quite exciting to watch them soaring away at that wheel. Great for Harry Landy there to be in this fourth place as he goes into this sort of middle phase of this race. He's had some unlucky racing. He's been up at the front on occasion, but never necessarily making it to the flag in those same positions. And you have to go quite a long way down. He's in 21st in the championship right now, and he's currently sitting second in this race. So what a performance there from Harry Landy. But unfortunately, he's already carrying a 0 score. But when the drop scores are taken into account, that will help. But his best this season so far is 10th. So significantly better in these conditions. He's pedaling that car very nice. James Wingfield just using all the track. Jack Sales gets a better run at him as they go up through and towards Abbey, up the new start-finish straight, the Hamilton straight towards this Abbey right-hander. In the dry, that's virtually flat out, maybe just a quick lift to get the front nose tucked in, but in these conditions, absolutely having to ease off that throttle, really sort of probably not necessarily brake, but certainly ease off a long way in advance of that corner to get those cars to turn in. Harry Landy now going side by side with James Wingfield. Wingfield round the outside of this second phase, but Harry Landy's got the overlap. Wingfield could tries for the cut under, does work, but he's still got the left kink to get onto the Wellington straight, and he's going to be a little bit sideways, has to capitulate, and Harry Landy will have the tow of Stephen Lyle, who has got a little bit of a gap now out front, hasn't he, to to then to see whether he can scamper off, and if Landy and Wingfield and Sales continue to fight, then that will happen. And look who has joined this lead battle, another person from very deep on the field. That is Harry George, absolutely recovering this race. You often see that in qualifying around a long track like Silverstone. It can be about as much finding a lucky lap as much as anything, in the way you don't get blocked or balked. And he was clearly right down there in qualifying. Where did we say him? 18th place on qualifying, and now he's right back in this lead group, and has been all year. Harry George skipped out all the road sport and the 270Rs to skip all the way straight to 310i. He was in Academy last year. He was runner-up in that group, and he's put a lot of work and effort to get himself ready for this 310R challenge. And what a challenge it is. There's a group of very talented drivers. Tom Cockrell, another person who skipped a step. He skipped from road sport to the 310, so his compatriots are in the 270R this year, but he decided he would make that step immediately up into 310, straight into this hornet's nest of drivers. As we see, there is Harry George in the Alpha sponsored blue car, very resplendent it looks too. Number 17 as he heads off down and through Chapel and onto Hanger Straight. Lyle using every single last bit of that new tarmac area that they've put on the outside of Chapel there. It's going to have to be cognizant of the track limits though. You only get a certain number. So we, as drivers, we see Harry Landy looking like he is going to take that lead into Stowe. But Harry Landy, what a change around in form this is, if he can keep this all the way to the end of the race. Still 11 minutes to go though, so still plenty of action that could happen. Jack Sales though back into that second place. He tucks it on the inside of Harry Landy, manages to get it all stopped up using the slightly wider line to get the acceleration through Cops. James Wingfield onto the curbs. You saw him having to fight it again. He's definitely balancing and dancing that car at all times, isn't he, as he drives through. And coming up the Hamilton Straight, looks like Jack Sales does want that lead, but Lyle's not going to give it to him easy. He wasn't letting him have the sweep into the corner. He's compressed him up into that corner, and it's actually helped him out. Harry George though is going to come screaming through into that second place. So we've got both the drivers from deep in the field now leading in this race, so the cream is rising to the top, and it's great to see Jack Sales back in this battle up the inside there as they go through the village and then into the loop. It's going to be 4 wide, is it, as they go through the loop. Lars Hoffman is now back up to speed next to the car that he hit the rear wing of last time through, and he will be looking to get involved in this battle too. So with 10 minutes to go, this lead battle is growing, and it looks like we've got Carl Jones, and I think that's going to be Harry Cook as well, willing to join it, as well as Blair McConaughey. He's not too far back either, is he? So but by the end of this race, are we going to see a lead group of 8? I think that is going to happen. See the crowd there in the BRDC Grandstand, which they've nicely opened up for us to stay in the dry today, so they can stay in the dry and watch this epic racing unfold as Jack Sales takes that really wide line. Going to have the run out there, so Harry George is going to have to capitulate, slip in behind, which he does. Harry Landy's got a bit of a run, and there comes Lars Hoffman up the inside down through Woodcote, and James Wingfield on his outside. What a sight it is to see these cars coming along that old start-finish straight, and our start-finish straight for this weekend. It's a famous shot in motorsport, and one that anyone who loves any of those racing. Jack Sales up the inside there lost all his momentum, didn't he, through the first corner there. Dropped back into about 4th or 5th. Lyle though, been a kind of consistent force out front, but his gap that was slowly developing. You can see his understeer, then straight snap oversteer as the grip comes and goes under these cars, and it is very much a sort of karting type effect. We've not got any downforce in Caterham's. James Wingfield sliding that car. He's going to have to be careful about that. Once you get that slide going, it's really hard to abate it, and if you do make contact with another car, it's going to affect your race as much as anything, isn't it? It would be a very clumsy incident indeed to get if that happened. But here comes the Lyle machine. We are slowly seeing that group grow. Harry Cook and Carl Jones look like they've come across that gap and will soon be inserting themselves into the fun. They're still using that really wide line through Stowe though, so the inside of Stowe still hasn't dried out enough to make that happen. Jack Sales down the inside, Wingfield and Harry Landy, the 3 wide. There's Jeff Price rotating, and that's up at, looks like that's the Beckett's S's, so you can see how far the track is now spread front to back with 37 cars. That's always going to happen around the Silverstone circuit. As we join this front group again, it's been an epic race so far. We've still got 8 minutes of fun to go. Lyle again is though the leader currently, has been for probably the last 3 laps or so. Harry George, though, coming through into that second place, so see whether he can make anything happen by the end of this race. We've got a car going sideways. Was that Carl Jones? I think it was. It was one of the chasing green cars. Clearly put a wheel onto the grass around Abbey, and that's just spun into the inside. I think he's got away with no contact, and I think I saw him back up to speed in the background, but that's going to upset his race. It's going to struggle now to get back to this lead group, and he's done all that hard work to get there. So whether he had a bit of a contact with anyone else or whether he did that all by himself, it's hard to know, but in these conditions anything is possible. As they're weaving down the Wellington straight now, trying to throw the toe worth maybe over a second, maybe a second and a half to 2 seconds even around this Silverstone track. If you get a toe round all the major straights, you're going to gain so much time, and that's why there's a game of it's game theory, isn't it? It's when is it worth pushing, when is it worth relaxing into this. And as they head off around Luffield and back to complete another lap. This will be completion of the 7th lap of this race already. It's a very different affair from somewhere like Brands Hatch, where we visited first event of the season, where those laps come thick and fast. These are much longer affairs, and the corners around Silverstone are so wide and open and committed, especially in the Caterham, which is so narrow in comparison to that track. You really do have to carry the speed. There's some reflections of the rain lights all on the other cars, and they're very bright rain lights in conditions like this. They're meant for this kind of full spray, so you definitely don't want to stare at those things as you're driving along, otherwise you get one of those sort of sunspots in your eyes where you can't see anything anymore. So it's definitely another thing to keep an eye out for. Most of them will be running clearer visors or tinted, but less tinted visors as Jack Sayles gets round the outside as he goes through Chapel. He's had the extra speed round the last bit of that Beckett's S's, and he's now pulled into that second place again, fighting as you like as we come down towards this final 5 minutes. He's obviously going to make sure he gains the advantage of anything. James Wingfield still see his wing flapping away, so waving to the cars behind, still coming along for the ride, still firmly attached at the front. There's Lars Hoffman now, and Harry Cook and Blair McConaughey all trying to attach themselves, but just at the moment it's still been consistently these kind of front 5 cars since about mid-distance. So Lyle been out there in front consistently. We've seen Harry George come through and managed to position himself second relatively reliably, and then the rest of them come through. And here is that pack. There is Wes Payne and Williams going side by side, and yeah. So the battle's happening. I can see Gary Curtis there, and is that Alan Curtis there as well? He's dropped right back down the field. If that is Curtis, he's in 19th. We got spin for Wes Payne. That's number 50, rotating down at club. So it's still Vale. It's very tricky conditions out there. I think if you snatch, seeing a dry-ing line, it's definitely just a dry line, is it? But it's you will certainly have a part of this track where you can generate more speed now. And if you then touch a wetter part of the track, or whether you get on one of the white bits of painted line, then you will start losing grip, and that is Curtis. It's Gary Curtis and Alan Curtis sort of running nose to tail there. You can see on the timing screen on the left, 19th and 20th position that battle is for, as we return to the front of the field, and it is still Lyle. It was Jack Sayles temporarily in second place, but it looks like it is now going back the way of Harry George, or maybe that's Wingfield up the inside. Is the inside starting to come good? You can see the cars having to jink around. They're all going to the swapperoo. It's a 3-way swapperoo though this time. Jack Sayles taking to that inside line. Is he going to get that power down, or is he going to lose out to both those cars? At the moment it looks like he's lost out to both of them. They do have the momentum around the outside, so I think that shows that the outside line is still the place to be, and he knows that now with 4 minutes to go, and maybe other people don't. Wow, still out in front for another lap though. It's incredible that he has kept out in front all this time. He's protected against all that tow. His last outing out this weekend in the 310R before he takes the step up into the 420, so he's going out showing what he is capable of, and he's looking to try and get that win. But it's going to be no easy feat, and Harry George has been comfortable to sit there as they all go a bit sideways round Maggots as they enter this Beckett's complex. Through Beckett's and then out to Chapel and back onto the Hanger Straight again for the 9th time of asking. There's Harry Cook firmly attached himself to the back of Lars, who's firmly attached himself now to the back of this little group, and Blair still sat there in no man's land a little bit between. And next up behind him is Tom Cockrell, and he's been right up there in the championship as well, hasn't he? So he's had a second and a third this year already, so he's a bit further back than he might expect to be. They're all trying different lines now. They're trying to see whether there is any grip. With 3 minutes to go, they're only going to get this lap and one more. They're currently doing 2 minute 40 laps as James Wingfield Wingfield absolutely sideways there, but it's kind of worked. He's got a slight overlap on Lyle, but Lyle will have the momentum around the outside. But we are seeing Harry George now take the lead for the first time. That's the first time we've seen not being Harry Lyle for a while. Jeff Price makes another rotation as he makes his way through. That looks like turn 1, so that's the old pit, or the new pit exit that we're running with this year. As we come up the inside, James Wingfield looking for that inside line, but it's just not got the grip. He slips to the outside, has to ease off the throttle to let the room for the cars on its outside. Harry George having an uncomfortable ride on that curve. James Wingfield's up the inside again, though, coming into Village. Is he going to be able to get it stopped up in time? He does. Jack Sales also looking down the inside, but Harry George maintains that inside line for the loop. As they go through, then it'll be Aintree onto the Wellington straight. Lyle back to the front, though, so he wasn't long that he was off that top step. He's back in there now. They head off down, weaving to try and get rid of that toe. Got to be careful that you're not impeding the other driver, but whilst they're all line astern, that's fine. It's only when they start going 2 or 3 wide that it starts getting a bit more complicated. Jack Sales has dropped to 5th place now, so that's the lowest we've seen him. And his next up is Lars Hoffman, is on the shopping list for Jack Sales, so he'll be looking to try and get back up the list. There, Wingfield back into that second. He's trying that inside line again. Harry Landy in that 3rd place. Harry George dropped now from the lead. We saw him a couple of minutes ago. He's now come back into 4th place. We start the last lap of our race, though. We have only got 1 minute 20 seconds left, and they're doing 2 minute 40 laps. So this is the last lap as they're trying 3 wide through turn 1. Harry Landy currently in that 2nd place, but hasn't got the momentum coming out here into the Maggots and Beckett's S's. Jack Sales looking for a way through, but his road is completely blocked by the other 2. Lyle is making a little gap when he needs to. Harry George up the inside. James Wingfield on the wider line. We've seen it so slippy around here. Can he get it stopped? He just about manages to keep it within the bounds and does so. Harry George having to sit in 3rd place. Harry Landy in that 4th place. And then we've got Jack Sales 5th, Hoffman 6th. So it's going to be these group of cars for that lead. Harry Cook also involved, so there's actually 7 cars involved there, and Blair McConney still not quite able to make it. I think that's one of the Coopers there, just rejoining the track down the Wellington straight. As we go down the Hanger straight for the last time, Lyle desperately shaking them left and right. Harry Landy making a move on Jack Sales, makes it up into that 4th place. Jack Sales in 5th, Cook 6th, and Lars Hoffman 7th. Here's that following battle with Tom Cockrell trying to lead that, and I think it's out Pete Walters, so we haven't spoken about Pete Walters at all. Championship leader coming in here, and remiss of me not to mention the fact that he's been struggling all weekend, and now he's down in 9th place as he last time crossed the line. So we are going to see championship changes at the end of this race as we watch this battle. It's race-long and intense battle between these 5-6 cars, and is anyone going to get up the order? Jack Sales on the tight line. He's going to have to drift out. He loses the rear end of the car just a little bit. Harry Landy had to keep his foot in there. He's brave to do so with a problem with a car sliding up your inside. Lyle has lost the gap. Wingfield looking up the inside, but Lyle's still taking that wider line to see whether it can benefit here of the speed as we watch this chasing group, and included in that is David Yates. So he was 2nd place in the championship there. Our championship leaders are not having a good race. So Pete Walters, David Yates down in that sort of deep in the 10th places, sort of, you know, deep in the bottom 10. As we see Lyle going round the loop and going to start one of the last straights. How is he going to protect? He's going to have to shake James Wingfield, who is right on his rear panel there. He is ready to see whether he can get any advantage. Where is the speed? Do you want to be on the outside of Brooklands? Well, we're going to find out what their decision is as they come down here. James Wingfield's got the outside line. Lyle's taking to the inside. Is he going to have the grip to be able to hold it? A little bit of tyre squeal as they brake really late as they can. Lyle looks like he's going to tuck it into the apex. Has Wingfield got an overlap? He's got an overlap as they go into Lovefield. Is he going to be able to stick? He goes all the way to the outside of the track. He manoeuvres Lyle out there. Harry George, a little bit of contact as they come through the final bend. He loses the rear end of the car. Can Lyle get a bit of momentum? He's going for the outside round Woodcote. Who is going to take this? Harry George could even do it up the inside. They're going 3 wide as they come across the line. We're going to have to look at the timing screen. Who's going to take this? It's Harry George says it's taken, with Wingfield then Lyle, so Lyle lost out. Landy 4th, Sales 5th, 6th place for Hoffman, 7th for Cook. What a finish to that race. Harry George somehow making it through. He had a tuck on the inside as the others lost traction around the outside. They tripped up each other, and what a result for Harry George. Another brilliant storyline. He's took a second last time out at Snetterton. Now he's managed to take a 1st place win and victory in the first race for the 310R Championship this weekend. What a result for him. Wingfield continues his good results from Snetterton, where he took a win, and he's got a 2nd place, and Lyle will be disappointed with that third place, in as he led so many of those laps. But Harry George managed that situation incredibly well and picked up the pieces just when he needed to. We're still seeing battles come through. That's Chris Fraser and a bit Dan Clayfan just losing his the rear of his car, as he's not going to be able to then make a position. I think that's one of the Curtises. No, it's not Curtis out there, so I'm not sure who the other driver. Smith is the other driver there as they cross the line. They're 23rd position as Dan Clayfan as he crossed the line. So we're just waiting for the final few. Cresswell, you can see in the background there, Tim Steele amongst others, all surviving this first 30-minute race of the weekend for the Tim Steele there with a wonky nose cone. So he's obviously had some action. First race done. And we've got another race for them tomorrow. So we're looking forward to that, but plenty more action today as well. 2 more races. We are going back to back to back. So that was the 310R race, but we will be looking for the next race, which I believe is the 7 Championship UK cars. So don't go anywhere, stick around as we're watching the tail end of the field crossing the line. Well, what an exciting way. I'm not sure I'm going to have a voice left by the end of this. We've got to spin at the last kind of corner. We saw a spin earlier, didn't we? So yeah, a little bit of an issue still for, I think that's Ian Hapgood. I could be wrong. And in fact, I'm looking at the wrong list now. It's Herndine, that was the driver there. A long old lap to get back to the pits, but you can wave at all the marshals. Thank you ever so much to all the marshals. They've been out in some atrocious conditions today. Harry George clapping himself there. Why not? Great performance. But yeah, they can see them waving to all the marshals and people on the banks. It's really good to see spectators back at our races, and say the marshals ever there, always supporting us and allowing us to go motor racing. And in the conditions that we've had so far, they deserve a Horlicks, don't they, to get that. Right in front of the BRDC stand and the clubhouse. The most famous shots again in British Motorsport, and many a Formula 1 driver waving in the crowd as they go around these corners as well. But Harry George joins the list of winners this year. So Pete Walters, who we mentioned really late on in that race, has won 3 of these races, but he was nowhere today. Certainly he won't be happy with 11th place as he crossed the line. David Yates hasn't won a race this year, but he's been consistently up there as we're watching the drivers come in. I think we're going to have the top 3 pushed off to one side so that we can have a little conversation with them, hopefully, if that's possible. A little bit of confusion understanding what's going on. Jack Sales are just waiting to see where he'd go, but I can see Sam Parker is down there, so hopefully we'll be able to have a chat with Harry George and various other people. I see Simon Lambert going to rescue Harry George from up by the other turning point. A little bit confused as we go. Yeah, see James Wingfield there, sporting the Pride livery on the front to mark Pride Month this weekend, or this month. Looking happy. A bit of adrenaline there, I'm sure, as he hauls himself out. Not the most elegant thing to do is to get out in and out of a Caterham. You see Harry George has been rescued. But yeah, we're ready to go down with Sam, who is going to be talking to James Wingfield down in the pits.
James, what a race. Congratulations. How was it from where you were positioned?
That was everything that we love about this Caterham racing, to be honest. It was super close from the beginning to the end. I've lost count of how many overlaps and changes of position. The cars were drifty, four-wheel sliding in towards each other, but everybody's doing it together. And yeah, great driving from everyone. I have to say a tiny bit of little contact, but in these conditions it's hard to just get the things round. So for that race, I don't know what it looked like from the TV cameras, but from the driving seat, that was absolutely awesome.
It looked great. It was a fantastic race to watch, so thank you for doing that, and congratulations. I'll let you move up to the podium very shortly. I'm going to have a quick word with Harry now. Harry, oh my gosh, 18th on the grid to winning. Well, that was incredible. Congratulations.
Thank you, thank you. No, I knew it was going to be tough. Starting 18th, not where I wanted to be on the grid. So I knew I had my work cut out. Just rehearsing wet laps before, stick to my lines, make my way through, head down. And no, I didn't expect to win it, to be honest with you. So yeah, I'm over the moon with it, over the moon.
Yeah, and it still looked like being on the outside of the track worked for you.
Yeah, exactly. There's a different driving style you have to, well, lines-wise in terms of wet and dry. So it's completely different in these. So yeah, it tends to be around the outside in these if it's wet and missing all the apexes. Well, it seems to work for me today. So yeah, I can't believe it, to be honest with you. It's incredible.
Oh, well, congratulations. And I'll let you head up to the podium.
Thank you.
Right, let's have a quick... Oh, look, these two. I think they enjoyed that battle.
Did you win?
Stephen, congratulations. What a race. I mean, you led for the majority of that, and it was great to watch. But still, you know, podium position is fantastic. Well done.
Story of my life. I lead all the laps. I never win one. But it's the nature of it. I defended the first part of the last section, and I couldn't defend the second bit. And then obviously, neither of us were looking for Harry, so it happens.
No, but still, you know, from where you qualified, it's great to get a podium.
I think we started 20th, and I think lap 2 we were leading. So it was going well until then. Until I looked in the mirror on about lap 4, and I thought, they're still there. I thought I'd drive away, and they were still there. So.
Yeah, they weren't going to let you get away, were they?
We'll try again tomorrow.
Will do. Congratulations. I'll let you head up to the podium. So, he's just checking his, his rear wing welded onto his wheel. But I'll hand back to you, Chris, and these guys will make their way up to the podium.
Thanks, Sam. That's great. Yes. Well, it's better than getting a puncture as you're going back into the platform. Wing out there. Well, what a second race that we've had for Caterham this weekend, but no rest for the wicked. We have got another race coming straight up, and that is for the 7 Championship UK cars. So we'll be looking forward to welcoming them onto the track as we see that new walkway coming across from the hotel into the wing. But yes, what a new sort of sight that is around the Silverstone circuit. I've not seen that bridge until today, and it's very smart looking indeed, isn't it? Another little landmark for the circuit. But what a race for the Motul 310R Championship. Here's that result. Harry George came home with the win. Wingfield in second, Stephen Lowell third, Harry Landy took fourth, Jack Sells fifth, Lars Hoffman made his way back to sixth, Carrie Cook is seventh, McConaughey eighth, ninth was Cockrell, and 10th was Carl Jones. Walters was 11th, disappointed there. Alan Cooper in 12th, again not where he wants to be. Harry Eyre 13th, David Yates 14th, 15th Lopez Appleton, Williams 16th, Baldwin 17th, 18th was Payne, Alan Curtins 19th, and Gary Curtis 20th. In 21st, Chris Fraser. Then we've got Smith, Clayfan, Cresswell, Metcalf, Steele, Jones, Cook, Curley and Price. And still not the end of the list, because we've got Cooper, Kevin, the two Coopers together out on track. Kevin not coming off better. Morgan, Gaunt, Welch, Gleish and Hearn-Dean, who was had to have a couple of spins in that race. So well done to the 310R Championship. But we are headed straight into the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars. And as they make their way through Beckers, these are absolute race focused, the top level of Caterham Motorsport. They are heading for the title of British Caterham Champion. And they're running on slicks and wets, so they will be, I imagine, on their wet tyres in these conditions. And a bit of a topsy-turvy grid again as far as the from the championship order point of view. We see Tom Eden in his bright yellow machine is in the pole position. I wonder whether they're going to get 2 green flag laps, because again it was dry conditions for their qualifying this morning. So yes, I believe they will get their 2 laps, so we'll keep an eye out for that. Conditions have changed, and that's the normal process. Again, we might see the clock start ticking after this first one, but they run 3 20-minute races for the 7 Championship UK. So they don't. So they, if the clock starts ticking, it's going to chew away a little bit of their race, isn't it? But they are a national level championship going for that title of British Caterham champion. Tom Eden, though, will start on that pole position with Henry Heaton alongside him. So I saw Henry Heaton having to swap his engine. I think he was doing some work on his clutch earlier in the weekend. But here is that starting grid then. We'll come back into that in a second. Let's see if we can get that starting good. There we go. So we've got Tom Eden on that pole position, Heaton alongside him second, Thompson, so Lewis Thompson a return. We'll talk about that in a second, in third place, and Chris Moore in fourth place. Gary Lapidus in fifth, Aaron Head down in sixth, not where we expect to see him. We've got Jake Swan in seventh and Tim Dickens in eighth. We then got Mike Evans ninth, Lee Bristow 10th, Barry Benham 11th, and Dale Head in 12th. 21st, Johnny Jarrett, Spar shot alongside him in 14th. 15th is Kirby, and Lees is 16th. And then rounding out the top of the field is 17th place for James Murphy, who broke a drive shaft in qualifying on his outlap, so never really got it to it. The team rapidly changed it, but they just ran out of time. I think it just literally pulled out the pits as the checkered flag was put out. So they are going to go on to the second lap. So Tom Eden, I think it wouldn't be fair. Well, he wouldn't mind if I told you that he wouldn't expecting to see him on that pole position, but nevertheless he's done it 2 races in a row now. Henry Heaton in second place, used to seeing him there. Lewis Thompson in third place. Lewis Thompson won the 310R Championship last year. He has not managed to join us. He's been getting his car together for the opening rounds of this season. He has come in here and he has put his car in the first time he's driven in anger the 7 Championship UK car, and he's put it in third place. He didn't miss a beat last year. He missed the opening round of the 310R, but he didn't lose a race for the remainder of that year. An incredible feat, and he is back out here in the 7 Championship UK car. Again, he's chosen not to run with side doors, so you can see his elbow and you'll be able to see how hard he's working at the wheel. But that's Lewis Thompson in third. Chris Moore, another great performance, put his car in 4th place. And worthwhile mentioning Gary Lapidus as well, up there in 5th place. He's going to be he may be shocked, I don't know if that's the right word. We have got the clock ticking its timer down, so they will have a slightly shortened race as they have gone on to that second green flag lap. But yeah, Gary Lapidus, that's certainly his best qualifying position, 5th place. Can he hold on in the race? Aaron Head will be disappointed with that 6th place. Jake Swan also not used to being down there in 7th. Tim Dickens, Mike Evans, Lee Bristow, Barry Benham. What a performance that is. He's his 3rd race weekend, or in fact 2nd race weekend. We saw him first time out at Snetterton last time, so to be up there in that 11th place this time through, with actually track limits infringements as well. A car I know well, as that was the car I was racing last year in this championship, so good to see that car back out on the field, and Barry making some really good progress. Dale Head disappointed in 12th. We quite often see him qualify fairly low down, but then make his way back up through the field and see whether he can do it. And Dale heads Johnny Jarrett, again seeing him out here again for the 2nd time this season. He joined us at Snetterton. Ian Sparshott is there in 14th, Chris Kirby 15th, Andy Lees in 16th, and then James Murphy, like we said, he broke his drive shaft, and he's had a few of those this year, and he's been lucky not to throw his toys out of the pram with that one, but he's on the back of the grid. He's got his new drive shaft fitted, and hopefully he will be seen to be coming through the field. He's had a lot of bad luck this season so far, and I'm sure he's due some good luck as we see them going down that Wellington straight. They'll have everything fully up to temperature. You can see they're not weaving quite so much anymore, and in fact with the track conditions drying out, weaving around might not be the done thing. They might be looking for drier parts of this track by the end of this race. We are going to have an 18-minute, or it'll be probably 17.5 minutes or so before by the time they actually get this race underway. So pretty short fire, quick fire racing going on here. They're going to need to make progress early on if they want to, especially for the drivers that feel like they might be out of position. Yes, as we see them coming through Woodcote then to line up on that grid. It takes a long time to do 2 laps around this Silverstone Grand Prix track, doesn't it? But they are soon to be starting. We have seen some issues with drive shaft on a number of cars, so let's hope that everyone's going to get away. The damp conditions should lessen the pressure on those, so let's hope we're going to see that. Tom Eden in the bright yellow car, easy to see him. You can see that heat haze, which we were saying might have been present last time. It's definitely there now, isn't it? It's definitely drying out. You can see that there are wet tyres out there, so everyone is going to be looking after those tyres, I'm sure, by the end of this race. See the grid coming up, so that grid of 17 Championship UK cars pulling up onto the grid. You can hear in the background still some of them keeping some temperature in that, trying to get maximum rear tyre temperature ahead of this. So we see the marshals leaving the grid, and it won't be long before we get that green flag and we get the first of 3 races for the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars underway at Silverstone on the full Grand Prix track. Certainly looks like it's going to be about 16.5 minutes. We've got the 5-second board, so we are looking for the lights, and we'll get this race underway. How are they going to get off the line? The lights are out, so off they go. Tom Eden made a good start there. Henry Heaton might well have got the better start, though, up the inside there. You can see the spray starting to kick up, and it does look like it's going to be heating up the inside as they head through the turn 1. Johnny Jarrett there, we're following through a little bit further and deeper in that field. James Murphy will be looking to make up space early, and he's already up the outside of a lot of drivers. He's looking around the outside of Johnny Jarrett as they head into this really tricky part of the track with its slippy nature. Henry Heaton, you see some of the cars off wide. That's Lee Bristow really wide there, but manages to keep it all hauled up by the time they get into the turn. I saw James Murphy had to actually capitulate. A lot of those cars, one of the cars couldn't evaporate quick enough for him on the exit of that corner, and he had to go back a little bit. So he has made a couple of spaces up already, but it's not the kind of start he would have been dreaming of. Henry Heaton, though, has got the lead of this race ahead of Tom Eden, and now it's Lewis Thompson in the new car to the grid, and he's looking up the inside of both of them. And is he going to be able to shove it down the inside of Henry Heaton? I think he's had to stall that one. Henry Heaton's got the outside line, which should give him the momentum then down into Vale. The top three have broken away a little bit, haven't they, already in these very early stages, from Aaron Head, who's next up, and he's made his way through very nicely. Chris Moore just behind him, and that's Mike Evans up the inside with looks like it's Lee Bristow in the orange car. Tim Dickens up his inside, and Jake Swan also following Head's movement through the field. James Murphy off wide out the club. That's not going to help him in his battles. And there's Chris Kirby with nowhere to go. He had to dive to the outside of Lee Bristow as they head up the Hamilton Straight. Looks like it's Dale Farshot's dropped to the back of the field at the moment, so he's going to have to see whether he can make some movement back up. But they're all relatively nose to tail as we head in here. Thompson takes the lead, though, from what was a spectacular 310R Championship. Can he continue his winning form into the 420R car, this top level Caterham Motorsport? These cars are serious race machines. They are roughly 15-17 seconds faster than the 310R Championship cars that we saw on the previous one, and in the wet conditions it might even be a greater gap, given that they have dedicated wet Avon tyres. So in the dry conditions they run on slick tyres, and in the wet conditions they have a dedicated wet Avon tyre, which gives significant grip advantages over their more road-going tyre that we see in the Roadsport all the way through to the 310R. But there's even a little gap appearing there, isn't there? Thompson's definitely got the feel for Caterham Motorsport. He's been around the paddocks for a while, and it took him a little while to click, but last year it all came together in 310R with DW Motorsport run driver, and he looks like he has now got it all sorted all the way up to this incredible 420R machine. Looking for some of that cooler water, isn't he, to keep his tyres temperature down, so he's keeping his thinking hat on as well. Tom Eden has not drifted away from that lead battle. He did very well here last year up until contact into Vale, had some serious speed, so that's carried on, and it converted into pole position round here. He did the best of everybody in qualifying. They didn't do their super pole this time out. Conditions were such that it was too changeable to do the single shot qualifying shootout that they do between normally the top 6 drivers. As we see the tower there giving us the running order currently. Thompson out front ahead of Heaton, Eden, Head, Swan, Evans, Bristow, Dickens, Kirby and Moore as they all flow through. And we've still got Barry Benham still in that 11th place, so he started 11th and he's managing that. He's also hooked onto the rear of this group and therefore is in a good position to continue his progress through. Jake Swan making his way up as well from deep on the qualifying field. He has started in 7th place, so he is now back up into, I think that's 4th place now. Head having to battle a little bit with Lee Bristow, Mike Evans and Tim Dickens. Bristow, Evans and Dickens, all people that I've raced against in the past as well, and it's great to see them back in this top flight motorsport, all nose to tail there. Chris Kirby again doing some great stuff with his car there in 9th place. Takes a little while to get to grips with these cars, especially if you're transitioning to them for the first time. They are, whilst the DNA remains the same and the handling characteristics are very similar, they are a different level of performance above anything else we have in Caterham Motorsport. Aaron Head just has to jink to avoid the Bristow car there, the Caterham Gatwick run Lee Bristow in the orange car, just behind the bright yellow DW Motorsport Tommy Eden, and Mike Evans looking up the inside of Aaron Head there. Last time through we see Dale Head, so Aaron's brother coming through the field quite strongly, but at the moment I can't see him right at the front here. Last time through he was 14th, so he's not making the progress that he might want to. But if you look up here, James Murphy is now ahead of Chris Moore, who's drifted all the way back from what was 4th on the grid. He's gone back all the way down to 10th place, and not the opening he would have liked, but Murphy has made his way from the back through to in front of Chris Moore now, so he's going to be running around that 9th place. And certainly everyone is still well within sight, with still plenty of time left on that clock. Still got 11.5 minutes of this race still to go. Now they go out of Luffield. Certainly you can see the drivers now starting to use, if you're watching the 310 a few moments ago, you'll have seen that they were still using the outside line, but it certainly looks like now the inside normal traditional apex line is working around that Luffield corner. More drivers taking that choice, and the experience level here in this grid is such that yes, you'll get that, drivers will know to search that out. Tom Eden now is starting to drop back through the order, so he was solid in that third place. I wonder whether he's had a mistake on that last time through, because I don't see how else he would have dropped to that. It's very easy to drift onto a curb or just cause yourself a problem, and then once you've lost momentum, it's really difficult to get it back. See there the Chris Kirby car. Still making good progress. It's Bristow now. Is that definitely something happened, didn't it, between these drivers? Jake Swan currently the fastest lap of the race with a 2:33. Dry lap times are about 2 minutes 15 or even 14, so certainly way off that. There's still a very slippy underfoot, but Thompson maintains his lead out front, but it looks like Henry Heaton's got more of an interest in that now, and Jake Swan will certainly be one to make the most of that. He drops to the outside line where that grip can be, so at the moment that's not the end of the world. In the dry conditions that would have been lost more time, but in the wet that's not so bad. So a lot of the cars still sideways as they try and take those apexes. They're still really tentative there, so where in the dry you can really lean on the slick tyres, in the wet here they're still having to really balance the cars as they head on round. But it is this top three broken away. Bristow could potentially make his way back up into this. He's still got nearly 10 minutes to do it, so still plenty of the race left to make this gap across, but I think we're going to have to see some battling to do that. And Mike Evans having to take to the gravel, or onto the tarmac there on the inside of the Abbey sort of exit. He's coming in, joining the track on the outside of Chris Kirby, so he did his best to make sure he joined in a safe way. There's no real easy way back there. He's on the outside of Chris Kirby. He's dived down the inside. Tim Dickens went a bit too wide. He's going to get a little bit blocked there by Chris Kirby as they then head off down through the Aintree and onto the Wellington Straight. As they all trying to pick their way through. How are they? They're all getting a little bit blocked. Tim Dickens having to take avoiding action there to avoid Chris Kirby, who was absolutely going to block that inside line no matter what. Jake Swan looking around the outside. This top three maybe have called truce just a little bit. I don't know why I'm saying that. I definitely don't think that's going to be true in a few quarters' time, but they've certainly got a guaranteed podium if they continue this on, so that's something to be protected, and especially when we have 3 races per race weekend. There's lots of racing for these drivers to get through, and consistency does count for a lot, but nevertheless a win is always beneficial. You get extra points for that win. You get an extra point, whereas there's 1 point gap between all other race positions. The win, you get a 2 point gap. You also have 3 opportunities for fastest lap. I think we said it was Jake Swan. He still maintains that fastest lap as we head off around another lap, and it's swapped at the front there. Henry Heaton is now leading, and it's Jake Swan in second with Lewis Thompson now in third place. So the first time we've seen Thompson down in third place for a little while since the start. Henry Heaton makes his way through, and you can hear with the throttle that they're able to pick up the throttle a little bit more aggressively now, so definitely you can see on the track there's a bit of a drying line. Definitely there's a lighter patch which they're actually avoiding now because they want to get their tyres a bit cooled off. Again, these tyres work in their particular envelope, and that goes away quickly when we're starting to run on a completely dry tyres. I can hear some diff whine from one of those cars. It sounds quite an intriguing noise as they head off down Stowe corner there. It's a kind of noisy, it sounds like a jet taking off or something. They head on into Vale this time. There is Heaton behind Jake Swan, who has the lead of the race as it stands. Lewis Thompson now watching brief in third place. Still a little bit of a gap to Bristow, but that gap has come down. Bristow pushing into wide into that puddle though. It's not going to help his speed as they come up here onto the Hamilton Straight. But Bristow, new into the championship this year. He is a past champion in 310R and a very good peddler in a Caterham, and he's made the transition into this top flight of motorsport very well. Aaron Head has now cleared himself of this melee behind, which is the melee that James Murphy is now faced with. He was a winner last time out at Snetterton, but he also had an awful lot of bad luck, and that bad luck has continued into this weekend. As we go 3 wide into Village, and the right-hander of Village, is it going to work itself out? Chris Kirby's been absolutely willing to get his elbows out, hasn't he? And to see there Barry Benham getting stuck in a little bit of contact there. That was Chris Kirby, hitting the rear box of Barry Benham. So that's not come to play. See Chris Kirby again sideways as they come out here onto that Wellington Straight. Here back to the lead group though. Jake Swan is out there, and he's still in the lead with Heaton and then Thompson. Bristow's going to get back, isn't he? He's definitely coming across that gap, and with 6 minutes to go, he's certainly over than half the gap in a couple of minutes. So yeah, we're definitely going to see Bristow back up there. Chris Kirby again sideways. Barry Benham losing the rear of the car as they go off round Woodcote. They're not willing to give an inch, those two. That could come to tears at some point. It doesn't always add up, doesn't it? I'm just still up the inside. They're still side by side as they come into club. There's the attitude of the two cars is whether one of them's annoyed the other during this race, but that's definitely the feeling you get from the language that those cars are talking, that they're in a disagreement about who wants to lead who at the moment, and they both want to be out in front. Tim Dickens there in the number 44. Beautiful drift as we go in through this Maggotts and then into Beckett's. Mike Evans there on his rear wheel. A little bit of damage there on Tim Dickens. He's again drifting out through Chapel and onto the Hanger Straight. They're really having to manage these tyres. They're no longer in their kind of operating envelope, and they will turn to a little bit soft, and therefore you'll see them understeering and oversteering and having these drifting moments as they go through the corners. Down into a Vale and then Club again then for the 5th time of asking. Henry Heaton leads this group. They have swapped order most laps, haven't they? And there are 5 minutes to go. They'll be working out what order they want to be in by the end. Bristow is again, play that Jaws music, is well on his way to catch up. And yeah, is he going to get there, and is he then going to roll the dice, see whether he can make his way through and onto that podium spot? Certainly that's the story of this race so far. James Murphy has made it past Barry Benham and Chris Kirby. Tom Eden has dropped now all the way back down through the field, back into deep into the 10 position. Andy Lees, you can see there with Johnny Jarrett right on his tail as well. Gary Lapidus, who we saw start all the way up in 5th place, is now at the rear of the field, that you can see on the screen. Henry Heaton, though, is in the lead of the field that we can see on our screen right now, with Jake Swan right on his tail. Lewis Thompson just starting to lose a bit of contact with them, isn't he? He would be really desperate to come back. Aaron Head onto that AstroTurf, which is actually not a quick way around there. It's not a lot of grip in these conditions out there, but it's the spectators and friends and family look on from BLDC Clubhouse coming around Luffield. With only 4 minutes of this race to go, we're going to be coming on to the penultimate lap then of this race. Jake Swan is leading at the moment. Henry Heaton is behind him. Lewis Thompson has lost contact with those two, though. Lost a bit of speed in this late race. I wonder whether his setup was more focused towards the slightly wetter conditions, and maybe these two had slightly drier setups on. It's hard to know. They're certainly on the wet tyres, though, as Jake Swan having to work that steering wheel to try and get the front end to stick, and it just wouldn't do it. It's certainly lost its optimal performance as they head into Beckett's for the second to last time. Again, you can see that drift as the cars and the tyres and everyone's complaining enough. As a driver, it's actually easier to drive because the steering is a lot lighter when you're in the wet tyres and on a damp track. So they will be having less of a hard time as far as the physicality of it. The slick tyres make this car incredibly physical to drive, but equally they will be not having any not able to relax at all as their fight goes on, and Henry Eaton takes that lead again. Quite an easy pass, that one. Almost a bit of agreement between the two of them. They're not going to fight, and it sounds like it might be between the Henry Heaton and Swan car that's making that strange noise that I don't really know what it sounds like. It sounds like maybe a diff whine or something. They make their way into Vale. Left-hander, it's a tight left-hander, one of the most tight on the track, as we've got a four-wide melee. That's Mike Evans, Tom Eden, that's Chris Moore and Johnny Jarrett, all going four wide as these conditions change and dry out as this race goes on. Still spray being kicked up at the exit of the corners, though. Chris Moore will be disappointed to be down there at the moment, starting from that 4th place, and it's definitely not gone his way. But again, we've got Johnny Jarrett spinning around there. Sorry, I missed that. He went to the outside line, but just lost the rear of the car, and it wasn't able to stick. Johnny Jarrett from Oakmere Motorsport there. He's the team manager and decided he is going to run on the car this year. Henry Heaton is also running with Oakmere Motorsport, and he's leading this the race at this stage with just that 2 minutes to go. So Round Village and the Loop for the second last time. Heading down then at Wellington Straight. Again, Jake Swan has got currently all of the aces up his sleeve, having being able to follow and being able to sit there, and he hasn't shown his hand yet, has he? Where is he going to put the pressure on? Where does he want to lead? Is he going to have a go down here into Brooklands? It certainly looks like it for now. He's on the inside line. Henry Heaton lets him go, and it's not that far back to Thompson. They haven't got a lot to play with. They've got a little bit of leeway, but it will evaporate quickly as soon as the battle starts, as they are going to start their last lap as they come round Luffield. Who's going to roll that dice? who's going to have that bit of left field thinking? Who's going to make it out on top in this first race for the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars this weekend? Jake Swan out front currently as they come to take turn 1. You can see that Bristow's battled with Thompson has faded a little bit. It looks like Aaron Head, whilst he's fought through the melee, he's not going to be able to make it through up into those podium positions. And Murphy, from the back of the grid, has made it all the way up to 6th place, but again hasn't done it. The battle between Kirby and Benham, fight goes on and on this whole race long. You can see a bit of damage to Chris Kirby's Barry Benham all over the curve there, but Chris Kirby's nose cone got a little bit of damage there, and Andy Lees is ready to pick up the pieces there. As he drives down there in his Golf colours, he's got a little bit of an overlap. No, he's not quite having to. Have drift back in. Barry Benham hanging the rear end of that Caterham 7 Championship UK car. Chris Kirby up the inside. That is tight round there, but Andy Lees looked like he might have got that move. Chris Kirby looks like he's struggling with his tyres. His car has been aggressively moving around on track, hasn't it? And I wonder whether he's just overheated those tyres as they come down the hanger straight. This long gaggle of cars still stuck together as the race timer clicks down to that 0 seconds. So this is their last lap, and next time they cross the line, that will be the end of their race. Currently Barry Benham though ahead of Andy Lees, and then we've got that Chris Kirby car still sideways, never knowingly in a straight line, is he? He's always going that sideways. Andy Lees onto the curve, a little bit bumpy and bory, but he's up the inside of Barry Benham, doesn't make it stick. Barry Benham had a little bit of a twitch as he turns to the left of club and then as a left of Vale and the right of club. Can he get the power down? He's still having to fight the car all the time. There's Dickens and Evans going side by side there in the background as well as they come up the Hamilton Straight. This is taken a step up in intensity. They all know this is the last lap and they're fighting for every single one of these positions, but they desperately don't want to lose out in the points. Losing points at this stage, not good at maths, but even I know doesn't add up. You've got another 2 races to go, so if you happen to have an accident now, it's going to be a problem. You are going to start deep in the field for your next race as we wait for the leaders as they're coming down the Wellington Straight. Jake Swan, the inside, Henry Heaton around the outside. Who is going to make the best of it? Lewis Thompson looks like he's solid in 3rd, so what's going to happen in the lead then? Henry Heaton on the outside. Is there any overlap at all? He's diving up the inside of Luffield. Is he going to be able to make it? Looks like Jake Swan's just about got it. There's still a little overlap. There is time for Henry Heaton to make it past, though, as they go down the line. He's up the inside of Woodcote. Can he make it up there and stick? He's got the momentum at the moment. It's going to be ever so tight as they go across the line, but it looks like it might be Heaton as they come to the checkered flag, and it looks like it is Heaton. Yes, Heaton. No, Swan is taking it on the line. It's tied 6,000th of a second from Swan to Heaton. It's given it on the line by the time it's to Swan. What a race that was in the last final corners. It said that Swan had all the cards, and it certainly looked like he dealt them right at the end there. Thompson comes across in that 3rd, Bristow 4th, Aaron Head is 5th, 6th is Murphy, then it's Lees, Benham, Dickens, Kirby, Moore. So Kirby dropped down in those last few behind Dickens, so it's all kicked off at the sort of midfield battle there, and then Moore, Dale Head, Johnny Jarrett, Tom Eden, Gary Lapidus and Ian Sparshot round out that field. Jake Swan taking it 6,000th of a second. The outside of Woodcote just gave him a little bit more, and I guess he pinched Henry on the inside there. But what a comeback for Swan. He's had some bad luck this year. We've seen him on the podium. He's had a 2nd and a 3rd place this year, but he's now completed the set and he's got the top set of the podium to take with him. But Henry Heaton continues his great form. He's had a podium at every single round except for the last one, so he's adding another 2nd place into the mix for him. As we look back at the wing building and the confirmation of the provisional results. Results are provisional until we've had all the stewards, but Jake Swan takes that win above and over Henry Heaton by 6,000ths of a second. Lewis Thompson, what a start to his 420R career in the 3rd place. Bristow, Head, Murphy, Lees, Benham, Evans and Dickens round out the top 10. Then we have Kirby, Moore, Dale Head, Johnny Jarrett, Tom Eden, Gary Lapidus and Ian Sparshot round out the field. Brilliant start to their season. We have 2 more races for the 420R, the Caterham 7 Championship UK cars, and they're coming up tomorrow, so do make sure you tune in to all of that. But don't go anywhere today as we wait for the cars all to come back, because we've still got another race to go. We have got the first of 2 30-minute races for the 270R races coming up. But we've got time to watch these drivers pull back into the pits and let the adrenaline levels subside as we try and recover my voice and get ready for the next one. But absolutely brilliant to watch this top flight Caterham Motorsport and deliver some really epic racing. It was really not clear who was going to win that race until right at the last second. It certainly looked like Henry had it done and dusted up the inside of Woodcote there on the last lap, but just the momentum around the outside. And that story of Lewis Thompson, it may not be a win, but to jump into this car, qualify third and maintain it to the end of the race whilst leading for a portion of it as well. Significant, impressive performance there by Thompson. And let's see what he can do for the rest of this season now that he's got his car up and running and he's there. Bristow, again, another solid result there in 4th place. Aaron Head will be disappointed with 5th, but coming from where he did on the field, I would say that was a fair rescue, as was the James Murphy 6th place. That might become important later on in the season for some of the championship positions as we get to the tail end of the season. But we're still not even halfway yet. Plenty of Caterham action all the way through as they pull back into the pits. And again, thank you to the marshals. You can see a couple of our Orange Army as we see spectators enjoying the grass. I'm not sure the washing is going to be happy of that, but what a great way to spend your weekend watching Caterham action and enjoying the open air and fresh air. Looking down into the pit lane here, and yeah, I understand, Sam, you've got it down in the pit lane there ready to talk to our drivers.
Yes, indeed, I am. I think there'll be some very happy faces on these drivers. That was quite a close finish, wasn't it, Chris?
Oh, it doesn't get any closer than that. I think they'll think it's all been done and dusted, but yeah, just that momentum around the outside just enabled them to take it. And see the adrenaline still pumping there, but yeah, what a sight that is.
Definitely, they're definitely looking. I can see the eyes are happy, so that's a good sign.
And after some bad luck for Jake Swan, it's great to see him getting that victory finally. It's been a while.
Indeed. Let's have a quick word with. Let him take his balaclava off. Here we are. Jake,
how you doing?
Congratulations. Am I right in thinking this is your first win?
First win in Caterham.
Oh, amazing.
Thank you very much.
That was a close call at the end.
It literally was one of them moments like, have I? Haven't I? Have I? Haven't I? And I was like, well, I think I have, because I was like stretched over the body. I'm pretty sure we're in, Fred, but no, I'm hoping that we got it, so pretty sure we have. So, it's awkward conditions though. It was like, there's no real grip. You just sort of had to play it by ear and hope for the best. So, no, it was good. Mega.
Excellent. Well, roll on tomorrow. More of the same.
Yeah, hopefully so.
Thank you. Enjoy the podium. I'll just go and have a word with Henry.
I need to see a finish line photo before I believe that I've not won it.
Oh, Henry's in denial, I think.
Yeah, I am in denial. I want to see the photo. It was bloody close. No, I think fair play to Jake. That was a wicked race. It was a good race. It was. Yeah, I wanted just to time it at the end, with the slipstream, and I thought I did it, but. Yeah, probably just left a little bit out there on the braking zone into that corner. But yeah, I think the real winner there was the fair play and the fair racing. Jake and I were side by side, literally nothing in it there, just making sure I hit the gear change into the line. But it was so close. I mean, yeah, it could have been anyone's. Fair play to Jake. Good race.
It was great from our point of view as well. So thanks for that.
yeah, no, it was good. It was great. I'm not sure. I'm not sure what happened. The field kind of spread out. And it's very, very unlike the Caterham racing. So yeah, it was a good race though, good fun, and looking forward to the races tomorrow.
Excellent, great stuff. Well, congratulations. Thank you, Henry. And Lewis, well, congratulations on your podium position and first race in these cars.
Yeah, made up. Was not expecting that this weekend, to be honest. Took the lead at the start. I really liked it when it was wet. We had new tyres, so it was better when it was wet, but when it started to dry out, we really started to struggle. And then as soon as Henry and Jake overtook me, the tyres fell off a cliff, and ever since then it was just trying to keep hold of third. And I saw Lee coming in my mirrors and I knew he was catching, but he just ran out of time. So yeah, made up. Big shout out to the team. I couldn't be here without them, so yeah, spot on.
Excellent, congratulations. I'll let you go and drive up to the podium. So that's great for Lewis Thompson, because first time out in these cars, and it was not the easiest of conditions for him. What do you think, Chris?
No, absolutely not. This really tricky conditions, even for people who've been driving these cars for a while. So to jump in, maybe not have even driven the car in the wet, to get in there and spin a third place out of it. What a great thing that is. As we come to the end then of that 420R, the first of 3 races for them, and they'll be back tomorrow. For the first of their races will be 11:20, but join us at 10:35 tomorrow for the the start of the 310. But yeah, we are ready to go to our next racing though, with the 270R racing. So we'll see you in a sec. And as you can see, we have all the 270Rs now out on the grid, waiting to start their green flag lap. And yeah, what a get everything back in order and ready for the start of this 270R, the first of their 2 30-minute races that they have this weekend. You see them waved away on their green flag lap. As conditions have been drying out, it's whether they'll get 2 green flag laps, we'll see. It is still slightly different conditions from this morning, but we'll wait and see. You can see we've got 12.3 degrees out there, 69% humidity though, so, and 26 kilometers an hour wind means that yeah, there's a bit of a wind here, and around Silverstone that can make quite a big difference in these Caterhams to your speed coming into and going out of a number of the corners, depending on its direction. We'll see whether we can catch some flags at some point as we watch them going through this Beckett's and Maggots S's. Let's have a confirmation though of the starting grid, and it's O'Flanagan put it on pole once more against ahead of Hugo Bush, Don Mansberger in 3rd, and Ben Buckley as a guest driver in 4th place. Vincent is in 5th place, and Will Brunt 6th place, great there for him. Boys is 7th, and Turner is 8th. We've got Mott in 9th, Jones in 10th, got Taylor 11th, Ramsey in 12th. And then Mara is in 13th, Lovett in 14th, Efremidas down in 15th, that's a bit disappointing for him. Errol back in 16th. Miga is 17th, Mountsie is 18th, we've got Bianchi down in 19th, we'll have to cover that one off, and Richard Hoare in 20th. Arnold is in 21st, Brown is in 22nd, Bergbaum is 23rd, and Hall in 24th. Then we've got Andy Lund, we've got Chris Griffith, Eels and Koo. Still going, because we've still got Mike Evans, Ian Hapgood and John Cox rounding out the grid. 31 cars in this 270R championship race. Fantastic to see massive grid numbers here in all the Caterham Motorsport ladders, and we've had a number of racing above that 30, and tomorrow we're joined by the Academy as well. So as well as the racing we've seen today, everyone that we've seen today will have at least one more race, but the Academy will also be back and racing for their qualifying in the morning, and then they'll have a single 20-minute race during the day. So we'll have all 5 levels of the championship as they make their way down the 270R, the 3rd level of the Caterham Motorsport ladder. These cars would have been Academy cars 2 years ago, so each year you can make a step up through the Caterham Motorsport. You buy your Academy car, and that comes with a series of race, or your full race year with the Academy. At the end of the year, you can decide to upgrade to Roadsport, and that we saw them first thing this morning, driving in their newly upgraded Roadsport cars. And then the next step up from Roadsport is this 270 class, where we lose the windscreen, we lose the front lights, and the car's no longer road legal. We also have wider front suspension, we have stiffer front springs and dampers. It's all very much more race focused, where you see the Roadsport and Academy cars leaning into the corners. A lot of that is gone now because we've got these uprated suspension. They are getting a second green flag lap for change of conditions, as we see them all going out here. But by the time they get to this 270R race weekend, they've gone through 2 seasons already, the Academy and the Roadsport season, so they have got plenty of racing under their belt, and these will often be in their 3rd year of motorsport. We call it the Coming of Age Championship. They have the opportunity to really solidify their race. They know a lot of the tips and tricks now, but they're still learning. You still learn every single time you get in a car, but nevertheless they feel like they know a bit more, and they've seen a lot of conditions, which then enables them to manage and mitigate situations, and know when to get your elbows out, when to play a bit and capitulate, and what to do when. So really good to see them all here, and such a large field of them is a healthy sign for motorsport in general as we come out of lockdown, as we go around this full Grand Prix circuit that we're racing on this weekend. So we get to do all of the Beckett's and Maggots S's, and we get to all the Vale and Club. So quite often in Club Motorsport we choose one end or the other of the Silverstone circuit to race, but we're getting to race around the full Grand Prix circuit just ahead of the F1's cars in a couple of weekends time. So it's really exciting for a lot of these drivers. It might be their first time, some of these guys, out on this Grand Prix track as well. Certainly a challenge with 3.6 miles around, the longest track that a lot of these cars will be going around. We are going to Spa for the 270, the last race. It's certainly a close call. Spa just slightly longer, but nevertheless still plenty of tarmac to get to grips with, and a lot of the corners here very, very fast, open and flowing, and really committed for the drivers. But let's just talk quickly about some of these as they're coming around through the village and loop. Taylor Flanagan again putting it up front, and Hugo Busch and Dominic Mansberger, their erstwhile company at the front of the race. They've certainly managed to be at the front of nearly all the races so far. Ben Buckley coming back as a guest driver. Wizard of a driver is Ben Buckley, and he's there in his LFP car, in that blue car. He won't be scoring championship points today, but nevertheless he is there and in the fight. Alex Vincent, a great result for him. Will Brunt as well, great result to see him all the way up in 5th place, definitely a 6th place, definitely a topsy-turvy grids across all the Caterham Championships, as the conditions were tricky this morning qualifying, and the 15-minute qualifying session doesn't give you many laps to come out on top. But Gwyn Jones, Stefan O'Mara, Lovett, Ephraimidis, Ryan Errol, Megan Mountsie, Bianchi, who we've been seeing right at the front, and coming into this race weekend, he is in 6th place in the championship. So really strange to see him so far down the order. He's got a lot of work to do there to keep his championship alive. But we're seeing these 31 cars coming down and relining up back on their grid spots. Looking for those drivers then, looking to see whether Bianchi and Gwyn Jones can make their way up from deep in that top 10, or in fact top 15 in some cases. Ephraimidis, who we've been seeing well up there all the time, he's 5th in the championship, so he's got a lot of work to do in his yellow car. But Taylor Flanagan, Hugo Busch and Dominic Mansberger will be happy with where they are, and they've got the sort of wild card of Ben Buckley in for the fight as well. And Ben's a multiple Caterham champion, so he knows how to pedal around these circuits as well in his 270R. Looking forward to this. We have got about a 27-minute race as clock started as they crossed the line for the second green flag lap. But there is a countdown to that 27 minutes, and it won't be long before you can see in the distance there the flag marshal getting ready with his green flag, but can still see a few cars moving onto their grid spots. You can see it's quite tricky for the cars. There's not necessarily a defined grid box to actually go in. It's quite hard to spot. We've got car tracks, and we've got the motorbike markings as well, so the 5-second board is shown to the drivers. We will soon be underway for the first of 2 30-minute races for the 270R Championships. Is Taylor Flanagan going to make another move from the front and take another win? Hugo Busch, Dom Mansberger, always there or thereabouts. We are underway as we get this race heading down into that top running. Everyone looks like they've got a relatively even start. Who's going to make the whole shot? It is Taylor Flanagan sweeping in the lead there ahead of didn't look like it was when the top through. I think again the right side of the track was suffering there, wasn't it? It was the damp side of the track, and everyone on the left side seemed to accelerate on through. I can already see Ephraimidis has made some good progress, but it's Taylor Flanagan out front. Dominic Mansberger is in second, and Hugo Busch is in that 3rd place in early on in this racing. Paul Mott there, and as these drivers, there's PT Motorsport, that's the number 84. Trying to work out who that is. We will find out who that is as we go through this race and as the timing screens update. But Taylor Flanagan is out in front currently, ahead of Dom Mansbergen. You see that dry line, maybe even dry line on the outside of Stowe. Flanagan was on the wetter line, but at the moment didn't seem to affect him. I can hear some tyre squealing, which is also a sign that that line is certainly drying out. To see the 98 there of Hall going up the inside around Stowe. Mansberger is in the lead, so it did all change around Stowe. I said he was on that wetter line, they were on the drier line. It certainly looked like that was the case. Mansberger loves these tricky conditions. He really excels when it gets wet and damp and tricky, and he loves to put his car in all the right places. As we see all the other cars, some of them getting a little bit crossed up as they try and get that power down and realise that whilst the track is drying, there's still not a lot of grip there. But Hugo up the inside of Abbey into there. Mansberger looking like he's going to let that position go, and Hugo Busch therefore takes the lead and sits there happily. Still not broken up yet. We've still got a group of about 6 or 7 cars, a first wing of the day for the 270Rs, and one of the marshals. Thank you ever so much to all the marshals out there going to pick up those wings. Not the first one they'll have to do, or the last one throughout the weekend. But Hugo Busch there in the grey and orange machinery. We've got another rotated car. Looks like he's pulling off the track actually, so whether he's had contact with the barriers, he's pulling away off the line and into a position of safety, so that won't require a safety car to recover it. So whatever the issues were for that driver, they are safely out the way, and they will be ready to take part in the second race no doubt tomorrow. As we're heading down the Wellington Straight, Brooklands corner. It's a long left-hander, it's almost a left-hander where the braking zone is the approach to the corner, so you have to constantly turn and brake the car and get it hooked up to the apex, all in a very short space of time from a relatively high speed approach at the end of that long straight. So very tricky corner. I was hearing plenty of Tyres squealing in pain and anger yesterday as they were doing testing in 30-31 degree temperatures. Not 30-31 degrees today, more like that 12-13-14 degrees, but still plenty good action for motorsport. They're perfect conditions, I'd say, actually, for that motorsport. Watch that number 14 there, that's Ramsey. Mara and Mott, I think, are all battling together, but Hugo Bush maintains that lead for now. Mansberger, his DPR Motorsport teammate, and then we've got Taylor O'Flanagan, who runs in a little sort of sub-team with James Wingfield and a number of other drivers in the paddock. But he's also associated with PT Motorsport to pick up the pieces should anything go wrong for him during his race weekends, but nothing has so far. Taylor Flanagan has currently picked up 3 wins and a second place. He is absolutely relentless, but he has got a bit of a gap developing in front of him at the moment to Mansberg around the outside. And will these two, they are on the same team, will they work together to produce and maintain that gap and see that Taylor Flanagan is out there in the sort of a little bit of no man's land at the moment. Mansberg a bit too wide that time, took too much speed in. Now Hugo Bush maintains and takes back the lead of that race as they break in the dry kind of line, still having to go a bit wide, still very greasy out there. You can see that the cars are still not generating the grip that they do when the conditions are absolutely dry. So Hugo Bush out front there, ahead of Mansberg, O'Flanagan, Buckley, Vincent. Boys has held on well there, hasn't he? Anthony Taylor's come up through the grid to 7th place. William Brunt's dropped a little bit now, back down to 8th, and then Mara and Ramsey. Not seeing too much movement there from Bianchi. He's in 13th place last time we saw him over one of the timing lines. So still work to do for Bianchi and Ephraimidis in 15th. So they're finding it tough out there right now. They haven't quite hooked up with this track. That is the A84 of Mara. And Bianchi, you can see a few cars back. William Brunt in the blue and orange car, the golf kind of colour cars, and that is that Bianchi going the inside of him. So there's another place gained for the number 16. But it's still lots to do for those drivers. They're certainly not making the kind of progress they would like to. Still got 21.5 minutes to go though, so still plenty of time for the race to come to them and to develop. It's still Bush out front. As we see, there's also Gwyn Jones in the red car, so he's also not making the kind of progress that he would like to see. You see the rest of the field all flowing through, heading down here into that Brooklands complex and then Luffield. It's Ben Buckley in the blue machine. Like I say, he is a guest driver. He's not able to make all the race weekends, so he is guesting this weekend. It means he doesn't count for points, but he certainly pick up the trophies if he can. But it looks like at the moment these front three have got those trophies kind of locked up, haven't they? It's again Vincent there in the 4th place, ready to get that next set of positions and pick up the pieces if anything happen. But he was 4th place last time out as well, I think. So. Yeah, needs to make that position up. See there. It's Ben Buckley fighting with the boys' car. Vincent behind him. So that's coming out then onto the hangar straight. There are the lead 3 drivers. They're cutting comfortably clear at the moment, aren't they? They're definitely in the race of their own, and then we've seen that before. We sometimes see other drivers like Bianchi, Ephraimidis and join up with them, but at the moment they have pulled well clear, and in these changeable and tricky conditions sometimes it's easier for the drivers to show their ultimate pace. A lot of the testing, in fact all the testing done in absolutely dry conditions, so to try and work out how to pedal the car fast. We see Mansberger losing the rear of the car a little bit, probably too much, a bit more than you maybe want to. Hugo currently keeping his wheels all in a line and pulling a little bit of a gap over. Certainly nothing to write home about at the moment. But yes, we've got the battle still happening behind, boys looking to get past. Against Vincent, and there's Ben Buckley dropping off the back, isn't he? So after that 4th place on the grid in qualifying and the slightly dry conditions, he's drifted away from the pace a little bit as we watch the rest of the field. There is Bianchi making his progress through, so he is at least making that progress, more so than Gwyn Jones currently in that red car, still stuck a little bit further back, and we watch the rest of the field coming up the Hamilton straight. There's Bianchi up the inside of his next contender. defender. So is that Ramsey? He's going up the inside. Obviously number 84. It's not. It's Mara. So he's sort of stuck on the outside a little bit there. So he's already made up a couple more places compared to our timing screen on the left. Mara drops onto the curbs. That's not going to help his speed. Not really too wide round here in tricky conditions. They do manage the situation okay. More grip out there now than there has been, and you can see that dry, I think I am going to call it a dry line now. You certainly can still see the difference between the dry line and the damp surface, but I think by the end of this 18-minute race we might well have seen that evaporating away as we head into Brooklands again. The battles continue and rage on. That is the 14 of Ramsey in the grey and red machine. You've got the 16 of Bianchi and then the number 84 of Mara. They head off round, and Ephemidis is just behind them as well, so we are seeing that. And Lovett as well in the number 38 car there in 11th place currently. He's attached to this battle, so he's also looking to try and make some progress through, because he is 4th place in the championship coming in here with just a set of consistent top 4, 5, 6 kind of places. So he's always been up there as Ramsey gets moved onto the slippy curve, so he has lost that place, it looks like, to Mara as they disappear off now again back into the Maggots and Beckett's S's. Ephemidis slipped through all the way through the field there, didn't he? Sort of just magically appeared at the front of the pack, and Bianchi now having to try and deal with Ramsey once more as they head around this Beckett's complex into Chapel and then back out onto the Hangar Straight. They're going side by side, but it's not necessarily the quickest way. You want to get in that toe and use it as they head on down. A little bit of weaving there from Bianchi, trying to protect the inside line there. He says, if you're going to go around me, you're going to have to go the long way. Unfortunately, that puts him on that wet bit of the track on the inside. We've got a battle for the lead, though. There's Mansberger going down the inside. You can see still leaving tyre tracks as the wet inside line there, but he still managed to get it slowed up. Hugo Bush let him go, and Taylor O'Flanagan, this trio have been at the front of these fields for quite a number of, well, all the races so far this year, but equally over a number of years these three have been fighting tooth and nail. Tom Cockrell took a step up to the 310R Championship, but he was the other driver that was regularly in the battles with these three. They know each other's driving very, very well, and so far this year it's been Taylor O'Flanagan who's won out in the majority of the situations. Hugo Bush was the only other driver to take a win away from him so far, and it was in the first race of the season. So bet that Hugo Bush and Dom Mansberger will want to make that. So Dom Mansberger's not managed to win yet. He's been 2nd place on the podium. Hugo Bush right out onto the AstroTurf. Again, not conducive to a fast lap time, and got to be careful of track limits as they no longer need to use all the exit there going down onto the Wellington Straight, which means that the track is definitely drying up, and the speed is not yet such that they need to use all that track, and they prefer to protect the inside rather than use the whole width of the track as we catch them as they enter into Brooklands, swinging the cars around. Dom Mansberger, it looks like someone's had a bit of a spin around there. That's the number 8 car. It was number 8. That is Michael Koo, just spinning and recovering there, quite a lot deeper in the field. But we've got a bit of a gap there. Mansberger managed to pull a gap on that lap, but it's not going to persist, and there's a little wagtail there in turn 1. He needs to get out of the way pretty quick smart. He does, as Taylor Flanagan now looking up the inside, but it's not going to happen. Hugo Bush around his outside, and then we've got Boys, Vincent, Taylor and Buckley, and Taylor making good progress up into 6th place, a return to motorsport this year after a number of years out. He started 11th on the grid and made his way all the way up to 6th place, so great for him. Mara and Ramsey and Bianchi and Ephemidis all having the battle behind them, but this is a great battle here. But Buckley is on the receiving end of a mobbing, isn't he, as he drops to the tail end of this little pack as well now. As we see them flying through. That is the number 17 there of Vincent, and there is the Anthony Taylor. There's a classic Lotus coloured Caterham there with the aluminium body, a classic that you see regularly up and down the field. Taylor O'Flanagan to the inside of Stowe, up the inside of Dom Mansberger and into that lead. Can he hold on the exit? It's definitely a matter of where is that drier line and how do you maintain your momentum across it. So they come down into Vale then, taking that right. Still really, you can see even from the outside visibly, it's really tricky around the Vale complex still. So whilst there is grip and it's developing every single lap, it's still taking an absolute age to dry out. If we'd had the temperatures we had yesterday, it would have been dry by now, but you can even see that the colour of the tarmac is slowly getting more consistent across the whole width of the track, but overtaking is more tricky because every time you go off of the dry-ist tarmac, you are losing pace and you will lose grip, and there's always a risk to do that. As this following battle, Boys, Vincent, Taylor, Buckley follow on through. Buckley's managed to sort of heal the damage as he was stop the rot, as it were. He's there around the outside. Taylor, though, sort of still ahead of him and looking to see whether he can make any more progress up through. Great to see Toby Boys up there. Saw that out there testing, and it's great to see his performance. I don't think he's joined us. Let me see whether... I can't see his name on the list, so he may well be another guest in this weekend. But it's great to see his car up there near the front, fighting for this battle for 4th place. We watch him coming into Brooklands, and everyone else fighting behind him means he's got sprung a little bit of a gap, and we'll be looking to see whether he can solidify that. Does look like the top 3, though, with 7.5 seconds-ish last time through. They're going to definitely feel pretty comfortable out there, and as long as they don't make any mistakes or don't come into contact with each other, it does look like they have got the podium sewn up. But what order will that podium be in? We are only just over halfway through this race, so there's still plenty of time for things to develop. And Taylor O'Flanagan takes his position out front again after it looked like Hugo Bush at one point with Dunmansberger might be able to spring a little bit of a gap, but didn't happen, did it? So they are back to the drawing board and see whether they can deal with Taylor. Is it time for Don Mansberger to have a win? You know, the scoreboard would say yes, it is. He's going up the inside there of Chapel and back onto the hanger straight, but that's just going to give Hugo Bush a mega run down the hanger straight and probably into the lead as we come into Stowe. Let's see whether that comes true. Is Don Mansberger going to roll that dice? Is he going to be able to make that move? He's got 12 minutes to figure out how he wants to do it. Hugo Bush does make it into the lead as they go into Stowe, so that's side by side through Chapel. Make a note of that. Didn't work for them at the end of here, but maybe 3rd place at the tail end of the circuit down here is actually a good place to be, ready to try and cross the line in first. So let's see whether Taylor O'Flanagan can do anything about the 2 in front of him by the time he gets back to the start-finish line in about half a lap's time. Go around, you can see again around this complex is definitely one of the slower ones to dry out, and that is traditionally the case. Abbey, with the sort of amount of speed that these cars carry in, you can see that it has dried out, got a very dry line as they sweep, even using the curb now to open up that corner as much as they can. In the dry, it's virtually flat out, depending on the wind direction. Maybe a slight lift. Buckley on the wet stuff, though, that's at the inside of Vincent, that's tight going through there, but they all managed to get it worked out as they then make the left-hander and head into the village complex. Hard on the anchors here. This feels like one of the sort of harder places you get onto the brakes here. The Vale and this next corner of the loop is you can see a little bit of a lock up there just to demonstrate, but you're not high-speed entry into that, whereas into the Vale and then into that village corner, it is a little bit more high speed. Through Aintree and then now onto the Wellington Straights. Just wait for them to pick up as they come underneath that bridge. They're weaving across the track as they try and protect that lead, and it does look like Boys has managed to spring that little gap, hasn't he? We saw Snappy John, the series coordinator, driving I think that car in testing, just having a play on the Thursday. A very speedy lap he was proved to have too, to not only good at the camera work, also good behind the seat. Maybe we'll see him one day in one of these Caterhams racing in the championship. As they go through, Bush takes the lead though out front, and here's his following battle with Boys, heading with a nice little gap now back to Buckley, who's come through, overtaken Vincent on that last lap, and Anthony Taylor sat there in his traditional Lotus colours. You can see almost the straps there, looking like he's wearing some sort of driving scarf as well, sort of a traditional look as he heads over that start-finish straight. This is the battle back at that lead. You can see the opposite lock just to balance the rear of the car through those Beckett's S's. Taylor O'Flanagan sort of in that 3rd place now, waiting to see if he can make a move. It was Hugo Bush who took that lead down this last time through, and Hugo Bush crossed the line in 1st place as well. So worth noting that by leading at the end into Stowe, actually that did benefit him for that start-finish straight. Whether that's going to be the same case when they start really pushing towards the last section of this race, we will see in a few minutes' time. 9 minutes 40 seconds left to go in this first 270R race of the race weekend. The last Caterham action for us today, but plenty more action for you all through tomorrow. I will fill you in all those dates and times to come back to the stream as we conclude today's action after this race finishes. Along this straight then, they really are the class of the field, aren't they? They've pulled a significant gap over that trailing group well over 8 seconds now, and probably going to be more like 9 seconds by the time they get back to that flag. Their lap times are in the 2:34s, and it's Bush who actually has the fastest lap currently. He is gives them an extra point, so as well as currently being in the lead where you gain 1 extra point over all your rivals, he also gains an extra point for that fastest lap. Will it remain the same as they come to the end of this race, as we're seeing the battle for Ephraimidis, and then we've got Lovett there as well in the bright green and blue car, and then the number 14 of Ramsey also involved in that battle as they go side by side into the village complex. Hard on the brakes as you get the car tucked in. Ephraimidis is going right for that apex. Ramsey's going to have to let him go. Everett's looking, Lovett looking around the outside as they go into the loop and then back out onto the Wellington Straight. The leaders, though, are all the way at the end of the Wellington Straight by the time they're battling out there, coming through Luffield, now onto Woodcote, and then across the start-finish line for what will be the completion of their 6th lap, going into their 7th. There we have Hadro Flanagan across the line in the lead that time through, with Bush in 2nd, Mansberger in 3rd, and it does seem to swap every single lap, so we can relax into that, I think, for the next 6 minutes or so, and we'll wait till the last lap to see how they're going to manage that. See the rain lights brightly displayed there. Again, no longer got the spray of the full wet conditions. It's quite a turnaround we've had today. We had relatively dry qualifying, although there were sprinkles of rain, but we've had absolutely torrential rain, and as the racing's gone on with these Caterham action this afternoon, it's progressively got drier and drier. So watch that Ryan Lovett, Ephraimidis and Ramsey battle disappearing off down. You can see the cars weaving across that track, trying to make sure they stay on that dry bit. This is the part of the track in the wet which is incredibly slippy, but you can see how much more grip they've got. Normally it's just a quick dab of the brakes or even just a lift off of the throttle, as you see Ramsey in his eyes there as he's got his clear visor on. I love it, choosing to use a tinted visor, which can be quite dark on conditions like this. We've got properly overcast conditions with complete cloud cover, so it's and with these differences in tarmac colour, you almost want to be able to see that. I always preferred having a clear visor. There is a bit of a wing there, isn't there, in the entrance to Stowe in the middle of the track. They had to go either side of it. This is Bianchi and Mara going side by side around that wing. It'll probably get blown off the racing line at some point, but you definitely don't want that stuck under your wheel when you're racing. But there's plenty of opportunity to see it. They will see that as they go through that. But it is Bianchi now has made his way up to 8th place, so he's made progress, good progress in this race, but he needs to make more if he wants to maintain his position in that championship. So he's still got some work to do, and Ephraimidis still struggling back there in that sort of 10th place. So in fact he might be in 11th now because Ramsey's ahead of him. And this is that Brunt battle. Brunt, we saw him qualify in 6th place, but he has fallen back down through the field. He's in 15th currently, so not such a happy race for him. But for every good story there is about people moving up, there's always the converse of that, and he's on the receiving end of that, unfortunately. But a great qualifying performance for him, showing he's got the pace in that car. 6 minutes to go then for these lead group as they're coming round to start another lap. And this Luffield, the endless right-hander, you have to hurry up and wait to get on that throttle before then firing yourself out as soon as you can. Get on that throttle, must maintain that throttle all the way down to the turn 1, and then it's just down a gear or even just a brake to get the nose tucked in to the first corner. And as they can see that, the marshal has managed to go and get that wing, so thank you very much, well done for all your exercise today, picking up wings down at that Stowe. So that's great. That clears that incident, and we don't have to worry about that anymore as the leaders come into that Beckett's S. As you can see now, the cars are starting to drift, and more like it's the kind of style and the attitude of the cars is rattles. That's rattling over the inside of the Beckett's right-hander there. Looking much more like the dry line round that whole complex now, so things definitely have dried out significantly, and we will be having, I'm sure, even through Vale it's going to be fairly dry. Stowe still a bit wet on the inside there. The outside line has still got the ability to carry more momentum. Hugo Bush sweeps around the outside of Taylor Flanagan as they go through Stowe. He drifts onto that wet patch though, so still managing to hold on though, and he's going to be able to protect down into the Vale. More wings and debris from action clearly happening a bit further down the field. Hugo Bush outbrakes himself there a little bit, but he managed to just about get it hauled up as he goes through the right of club. Out they come. It's almost a 2 apex corner now. It's an absolutely flat out second part of this corner though, so you just have to line it up correctly. There's a big sausage curb to punish you though if you get it wrong, and again when the conditions are a bit more changeable, that can become much more into play, as we see Anthony Taylor now ahead of, I think that's Vincent and then Buckley. But Taylor and Flanagan leads again ahead, so he made that move back through as they went off up into Abbey that time, and now into the village and the loop. Mansberger's been playing a watching brief, but he's decided that's enough playing a watching brief. Dives up the inside. That is going to make him wide on the exit. He uses all the AstroTurf, but Hugo Bush is going to maintain that. So that little dive up the inside didn't work out for him that time. Is he going to have the momentum down? What it did do, though, is let Taylor Flanagan have the first sniff of a gap that he's had all race weekend. That is the 96 of Mott in his kind of light-inspired, light trail car, but he's pulled to the inside. Is that the exit of Club maybe, or the inside of Club? It's not in a particularly ideal position, but it is off the racing line, and I think the racing line is significantly to his left-hand side, so hopefully that's not considered a safety car position, because we've only got 3 minutes of this race left. 2.5 minutes per lap they're roughly doing at the moment, so this will be their penultimate lap they're starting now. They'll get this one and the next one unless they shove the checkered flag out early because of that car stuck on the inside, what I think was Club corner. So we will keep an eye out for that checkered flag at the end of this lap, but at the moment we'll still stick with the idea that this is their penultimate lap. Buckley there up the inside of Vincent as we're looking, that battle has been raced long, hasn't he? He's slipped away from that lead battle, but these guys have been having a great old time in the battle for 4th place, but it does look like Toby Boys is going to take away that 4th place, and Vincent and Buckley currently swapped the other way around. Buckley's currently ahead as they push that car. You can see the tyres are now biting into the tarmac. They're actually generating that grip. It's going to start getting more physical for them. So a lot of opposite lock there. Really did lose that rear end. That is what happens when you carry all the speed of the dry track, but then you touch the damp part of the track, you lose the rear end immediately, and that's why these intermediate conditions are so tricky and hard to manage. So we watch this lead battle, so again watch out for that. As soon as you try and overtake, as soon as you get slightly offline, the car will want to swap ends on you. Ben Buckley had to use all of his opposite locker, didn't he, to try and get that. Mansberger now looking up the inside of Hugo Bush, who has taken the lead ahead of Taylor Flanagan. Then this race is starting to heat up as we come into the final minute and a half or so of the race, of the final Caterham action we've got for you today out on the circuit, the full Grand Prix circuit that we're using. 3.6 miles of tarmac, and we're using every single last inch of that tarmac as Mansberger now does take the lead. Is he going to be able to get it turned in time to get it up to the farm and village and loop? He's certainly doing a good job of it at the moment. He now takes that lead. Has he timed this to perfection? Are we going to see that checkered flag? I think given that we haven't seen that car anymore and I can't see any yellow flags showing, we may well have that cleared, but Mansberger takes the lead. He's almost a block there as he balked of Hugo coming out of that corner. It might have been a perfectly inspired move, whether deliberate or not. He has now got a little bit of a gap coming onto what might well be in the last lap of this race. Still got a minute on the timing clock though, so I'm still expecting to see one more lap, but we will keep aware of that just in case they do throw that flag. Side by side for second place though, so it's Mansberger leading into Brooklands. He had to weave a couple of times. Hugo Bush right up the inside there, clobbers one of the inside markers. It's going to put a jolt through and maybe chipped a tooth or something on that one, but Taylor Flanagan's still in that second place. Mansberger is though going to pull out into the lead as of this race with a nice little gap coming onto the last lap. The two behind him though will now want to settle into that slipstream. There we are showing the last lap board now, so we're coming on to the last 3.6 miles of this race. Who is going to come out on top? Mansberger had a little bit of a gap, but that has evaporated within one straight. We've got Taylor Flanagan second place and Hugo Bush in third place. It's always been these three throughout pretty much the whole of this year so far, and indeed in their racing career since the academy. They've all been racing nose to tail like this, and who is going to make the best job? They know each other inside out. Who's going to do the best job? And they've got 3.6 miles to sort that out. Obviously the rear end of Mansberger's car there really hanging itself out. I said before in an earlier race that if some driver pulls wet onto or dampness onto the track by leaving the surface, it can be a real shock when you're trying to do the dry lines. A little more weaving. He's absolutely jinking left and right trying to throw him. He's actually on that dryer on the outside, but O'Flanagan's on the inside and he had enough momentum to make it stick, and now O'Flanagan's got the dryer line round the outside of Stowe. We saw that Stowe was crucial, but I think we're going to see at least a couple of attempts of a race lead before we get to this finish line for the last time. A little bit onto the wet patch though, and he's going to have to protect his inside, and that is the wetter part of this track. Mansberg, they go either side of that wing that's still there in the Vale. Mansberg having a late dive up the inside. They're going side by side as they turn through the right of Club. He's back on the throttle. O'Flanagan back in the lead. Hugo Bush looking up the inside, and they're going to compromise each other as they go onto the start finish straight. Hugo Bush has to hit that sausage curb. He has a really uncomfortable ride. I told you that comes into effect sometimes, and there it goes. But that is going to give the benefit at the moment to O'Flanagan as they come here. Can he make this 4 out of the 5 races so far? He's looking good at the moment, but he's still got a couple of straights to get through, as well as a couple of the tighter bends that we've got on this track. O'Flanagan leads, Mansberger leads Bush. Here comes around a little bit of a calm before the storm. They've still got the whole of the Wellington Straight to deal with yet, and that is going to be into Brooklands, going to get exciting. We've already seen the 2 cars going incredibly close together, and Brooklands is another place that can happen as we head on through Aintree and then onto the Wellington Straight. You can see the gap that O'Flanagan has, and these 2 are fighting, the 2 DPR teammates fighting each other. Who is going to get the best run? They are now in the slipstream. It's going to be Hugo Bush going in 2nd place ahead of Mansberger, but they're going to be light on the brakes. Can Mansberger make it late enough on the brakes? There's still time even after Luffield to get past, but at the moment O'Flanagan looks like he's got that sewn up. Is Hugo Bush going to be able to protect that 2nd place? It looks like it right now. Can Mansberger get in the tow? It looks like O'Flanagan has done enough though as they come down to the line for the first of this 270R race this weekend. 30 minutes of action, and it does look like O'Flanagan is going to take that checker flag, takes the win ahead of Hugo Bush, and Mansberger takes that 3rd place. So O'Flanagan does it again. That's 4 out of 5 races for him. Hugo Bush couldn't quite make that stick, and there we go with that was Boys coming across the line, and it is Buckley coming through then after Boys, and then Vincent, then Taylor, I think. So yeah, then Vincent Bianchi was all the way up to 8th place by the end. Mara Lovett in 10th, Ephraimidis. So in fact this is those battles coming through now, and Bianchi actually did come across it in that 8th place. And it is Lovett in the 11th and Ramsey 12th, but Taylor O'Flanagan does it again. He was looking done and dusted at one point, wasn't he? We've still got battles coming through such as the number of cars in this field that they are still filtering across the line. That is the Mountsie Arnold Brown Brunt Hall battle, and it's ended up as Brown, Mountsie, Brunt and Arnold Hall Turner, and we're waiting for Ryan Errol to come across the line next. Saw Ryan Errol early in the season here he is, Ryan Errol in the green car with looks like Paul Mott, so whatever issue he had earlier on, he's got back up to speed, and it looks like Errol's going to head him across that line. No, Mott, I don't know, he was on the track. I'm not sure whether it would have been picked up by the timing speed there, but anyway, Mott does take it over Errol, but he was off the track, so we'll see whether that comes to haunt him. What a race, what a time for Taylor O'Flanagan and Bush and Mansberger. Again, the class of the field there, absolutely spectacular to watch them race as we see yet more 270R drivers coming through. Can they do anything to stop Taylor O'Flanagan? He's got quite a comfortable lead in the championship, and each time he wins the race, he's gaining another important point. Who got the fastest lap though? And it was he even got the fastest lap on the very last lap of the race. So here's confirmation of the provisional results. O'Flanagan takes the win over Bush and Mansberger. O'Flanagan gets the fastest lap worth another point as well. Boys, Buckley, Taylor, Vincent, Bianchi, Mara and Ephraimidis rounds out the top 10. Lovett in 11th, Ramsey 12th, Jones in 13th, Ramiga 14th, Andy Lund is 15th, Brown 16th, Mountsie 17th, 18th is Brunt, Arnold, and then Hall rounds out the top 20. Onwards to Turner, Mott, Errol, Bergbaum, Cox, Griffith, Hilton, Hapgood, Eels and Kuhl. And we're still not quite done because we've got one more driver there left to go. What a race. What a race for the 270s. What a lot of Caterham action we've had to bring to you today, and it's been spectacular. We've had absolutely close battles all the way through on the 270s. Absolutely not disappointing. The 3 of them, it was not clear until that last couple of corners who was going to come out on top. And yeah, we've got Sam down in the pit lane as well, waiting for us to chat to the drivers. Exciting race, Sam.
It certainly was, goodness me. I mean, those 3, towards the end, they were just having their own little race with no one else around, weren't they?
Yeah, I mean, a great position to be in, as in they didn't have to worry about the cars behind. It was all about just who was going to win that battle between themselves. But that comes with its own, you're always trying to stroke the car home and see whether you can make that happen. But Taylor O'Flanagan somehow came out on top again.
He did, and he's looking very happy as he's just pulled into the pit lane. He's looking, I can see by his eyes, he's got a very big grin on his face. But, I mean, it was a great battle, and these three always have a great battle with each other, don't they?
Yeah, I'm sure that Hugo Busch and Dom Mansberg aren't going to be so happy. They'll have enjoyed the race, but they've got to figure out how do they stop this guy doing that right at the end, just always coming through and popping in there in the top spot.
Yes, I mean, conditions did look quite tricky still out there because, you know, although there was a, you know, quite a dry line, if you got on one of those puddles, you know, it was going to be sideways action for them.
We saw Ben Buckley doing exactly that, yes. I'll let you have a chat to our winner.
Yes, indeed. Taylor, congratulations on the win. So you started on pole, finished first, but it wasn't quite that easy, was it?
No, I think I was in third for most of the race, to be honest, but I knew there was a long way to go and the track was still slippery, so I didn't want to make any silly mistakes. But it seemed to go well on the last few laps, so here we are, buzzing.
Well, Chris and I have just been discussing, you know, thinking that maybe the other two, Hugo and Dominic, have been thinking, how are they going to try and stop you?
Well, they need to start working together.
We won't tell them that then. Well, congratulations. Let's move on to Hugo next. Congratulations on the second place, Hugo. It was, you know, great race to watch from our point of view. The three of you battled well together.
Yeah, I think we broke away quite early. I'm not sure what the gap to fourth was, but it was
about 8 seconds.
Right. Okay. So just clear from fairly on. It was going to be the three of us, and then usual kind of lucky dip who's in the right place at the right time with a lap to go. But great fun. Happy with second.
Good. Excellent. Great stuff. Congratulations. Thank you. Now on to Dominic. Must be happy with that, Dominic.
Yeah, I would be more happy with the first or second place, but obviously podium is always great. Yeah.
Nearly a win.
Nearly. Timing was not the best, so usually I thought as my timer ran out, I thought it's the last lap, that's why I went into the lead. And then I saw the board last lap and I said, oh shit. So yeah, basically it's all about timing with this tow here. So I did my best, but third is okay.
Yeah, definitely. Good points.
Yeah.
Well, congratulations. I'll let you go up to the podium now.
Thank you.
So, yes, like you said, Chris, obviously, you know, he wanted the win and they weren't, they're happy with their positions, but obviously, you know, they want that win, don't they?
Yeah, absolutely. And just like to say apologies to the language used by Dom there. Sometimes we shove microphones in the faces of drivers when they've got the adrenaline flowing, and so apologies if anyone takes offence. But great to see them out there battling, like you say. It's good stuff, and that is the order they are in the championship as well. So they're each of them sort of solidifying their position at the moment, and at some point in the near future we'll have to start taking into account of drop scores as well. But as we sort of tail end of our talk about the tail end of our sort of racing action from today, we've had plenty of good action, but we have more for you tomorrow. So we have all 5 steps of the Caterham Motorsport ladder with you. Run early sometimes, so do get the stream on your TV, get cups of teas ready, and get yourself settled in for a full-on day of action. And then we're going to have the 2 races from the 7 Championship UKs. Roadsport will back for again. 270s that we've just seen, they'll be back for their second race tomorrow afternoon. And then we've also got the Academy group going to come for the first time. They've got their qualifying in the morning, but we will catch them for their second ever track race. And they're going to be combined together. We have 2 Academy grids, and they're all going to be combined together. We're going to have to figure out which group is which, because they do score points independently, but make sure you tune in for that. That's starting at about 3:30. But again, make sure you keep tuned in all day, because the action will come thick and fast. And then we'll tail off tomorrow with the third race for the 7 Championship UK. So plenty of Caterham action for you tomorrow. So I really do hope you're there. You can even come down and see us if you've got a Caterham. You can get to discounted entry and come present your car. But the weather's also looking like we're going to have some good times tomorrow. But it's been action from start to finish, and we look forward to bringing you more of the same, and we will speak to you tomorrow.